Signed. Assembly chamber. 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 Sound. 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 Assembly chamber. Sound.
Be seated. Members, today will see the first Members' Bill of the Mandate introduced to the Assembly, and will be followed by a number of others in the next few weeks. Thus far, 8 Members' Bills have been given approval to be progressed towards introduction in the Assembly, and a number of others are awaiting my consideration. However, members will know that from the outset I have stated we must avoid the position of the last mandate, with the sheer number of Members' Bills coming forward within a tight time frame was to the detriment of scrutiny that the Assembly and committees could give to both executive and members' bills. We cannot see system flooded like this flooded again, and I have repeatedly communicated to members that it will not be possible to progress the majority of member bills proposals put forward in this mandate. Therefore, there will not be the time available to conduct the proper scrutiny. Next month will mark a year until the Assembly is dissolved for elections. I've been pressing the First and Deputy First Minister for an update on the timing of the introduction of the bills within the Executive's legislative programme, and the delay in that executive legislation coming forward will mean that we will again see significant congestion in the number of executive bills coming back to the House from committees in the final months of the mandate, if not more so than the last time. Therefore, we are reaching the point where we will have as many members' bills in line to be introduced to the Assembly as we can properly deal with in the next few weeks, and I will be reviewing the position in relation to how many further members' bills can be realistically accommodated. Finally, I have also been engaging with officials reflecting on a range of issues which arose from the last mandate to consider how members can be given additional support to strengthen the legislative culture within this Assembly. I will be reviewing advice over the next few weeks, but I expect that I will be informing members of the introduction of a number of new measures to ensure that the Assembly is able to give proper consideration to when and how it legislates, and that is fully informed when it does so. Let us move on, and Declan Kearney has been given leave to make a statement on the High Court ruling that the ban on Palestine action is unlawful, which fulfils the criteria set out in Standing Order 24. Any other member wishing to be called should stand, and you have up to 3 minutes, Mr. Kearney and everybody else.
Friday's High Court ruling is hugely significant. It vindicates the position of thousands of activists, including the brave hunger strikers, that highlighting genocide is not a crime. State suppression of the Palestinian solidarity movement has failed in its attempt to silence those exposing Israeli war crimes which have been aided and abetted by the British state. Instead of pursuing an appeal, the British government must now lift the ban on Palestine action without delay. It must bring its anti-democratic crackdown on Palestinian solidarity activists to an immediate end. This British government should, with immediate effect, quash the convictions and end the prosecutions of those brought before the courts under this outrageous, draconian and now deemed unlawful legislation. Friday was a positive day for decency and humanity. We must continue speaking up for the besieged people of Gaza and never allow any world power to undermine this basic right. The British government now has to fundamentally change its position towards the rights of the Palestinian people. It should end its complicity in the illegal occupation of Palestine, the ongoing genocide and annexation. It should now get on the right side of global humanity and international law.
Craig Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the High Court decision in London last week confirmed what everybody knew for some time, that is that the ban on Palestine action was unlawful and disproportionate. Keir Starmer and his government have acted like some of the most brutal dictators in the world by arresting almost 3,000 people in Britain for having the temerity to either hold a sign, to wear a T-shirt, and to simply declare their support for a peaceful civil disobedience organisation. And I want to commend those who have stood up to this repressive British government and have refused to back down, despite the arrests and the heavy-handed approach from the police and from the state. People on these shores were not immune from harassment and repression as well, Mr. Speaker, for holding a sign or wearing a T-shirt. And what about the so-called defenders of free speech from the unionist benches in this House? He didn't utter a word, tight-lipped, in support of Keir Starmer and his clampdown. And I'd say quite clearly, Mr. Speaker, in anybody's eyes, a tin of spray paint being used is not a violent act. And I want to recognise the role played by my party colleagues in Derry, including Eamon McCann, formerly of this House, who were threatened with arrest and suppression for their support for Palestine action. And also a constituent of mine, Myra McAnally, who at an anti-racist demonstration in Belfast was stopped, interrogated and put in the back of a police jeep for having a T-shirt with Palestine action on it. The British government, Mr. Speaker, need to drop their appeal in this case and instead put Keir Starmer, David Lammy and the genocide enablers in the dock for their war crimes and support of them. And despite the establishment's attempts to silence and misrepresent the solidarity movement, people, Mr. Speaker, aren't going anywhere. And people's next sights are on the Republic of Ireland and their upcoming football matches with Israel. Football and politics have always been connected, always went side by side, and it's usually, Mr. Speaker, been up to the grassroots across the world to stand up for what's right. And I'm calling on the FII to pull out of these matches, and if they don't, then the players will need to lead the way, and I hope they do, backed by people across this island who have no time for apartheid Israel. Thank you.
Jonathan Buckley.
Thank you, Speaker. And the irony will not be lost on many people in Northern Ireland to be lectured by Sinn Féin about, quote unquote, the British should get on the right side of global humanity. Tell that to the hundreds of innocent victims across Northern Ireland who have loved ones killed by the barbarity of their Provo wing. Tell that to those that have empty places at the dinner table and still suffering from the consequences of a long war of terror imposed on them by members of Sinn Féin's armed wing. Speaker, the courts are a pillar of our democracy. Their independence should be closely guarded. But judicial independence does not place the courts above scrutiny, particularly when decisions affect national security. I believe in this instance the High Court has overstepped its remit when it ruled that the ban on Palestine action was unlawful, which is now pending judicial review. This is not simply a technical legal exercise. It was a judgment that directly touched on national security assessments. Assessments made by ministers who have access to classified intelligence, security briefings and operational advice that the courts do not fully see and cannot fully test in open court proceedings. There is a constitutional balance to be got in all of this. Parliament makes the law. The government, accountable to Parliament, makes national security judgments based on sensitive intelligence. The court then reviews the process and its legality. But they are not, and I repeat this clearly, the court is not an intelligence agency. And they are not elected to weigh security risk in the same way that ministers are. The Terrorism Act, something that Sinn Féin will know very well, given the number of former terrorists that sit within their own organisation, allows prescription not only where there has been violence causing injury or loss of life, but where there is serious politically motivated damage intended to influence government policy. That threshold exists precisely because we should not wait until this escalation results in violence. When Palestinian action, and we're not discussing peaceful protest or a tin of spray paint, as Mr. Carroll has said, we're discussing coordinated, repeated attacks of industrial sabotage, targeting defence-linked facilities, causing significant property damage, and deliberately seeking to disrupt operations tied to national security. That must be our central focus when discussing these matters.
Steve Egan.
Mr. Speaker, sir, it seems interesting that people here call Palestine Action as some form of peaceful organisation. Might I remind you that before we talk to the very serious attack on a policewoman, Palestine Action attacked 2 Royal Air Force aircraft at RAF Bryce Norton. Royal Air Force aircraft in Bryce Norton are probe and drogue refuelling aircraft, which of course everybody knows that Israel doesn't have. They will also know that those probe and drogue refuelling aircraft are specifically at the moment supporting NATO air operations in the Baltic, over the Black Sea and along Eastern Europe. So if anybody would wish to consider, I don't think it's particularly funny to be listening to that over there. I think if anybody would realise what has been going on here, you actually have to ask the question, who is behind Palestinian action? Who is funding them? Who is directing them? We have already heard questions being raised about the defence industry and companies like that. We talk about they are attacking Elbit, which is an Israeli-owned company. But it's also one that's doing an awful lot of work towards supporting the Ukraine. So here we have 2 very clear examples of an aircraft being attacked which have absolutely nothing to do with what's going on in Israel and Northern Middle East. We have examples of defence industry being attacked that is actually supporting the Ukraine. And you have to fundamentally ask the question, exactly why are they doing this? And who is directing them? And who are their fellow travellers? But the most egregious thing, Mr. Speaker, is the attack on Sergeant Kate Evans. Sergeant Evans had her spine fractured with a sledgehammer. Now, please tell me what peace activists go around using a sledgehammer to try and attack somebody. And when they fracture their spine, what message does that say to the good members of the law enforcement organisations across our nation, in the police or wherever they happen to be, that the justice system does not support them? What does that say to everybody who goes out on the line every day to protect us? What does that say about the justice system? Now, I will not say any more, Mr. Speaker, because we're now progressing towards, I imagine, the appeal process. And I do hope the government stands firm in this and deals with this issue, because this is something that cannot be allowed to stand. And people who support the likes of Palestine Action and what they do, you have to really ask what their motives are. Thank you.
Timothy Gosson.
Much, Mr. Speaker, and this is a judgment that I am deeply troubled about. Palestine Action is guilty of serious offences, including the attack on a police officer with a sledgehammer. The female officer was left with serious injuries to her back. That might be Mr. Carroll's version of free speech, but it's certainly not mine and that of unionism. The court has effectively suggested that it is not enough for an organisation to meet the statutory test for prescription. Instead, ministers are now told that they should weigh up so-called mitigation factors: the group's size, the presence in the UK, the threat it poses, and even diplomatic considerations in the global fight against terrorism. Let me be clear. Terrorism is not negated by geography. Terror is not softened by scale, and the law should not become a balancing exercise where barbarity is excused because it is inconvenient to confront. At a time when we see continued Palestinian terror violence glorified and justified in our streets, this ruling sends precisely the wrong signal that prescription is negotiable. If this judgment stands, and I trust that it won't, It does not take much imagination to see the consequences for Northern Ireland. What is to stop a judicial review arguing that the IRA's prescription should now be reconsidered on similar grounds? The government must urgently appeal and reassert that terrorist organisations are prescribed because of what they are, not because of how politically awkward it is to say so. And it's no surprise in this House that we have Sinn Féin bringing this matter of the day forward. The cheerleaders of terror that we have seen the length and breadth of this country for the last 40, 50 years. And now they believe that they are the righteous ones to stand up for Palestinian action. Given their history, given their stance, given their continued glorification, and Mr. Baker sits there smirking away. My goodness, that's the state that Northern Ireland has got to, that we have terrorists in suits sitting to my left that glorify the murder and killing, and it's no wonder they're sticking up for their bedfellows in Palestinian action. Shame in this House, shame on the left-hand side, and shame to anybody that supports this group.
The interpretation of law or the rulings of the court has never been a strength for some of the members of this House. But let's be very clear what the court ruling did and did not do. Palestinian Action remains an illegal organisation and it remains a prescribed terrorist organisation. The courts have made that clear. We now have members of this House on my left and straight ahead who are standing up in this House praising the work of a prescribed terrorist organisation. It is, Mr. Speaker, rather surprising that some in this House who claim to take every opportunity to stand up and speak up for the rights of women have remained silent when the opportunity to speak on this issue has come forward. And let me just read into the record, Mr. Speaker, some of the actions that Palestinian Action have been involved in. A female police sergeant was left unable to drive, unable to shower, and unable to dress herself as a result of an attack with a sledgehammer by Palestinian Action. It's no wonder, Mr. Speaker, that the SDLP and Alliance benches have remained silent on this issue. They try to take every opportunity to claim they stand up and speak up for the rights of women. But it was this terrorist organisation that attacked a female police officer with a sledgehammer. And where are the remarks from the party opposite? Nowhere to be seen. This party warmly welcomes the fact that the Home Secretary will be appealing the judgment by the court. Let me be very clear. It is for Parliament to set the law and for government to ensure it is policed. The courts in this country will never set the law. Politicians voted for the prescribing of this organisation as a terrorist organisation. That is what it is. That is what it remains. And those championing a terrorist organisation should be ashamed of themselves.
And I call Declan Kearney.
In deep sadness and concern following the latest figures from NISRA on alcohol-specific deaths in the north. In 2024 alone, 397 people died from alcohol-specific causes. That is 397 lives cut short, 397 families devastated and left with an unbearable absence in their homes. These deaths now account for 2.2% of all deaths registered here, and the trend is deeply alarming. Since 2014, alcohol-related deaths have increased by more than 80%. That is not a stable situation. It is a worsening public health crisis unfolding in plain sight. The figures also show stark inequality. Over the most recent 5-year period, there were almost 4 times as many alcohol deaths in the most deprived areas compared with the least deprived. We know what this means in real terms. Communities that are already facing hardship are carrying the heaviest burden of addiction, illness and loss. Men continue to be disproportionately affected. Almost 2/3 of those who died were male, but the rate among women has risen sharply over the decade. Most of those dying are in midlife, particularly between 45 and 64 years of age. These are people who should still be at the heart of their families and their communities. As Sinn Féin spokesperson for addiction and suicide prevention, I want to be very clear. Alcohol dependence does not exist in isolation. These deaths are inseparable from the reality of co-occurring mental ill health such as depression, anxiety and deep trauma that too often goes untreated. Many people who struggle with mental health turn to alcohol to cope. Over time, harmful alcohol use worsens mental health, it deepens isolation and it increases the risk of suicide. It becomes a cycle that people and families feel trapped within. So when we speak about alcohol deaths, we are also speaking about mental health services, waiting lists, crisis support and the absence of accessible care that treats addiction and mental ill health together rather than separately. What is needed now is urgent and sustained investment in community addiction services, in early intervention, family support and properly resourced mental health care that recognises the reality of co-occurring addictions. And today I want to acknowledge the families who are living with the pain of these losses every day, the grief, the questions and the sense of what might have been if the help had have came sooner. Those who died were not statistics, they were loved, they were valued and they were needed, and their loss must compel us collectively to do much better. Gora Miagat.
Paul Fruit.
Mr. Speaker, good news and an answer to prayer that we find today that the trial for the murder of Chloe Mitchell is scheduled to start on the 9th of March. I welcome the exemption of the upcoming trial relating to Chloe's murder. I have spoken recently to Chloe's father, George. I know how much this decision will mean to the wider family, and it is right that their search for justice is not further delayed. I know what that family is going through, trying to prepare for a trial of their daughter and their sister without knowing a date and a start time. I also want to place on record the thanks for the collegiate and combined work of all the elected representatives of Northumberland, for we came together to help a family in need and we were able to deliver results. And that speaks volumes for the work that we can do, both in our constituencies and in this place. And I thank all of the elected representatives for coming together. I also thank the Justice Minister for meeting, along with Sean Mahold, the Mitchell family last week. And that was something that was really thankful for. The family were really appreciative of the Minister taking time to go down and hear their story and hear how this delay is having a massive impact on their health. And so I thank and give credit to the Justice Minister for that meeting. I also welcome the resumption of talks between the Department of Justice and the Criminal Bar Association and the clear commitment to continue this engagement into this week. It is vitally important that heads come together to try and resolve the strike action, to stop the delay in our criminal court cases. And the Mitchell family are only one family caught up in this delay. There are many, many more. And there are many, many more who don't know when that trial is going to start, how they can prepare for that trial when they do not know a date. It is really important that we come together to find a resolution to this delay. And I must say I have sympathy for the Criminal Bar Association when they have been warning for so many years about the stress and strains and issues that they have been crying out for, and they feel that the Department have not been listening. I would appeal to the Justice Minister to meet with these people, to get round the table and resolve this for all the families caught up in these heinous crimes. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, and I rise today also to speak about Chloe. I've just come from the court with Chloe's family, and a court date has been set for the 9th of March. The relief is absolutely palpable. The setting of a trial date is an important one, and I recognise, though, that today is incredibly emotional for the family. I told the family that I would speak about Chloe in this chamber so that her name will be on the record of this House. Chloe was loved, she was cherished, she adored makeup and her clothes. I have seen the bedroom, I've seen the makeup and the wardrobe. Her hair was her pride and joy. She loved her family, especially her role as auntie. And she now needs to be remembered for who she was and not how she died. She was the baby of the house and just absolutely adored. And that it shines through in every statement and every meeting that I've had with the family. Let her legacy, let Chloe's legacy be that other families will also get their day in court. And I welcome the continued contributions from the Justice Minister and the CBA to allow that to happen. I want to pay tribute to the family. I want to pay tribute to Geordie and Georgina and to Chloe's brother and sisters. Their strength and their dignity in what they have faced has just been absolutely unbelievable. No other family should have to walk the path that they have had to walk, and no other family should have to have fought for justice in the way they had. The family want me to put on record their thanks to all who supported their fight for an exemption, and I want to thank my fellow MLAs and the MP for North Antrim who agreed to send the joint letter, who agreed to meet with the CBA on behalf of the family. I know that meant an awful lot, and it does show that we are stronger when we work together, when we realise that politics doesn't have to be the defining thing that we talk about, and actually humanity can shine through. They also want to put on record their thanks to Inspector Jock McToll for going above and beyond what he has done in his support of the family, and I thank Jock personally for the support that he has shown me in his role as well. Finally, Georgina Mitchell told myself and the Justice Minister that she felt that every day that her daughter's trial was delayed, she felt like she was failing Chloe, she was failing her daughter. And I say this directly to Georgina today. Every day since she passed and every day going forward, you have done nothing but fight for Chloe, and you should be incredibly proud of yourself, because there is no way you have failed your daughter, and we continue to stand with the Mitchell family as they fight for justice.
Steve Aiken.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Munich Security Conference this weekend has further highlighted the critical situation of the world we live in, especially in Europe. Russia is continuing its wanton destruction on the Ukraine, focusing its ballistic missiles and drones not on the Ukrainian armed forces, but on its power infrastructure. It is doing this to destroy the resolve of the Ukrainian people, as the Russian army cannot advance more than a few kilometres in the presence of Ukrainian strong defences. The Russian Navy is confined to a few ports in the Black Sea, terrified to put to sea because of the Ukrainian control of those spaces. And the Russian Air Force is limited to launching missiles from well inside its own airspace, and can barely defend against Ukraine's counterattacks, and particularly now Russia's oil sector. The Ukrainian people are not going to be defeated by Russia. Our own Prime Minister, realising that hype and spin no longer cut it, is tackling the Treasury to increase our defence spending by up to 18 billion. But he must do more, accelerating our spending on defence and security to reach the 5% total that many of our friends and allies in Europe are already doing. Indeed, the European Union has agreed a €90 billion loan package to Ukraine. It did that in the European Parliament last week. And this was a very strong indication of both the importance that Europe takes in the survival of the Ukraine, and also in waking up and defending itself. Well, Mr. Speaker, not all Europe. While the vote for Ukrainian support loan was 473 votes for, there are a few notable exceptions. The Sinn Féin's MEPs Catherine Fushnushen and Lynn Boland, joined by such paragons of democracy and freedom as the German AfD, the Austrian Freedom Party and the Rassemblement National, opposing it. Though members should not be so surprised by Sinn Féin's affection for the far right. After all, it was 86 years ago that the Nazis provided a submerged lift to Sean Russell, a fascist supporter of the IRA much venerated across the aisles. Mr. Speaker, the freedom-loving people of the Ukraine and those of us in Europe and in this Assembly who do not want to be dictated to by fascists like Putin and his fellow travellers deserve much better, and particularly by elected representatives in the European Parliament. Slava Ukrainia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Justin McElday.
Abby. I am very proud to speak about the victorious Abbey team who on Friday night won in Armagh in the Box Athletic Grounds, won the Macquarie Cup final replay. An extraordinary achievement given the Abbey were 10 points down in the drawn match. The Abbey players and management team carried the hopes and dreams of so many on their shoulders. Coaches who before them cleared the path, and some of whom got to the mountaintop. Jerry Brown, Val Keane, Tony McMahon, Jim McCartan, Dr MacDonald, Pat Mooney, and special mention to Jodie Gormley. Jodie whose initials the players wore on their jersey sleeves and whose character and legacy inspired this great victory. I want to pay a tribute to the coaches and management team, Dan Gordon, Kevin McKiernan and Sean Gallagher, Mark Grogan, Robbie Hannon and Stephen Dias, and to all the teachers in the Abbey and the principal, and to their parents, to their clubs and to their communities who all played a part in this wonderful achievement. And special mention to the Drummond Tea Club, who had 6 players on the starting team, 7 in the squad, which is just amazing. In the ilk of Jodie Gormley, the players demonstrated a defiance and a refusal to accept defeat. This is a monumental achievement for each of the players and for the management team, as one each of them can feel very proud of and one they can take huge confidence from. I wish them well as they progress into the Hogan Cup semi-final Saturday week. Thank you.
Congratulations to the Abbey Grammar in Newry on what was a superb win in the Macquarie Cup final replay last Friday night in the Athletic Grounds. Certainly has lifted the spirits of everybody right across Newry, South Armagh and South Down, and in particular the clubs of the boys who participated in what was a fantastic game and a fantastic win. The pride of Drummond Tea, Collyhanna, Crossmaglen, Newry Shamrocks, Saville and many more clubs right across the whole of our council district area. And I think to the win that we saw on Friday night, the first in over 20 years, will be one that's celebrated for a long, long time, and certainly has made our whole community immensely proud of the boys, their coaches, their teachers and the whole community who are all delighted for them. In a very poignant tribute, the team dedicated their win to the late Jodie Gormley, who they held in such high esteem and recognised in their matches, and who undoubtedly inspired this great win for the team, but indeed for our whole area. So my sieve to the Abbey Grammar, to everyone that was involved, and we wish them all the very best as they go forward into the Hogan Cup.
Thank you, Liz. I call Tom Buchanan.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. I rise today to pay tribute to a dear friend and colleague, Mr. Bert Johnson, who passed away peacefully at the South West Acute Hospital in Enniskillen yesterday evening. And I want to pass on our sympathies to his dear wife Olive, to his sons Mark and Paul, to his grandchildren and to the wider family circle and all who knew him. Bert was one of this world's gentlemen, a man who was always courteous and compassionate to all he came in contact with. He was well known not only in Fermanagh but throughout Northern Ireland and much further afield for his successful upholstery business he ran from beside his home in Ballinamallard, which continues to flourish. He also had a very successful political career as a DUP councillor for Erin North for some 38 years and served as chairman on the Fermanagh Council for the last time before the councils amalgamated together, where Fermanagh and Omagh came together. Bert served as a councillor for the DUP from his earliest days back in 1976-77, never wavered in his commitment and loyalty to the party. He stood strong in his belief despite the challenges that there was back in those early days to be associated even with the Democratic Unionist Party. He was a founding member of the local community association in Ballinamallard and had a heart and a genuine love for his constituents and his home village. My colleague Deborah Eskren referred to him as being Mr. Balnamallard, who paved the way for all who came after him. And I think that sums it up very, very well indeed. He also received an MBE for his commitment and dedication to his work amongst the community, and was held in very high esteem by all who knew him. While successful in business and having a long political career, the foundation of his success was found in his strong Christian faith. He was someone who knew the Lord Jesus Christ as his own and personal Saviour, and day by day was guided in all that he did by his strong, unwavering faith. And today we can surely say that heaven's gain is earth's loss. And while he is with the Saviour that he loved and served, for his family, for his friends, for the community, and for all who knew him and mourn for him today, we can say in the words of 1 Samuel 20 and verse 18, "Thou wilt be missed, for thy seat will be empty." Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. I call Kate Nicholl.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. Last week, the All-Party Group on International Development had a very moving event with members of the Sudanese community in Northern Ireland, and they said that they feel forgotten. And so I said I would read some of their words to the Chamber, and this is what they said. Distinguished members of this Chamber, we write to you today in the hope that you can support the people of Sudan through their current plight in order to speed up the turning of a new page to a better, safer and sustainable future. To set the scene, it's estimated that around 12 to 13 million people have been forcibly displaced since the onset of this conflict in April 2023. Many of these people have had to seek refuge elsewhere within borders of Sudan, whilst relatively few have had resources and means to exit the country. For those fortunate enough to escape, they need to be more fortunate yet to escape without lashing, overwhelming trauma that taints their day-to-day life. The most conservative estimates stipulate that over 150,000 people have died during this conflict. As is usually the case, the real number is likely far greater. What is most heartbreaking, sexual violence is being used as a tool of war to try and break the resolve of any who resist the rapid support force militia's will. They talk and boast openly on this various social media platforms such as X, WhatsApp and Starlink. With regards to the media in the Western Hemisphere, the silence on this conflict is deafening. You need no lesson in your own history. Today we allude to the troubles of this island only to try and put into perspective what is required to bring about the end of a gruesome conflict. International parties gathered here across the water and in many chambers in unison with the relevant local parties with a sustained effort to try and mediate, compromise and bring about a lasting and beautiful peace, which as you know culminated with the Good Friday Belfast Agreement in 1998. An imperative factor of this peace was and remains disarmament of the paramilitary forces involved in the conflict. As many of you already know, we fear that the British government is playing an opposite role in the deadly crisis in our homeland of Sudan. There is mounting evidence that British-produced weaponry, ammunition and vehicles of war are finding their way into the hands of the RSF militia in Sudan. British arms companies have granted single export licenses repeatedly since the offset of this conflict, sell weaponry to the UAE, who themselves have diverted much of this weaponry to the RSF in Sudan via various channels, through Chad, Libya and Somalia. Evidence of the same has been provided to committees on arms export controls, such as weapons in the hands of RSF brandishing. In the meeting last week, they spoke at length of the importance of providing more aid to civilians of Sudan. Over 33 million people, that is more than two-thirds of the populace, need basic support.
Thank you. I call Daniel McCrossan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I rise to speak about the future of rail across this island, and in particular what that future would mean for the West, for my hometown of Strabane, for Omagh, Dungannon, Fermanagh, Donegal and of course the maiden city of Derry. The All-Ireland Strategic Rail Review represents a significant and long-awaited step forward, and for the first time we have a shared cross-border vision for rail development to 2050, one grounded in sustainability, regional balance and economic growth. But it must not leave Fermanagh out. But strategies alone will not deliver much needed change. Vision must be matched by political will and real investment on the ground. For communities in the West, this moment matters so deeply, because for generations, towns like mine and counties like Tyrone have been left outside of the rail network, cut off from opportunity, investment and the connectivity that others rightly take for granted. That is why I want to place on record the tremendous work of Into the West, whose advocacy, research and unwavering commitment have kept the vision of rail for the North West alive. Their work has not simply been nostalgic, it has been forward-looking, evidence-based and rooted in the clear belief that a balanced regional economy is essential for the future of this island. They have shown what is possible, and it is now for the Executive to latch on to that vision. Central to that delivery must be stronger rail connectivity to places like Derry, our regional economic and educational hub in the North West. Connecting to the maiden city of Derry and extending that connectivity to Strabane, Omagh, Dungannon, Fermanagh and of course Donegal would transform how people live, how people work, how people study and do business across the entire Western Corridor. The benefits of rail investment is clear. It drives regional economic growth and regeneration. It will expand access to education, healthcare and employment. It will unlock the tourism potential of Tyrone, Fermanagh, Donegal and Derry. It will reduce congestion and emissions in line with the climate responsibilities that many speak passionately about in this House, and deliver genuine practical North-South cooperation. This isn't about restoring the past or what once was, it's about building a fairer, more connected future for all of our people. The All-Ireland Strategic Rail Review has opened the door to that future, but people in the West will judge success not by reports or announcements, but by track laid, stations built and trains running in the communities that have waited the longest. It is time to act and it is time to deliver for people on this important issue.
Thank you, Daniel. I call Declan Kearney.
I
would like to extend a warm welcome to Conor McGillick's Ardèche in Belfast later this week. It is significant that Belfast has been chosen as the city leads the revival in the Irish language, has been leading the way in language revival. Many communities in Belfast and elsewhere in the north kept the language alive despite oppression and persecution. The people of the city built Gaeltacht Uair Shoy. They built Gaelskulls. They created resources and developed an infrastructure when no such thing existed. Today, that work is paying off. Irish is thriving in every part of Belfast. Conor na Gaeilge has played a key role in the revival of the Irish language from the year 1893 until the present day. Its campaigns and its commitment have strengthened the Irish language throughout the island. Today, our youth are at the fore and keep driving forward the momentum in the groove of the language. The theme of this year's Ardèche is the Irish language in United Ireland, building a new Ireland for the generations to come. It is a timely and important conversation as the ambition for a United Ireland is growing across the island. A new Ireland must be inclusive, it must be shaped by everyone who lives in it and in its design. The Irish language is central to our shared future. It is part of our shared culture. It belongs to everyone. It connects people. It does not separate them. It deepens our sense of place, our identity, and our sense of belonging with other people. Therefore, I wish Conor na Gaeilge every success in its Ardèche at the weekend. And I look forward to participating in some of the events. Long may it continue to influence the role of the Irish language in the future of our nation.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I wish to highlight a matter of urgent concern for our fishing communities, particularly in my own constituency of Strangford and in South Down. Once again, their livelihoods are under threat as a result of action taken by the Government of the Isle of Man.
New Manx immigration rules now mean that any vessel operating with crew who hold a UK transit visa or a UK skilled worker visa cannot fish commercially in Manx territorial waters. If they do, the vessel owner is deemed to have committed an offence. In practical terms, crew members must now hold an Isle of Man visa to work in those waters, and to secure such a visa, the employing business must itself be registered in the Isle of Man. This change will have a huge impact on local fishermen and businesses. For many years, our fleet has faced real and persistent difficulties in recruiting local crew. As a result, around 70% of those working on Northern Ireland registered vessels are overseas workers. They work hard and they contribute to our coastal economy, yet this new approach takes no account of that reality and places compliant vessels at a serious disadvantage. The consequences are evident. Northern Ireland vessels, despite having lawfully purchased licences and fished those waters for generations, will effectively be shut out from operating within the 12 nautical mile limit of the Isle of Man. This will be felt most sharply in the scallop and nephrops sectors, both of which are central to the viability of our trawl fleet. This is not the first challenge our fleet has faced in Manx waters. 2 years ago, exclusion zones were introduced which prevented Northern Ireland trawl fleet from accessing key fishing grounds. Those measures were presented on environmental grounds, but many in the industry believed they disproportionately favoured Manx vessels. We now see a similar outcome by different means, this time achieved through immigration rules rather than fisheries policy. There's been little meaningful consultation, limited notice and scant regard for the economic circumstances for our fishing industry. This comes at a time when the sector is already under severe pressure. Fuel costs remain high, labour shortages persist, regulatory demands continue to grow. Many vessel owners are operating on tight margins. To remove access to traditional fishing grounds places those businesses in genuine jeopardy. I've written to the Fisheries Minister Andrew Muir setting out these concerns and calling for urgent engagement. The Minister must bring industry representatives together without delay and open direct discussions with the Isle of Man authorities to seek a resolution. I've also written to the Isle of Man Government on the issue. Our fishermen are not asking for preferential treatment. They're asking for fairness, for recognition of long-established fishing practice and for firm support from the Minister. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Timothy, you have 2 minutes. Thank you.
Principal Deputy Speakers, as members are aware, written questions must be answered within 10 days. Yet the Health Minister has shown contempt time and time again for this rule. I could cite many examples to the House today, but for the sake of time, I'll give you 2. A question on his plans for a palliative care strategy, tabled on the 24th of September 2024, answered on the 12th of January 2026. Not 10 days, but 475 days. A question on cancer screening, tabled on the 5th of September 2024, answered on the 11th of December 2025. Not 10 days, but 462 days. Other questions went unanswered for a full year until a Freedom of Information request was submitted to his department. And the response to that FOI reveals something that should shock and concern every MLA in this House. The department says, it responded, it does not retain draft answers and emails between officials and which are routinely destroyed. There is no audit trail of what the Minister saw, when he saw it, or who caused that delay. Under Section 46 of the Code of Practice, issued under FOI law, public bodies are expected to keep proper records of key decisions and processes. That is why I have referred this response to the Information Commissioner. If ministers can sit on questions for over a year and then destroy the trail, accountability in this House becomes meaningless.
Thank you, Timothy. That ends members' statements. The Speaker has received notice from the Minister of Finance that he wishes to make a statement, and before I call the Minister, just a reminder that members asking questions must be concise and long-winded introductions won't be permitted. Minister.
In compliance with Section 52 of the Northern Ireland Act 1998, I wish to make the following statement on the 24th meeting of the North-South Ministerial Council in special EU programme sectoral format, which was held at the Monaghan Peace Campus on the 23rd of January 2026. As Minister of Finance, I represented the Executive and was accompanied by Minister Given. The Irish Government was represented by Minister Jack Chambers, TD, who is responsible for the Department for Public Expenditure, Infrastructure, Public Service Reform and Digitalisation. This statement has been agreed with Minister Given, and I am making the statement on behalf of us both. The Council offered condolences to family, friends and work colleagues of Mr Paul Beattie, the Special EU Programmes Body Managing Authority Director, following his sudden passing on the 13th of September 2025. The NSMC received a report from the Special EU Programmes Body Chief Executive on the closure of the 2014-2020 Peace 4 and Interreg 5A programmes. Ministers noted that all EU programmes targets to date have been met, and both programmes are currently forecast to achieve full expenditure in line with total programmes allocations. The Council were also updated by the Special EU Programmes Body Chief Executive on the progress of the 21-27 Peace Plus programme. The Council was advised that calls have opened for all 22 of the programme's investment areas, and that in total 145 projects have been approved for funding. This represents commitment of €1 billion, 94% of the programme value. Additional steering committees will be held throughout this year to allocate further funding. Ministers noted that the body had produced a business plan for the 2026 and a corporate plan outlining its key objectives for the 26-28. The Council approved both the corporate and business plans, with the latter including the 2026 budget provision. The Council noted that the SEUPB 2024 SEUPB annual accounts are currently under review by the Controller and Auditor General in both jurisdictions. Ministers welcomed the commitment made for a successor to the current Peace Plus programme and noted that further engagement will need to be undertaken on the details of this programme. The Council welcomed the presentations made on the Shankle Shared Women's Centre and congratulated the project on its work. The project was awarded funding of €8.58 million from the Peace Plus 4 programme and received a prestigious EU Regio Stars Award in Brussels in October 2025. The award category was A Europe Close to Citizens, recognising the Centre's work in fostering community cohesion and delivering support for women and their families in a shared space. The Council agreed to hold its next special EU programme meeting in May 2026.
Thank you, Minister. I call Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Minister. Can I ask in relation to this? First of all, I associate myself and my party with the words and sad passing of Mr Beattie, the director. Clearly very sad news for his family and colleagues. Was it discussed a connected former EU fund, what was the European Social Fund used to fund economic and activity, then became Shared Prosperity, is now Local Growth Fund? We know there's real concern in our local sector here about the loss of funding. I can't quite place my finger on what the situation is for this financial year. I know your department's taking responsibility for 27-28 onwards, Minister, but can you give us an update about this financial year coming 26-27?
It wasn't discussed as part of the programme because, unfortunately, as a result of Brexit, that funding, which used to be funded directly by Europe, was lost. It was then replaced by the British Government with less funding, as the member will recall, and there's been a further reduction in funding this year as a result. But it is, you can draw a straight line from Brexit to the implications of what's happening now in regards to that decision. I haven't got the full the details in front of me in relation to this current financial year or the financial year coming in. I'm happy to provide that with the member in writing.
Thank you, Minister. I call Deirdre Hargey.
Thanks very much, Minister. I was wondering if you could outline what funding calls are currently open at the moment and what will be opened in the time ahead.
The change marker funds, part of investments area 1 and 2 and 6.2, are currently open for calls on a rolling basis. The change maker fund provides small grants of up to €100,000 and focuses on activities that advance community cohesion and bring communities and groups together on a cross-community basis. Further funding calls are anticipated to open in the first half of this year for the SME development and transition, strategic planning and engagement, and empowering communities. All information on current funding calls is available on the SUPB website.
Thank you, Minister. I call Harry Harvey.
Madam Speaker. Minister, why has there been a delay with certifying the 2024 SEUPB accounts, and when are they likely to be certified? Thank you.
I'm not aware of any specific reason as to why there's a delay as such. As I said in my statement, they are with both Jurisdiction Controller and Auditor Generals, and it'll be up for them to set the schedule as to when they'll sign off them and when those further steps will take place.
Thank you, Minister. I call John Mulholland.
Principal Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for coming to the House for this update. Can you give some further information about whether discussions were had around a successor to the Peace Plus programme, and whether there's any timeline for when such a successor programme would be in place?
Both governments and the EU have agreed in principle that there will be a successor to Peace Plus, and we await further details on that. I think everybody would be hopeful that there is a continuation of the Peace Plus programme. It has been very successful across many communities and across this island in bringing communities together and ensuring that the peace embeds and people see real change as a result of it. So, as I say, both governments and the EU have agreed in principle. We await to see further detail.
Thank you, Minister. I call Gemma Dolan.
And thank you, Minister, for your statement. Minister, what benefits did Peace 4 and Interreg 5A deliver?
Just some examples of it in relation to shared education. 154,000 children participated in shared education schemes. Over 500 schools participated. Over 2,700 teachers trained in delivering shared education. Over 23,000 children and young people developed their soft skills and respect for diversity, and 1,617 marginalised and disadvantaged young people developed their soft skills and respect for diversity. 24 new shared spaces were made available. Some examples I mentioned in my statement in relation to the shared space: Shankill Shared Women's Centre, the Black Mountain Shared Space Centre, Waterside Shared Village, Connecting Pomeroy, Bush Mills Courthouse Shared Space, and Newford Shared Space. So it has made a huge contribution to this society.
Thank you, Minister. I call Brian Kingston.
Principal Deputy Speaker, and indeed since the signing of the withdrawal agreement in January 2020, the United Kingdom has paid around £40 billion to the EU under the terms of that agreement, so we welcome any opportunity to get some of that money back. The Minister referred to the successor to Peace Plus and advised how that has been taken forward. Is his office playing any role, or the Northern Ireland Executive playing any role in advancing that?
Well, obviously, in terms of engagement with the two governments, those discussions are ongoing, and we'll use our opportunities when possible, while they're engaging with the two governments, to emphasise the importance of a future shared or a future Peace Plus programme. I think the fact that the two governments in the EU have agreed in principle to that is a sign of the collective will across these institutions for that to succeed, but we will have to continue to engagement on that.
Thank you, Minister. I call Justin McNulty.
I thank the Minister for his statement. Minister, the Newry Next idea, a big picture proposal from Pascal Taggart and Gerard Persat around potential for 6,000 new homes in Newry and its districts, which for Newry and people first, Newry and people from around the area first, is a plan on a plate potentially for the Executive, but contingent to that plan's success is obviously drainage investment. Was the Newry Next proposal discussed at the North-South Ministerial Council meeting, and is it possible for the Peace Plus funding to be accessed for that proposal's development?
It wasn't discussed, and it wouldn't be normal practice for us to discuss individual planning applications or proposals in that manner. The purpose of the NSMC sectoral meetings is to engage around policy and practice, and highlighting some of the successes of previous programmes, etc. If those behind the programme, the proposal for which the member refers to, believe it is worthy of EU funding and Peace Plus funding, they should firstly contact the SUPB and submit a bid if they believe it fits the criteria of the Peace Plus programme.
Thank you. So that concludes questions to the Minister on his statement. Members, would you just take your ease before we move on to the next item of business? Please. Thank you. Thank you. So the next item of business is a motion to approve a draft statutory rule. Clerk, would you please read the motion?
That the draft Greenhouse Gas Emissions Trading Scheme (Amendment Order 2026) be approved.
Thank you. I call on the Minister for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs to move the motion.
I beg to move.
Thank you, Minister. The Business Committee has agreed that there should be no time limit on this debate, so therefore I call upon the Minister to open the debate on the motion. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. I am grateful for the opportunity to bring this motion forward today. In terms of background and operation of the UK Emissions Trading Scheme, I don't propose to cover this in detail. However, I am happy to address any clarification questions members may have. Members of this Assembly, and particularly the Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs Committee members, have engaged positively with my department on the emissions trading scheme, and I know there is good understanding across this chamber of the importance of this UK-wide decarbonisation scheme to our climate targets and to those of the UK Government. The proposals contained in the order before us today, which make changes to the free allocation element of the scheme, were subject to extensive engagement with stakeholders through 2 joint UK-wide consultations on a review of free allocation methodology and distribution within the UK ETS. Free allocation of UK ETS allowances is the main policy instrument through which carbon leakage risk is currently addressed in the UK. The free provision allowances to operators considered at risk of carbon leakage reduces their carbon price exposure to lessen the risk of offshoring of production. Alongside my counterparts in England, Wales and Scotland, I agreed to the content and subsequent publication on the 26th of November of last year of the UK ETS Authority response to these consultations, which included commitments to make 3 technical changes to UK ETS free allocation policy. The Greenhouse Gas Emissions Trading Scheme Amendment Order 2026 was laid under draft affirmative resolution procedure before both Houses of Parliament on the 16th of December of last year, and before the Scottish Parliament, the Welsh Senate and also the Northern Ireland Assembly on the 17th of December 2025 under the Climate Change Act 2008, which requires that the order be laid in draft and debated in each legislature where it is to have effect. So far, the order has been debated and approved by the Welsh Senate and also in the Houses of Parliament. This order, if approved by this House, will make the following 3 changes to the calculation of free allocation for the 2027 to 2030 allocation period. The first is an adjustment to account for COVID-19 impact. An ETS installation's historic activity and emissions levels during a defined baseline period are a key component of the free allocation entitlement calculation. To account for the disruption caused by the COVID-19 pandemic, this draft order will allow participants the option to exclude activity data for the years 2020 or 2020 plus 2021, as potentially reduced levels of activity during these years of COVID disruption could result in baseline data reports being unrepresentative of normal activity and potentially unfairly affecting free allocation entitlement. This approach aims to ensure a fair representation of typical activity levels for the 2027 to 2030 allocation period. The second change relates to the benchmarks used in the free allocation calculation. Benchmarks are set at an average of the top 10% most efficient operators within each industrial sector, with operators closer to these benchmarks receiving a higher proportion of free allowances. Efficiency is measured on the basis of emissions generated per unit of product, with lower emissions per unit indicating higher efficiency. This ensures free allocation continues to reward and incentivise decarbonisation efforts. UK ETS benchmark values have aligned with EU values since the implementation of the scheme in 2021. This instrument retains current benchmark values for the 2027 scheme year, provides for the adoption of updated EU benchmark values for the year 2028 to 2030 scheme years once these values are available. The decision across the UK to retain alignment with the EU benchmarks has been considered in the context of the UK and EU's announcement to work towards linking their respective emissions trading schemes, and I welcome that. Maintaining alignment with the EU approach should avoid the creation of competitive distortions between both schemes and increase consistency in decarbonisation incentive. This approach has been welcomed by business and industry here. The Third Amendment allows for the phased reduction of free allocation for CBAM covered sectors.
From January 2027, UK Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism, or CBAM for short, will be introduced and will eventually replace ETS free allocation as the main carbon leakage mitigation tool for the sectors in scope, with gradual phase-out of free allocation coinciding with the UK CBAM introduction. A carbon border adjustment mechanism works on the principle of placing a carbon price on imports of goods from certain sectors, with the aim of creating a level playing field by ensuring imported goods face the same carbon price as those produced domestically. The CBAM should therefore ensure that highly traded carbon-intensive products that are imported from overseas face a comparable carbon price to those payable that had been produced in the UK, and that UK carbonisation efforts lead to a true reduction in global emissions rather than simply displacing carbon emissions overseas. This draft order enables the reduction of the free allocation annually during the period 2027 to 2030 for UK ETS operators covered by the UK CBAM. This approach will ensure a gradual transition for UK industries from free allocation to UK CBAM as a primary carbon leakage mitigation measure. These are the main elements of the order. In conclusion, this order will make 3 technical changes to the UK ETS free allocation regulations relating to historical activity data, updating sector-specific benchmarks and introducing a phased reduction of free allocation for sectors overlapping with UK CBAM. The amendments are necessary to ensure the continued effectiveness of the scheme and will help to ensure that the scheme continues to play its part in incentivising greenhouse gas emissions reduction in Northern Ireland and across the United Kingdom by ensuring that free allocation is targeted to sectors most at risk of carbon leakage. Accordingly, I commend the order to the House.
Thank you, Minister. I call Robbie Butler, Chair of the Air Committee. Thank you, Robbie.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. I rise on behalf of the Committee for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs to represent its views on the draft Greenhouse Gas Emissions Trading Scheme Amendment Order 2026. The committee's scrutiny began at our meeting on the 4th of December when we considered a letter from DAERA giving advance notice of the laying of this draft SI and together with a summary of the proposed amendments. The committee noted that Minister Muir had given consent for the draft SI to be led under the draft affirmative resolution procedure, and it was led simultaneously as an order in Council before the Northern Ireland Assembly, the Houses of Parliament, Scottish Parliament and the Senate. Then on the 15th of January, the committee held an oral evidence session with officials from DAERA's Climate Change and Green Growth Policy Division. The committee noted that the aim of the free allocation in the UK ETS is to support the climate policy and emissions reduction goals and to mitigate the risks of carbon leakage. This can occur when companies relocate their production to countries with less stringent climate laws, resulting in an increase in overall global emissions. The committee also noted that the order makes the following amendments to the calculation of free allocation for the 27 to 30 period. They are adjustments to historical activity data used in the free allocation equation to account for COVID-19 related disruption. Secondly, updates to sector-specific benchmarks used in free allocation calculations. And thirdly, the phased reduction and eventual replacement of free allocation for sectors overlapping with the UK Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism, as the Minister has said, known as CBAM. DAERA officials advised that the amendments are technical and operational and are necessary to ensure the continued effective operation of the scheme. When questioned by the committee on any financial impact, officials responded that although the UK ETS does come at a cost to industry, currently in the region of around £15 million a year to Northern Ireland business, the draft order will not mean a significant change to cost. The committee also heard that since the UK ETS came into force on the 1st of January 2021, it has raised in the region of around £19 billion for the UK Treasury. The committee required if the NIEA had enough resources to deal with the UK ETS, and officials advised that sufficient resources are in place at present and that officials can call upon the support and knowledge of the regulatory bodies in other jurisdictions if required. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, I'd like to highlight that the process of this draft SI did not run entirely smoothly due to a number of drafting errors. The draft order was originally laid on the 1st of December 2025, but was subsequently withdrawn following the identification of typographical drafting errors, and an amended version of the order was shared with the committee on the 18th of December, which was some delightful Christmas reading for members. At the briefing on the SI from officials on the 15th of January, committee members pressed the officials for more information on how the errors were missed in the checking process and sought assurances that checking procedures had been tightened. Officials apologised for the errors and have highlighted the case for introducing further safeguards to strengthen the robustness of checks on draft legislation. The committee were assured that there were minor errors that did not impact either the policy or the operability of the SI. However, the committee were later notified that a further minor typographical error had been identified on the 19th of January. The committee noted at its meeting on the 5th of February correspondence from the Department detailing how the UK ETS Authority will now enhance its internal checking and scrutiny processes to minimise the risk of similar issues arising in the future. Further assurances were also given that officials are working with colleagues in the Departmental Solicitor's Office to improve the robustness of drafting checks. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, overall, the committee were content that the amendments contained in the SR are of a technical and operational nature, and that the errors discovered, although indicating a weakness in the checks, did not impact on the committee's consideration of the policy. In conclusion, the committee agreed to recommend that the draft Greenhouse Gas Emissions Trading Scheme Order 2026 be approved by this Assembly.
Thank you, Robbie. I call you for Finnegan.
I rise today to support the draft Greenhouse Gas Emission Trading Schemes Amendment Order 2026. While this order is technical in nature, it sits within a broader strategic context. Since Brexit, the North participates in both the UK Emissions Trading Scheme and, in respect of electricity generation under the Windsor Framework, the EU Emissions Trading Scheme. That unique position brings complexity, but it also creates opportunity. In 2025, participation in the EU ETS generated approximately £53.5 million in auction revenue associated with activity here. Revenue linked to the UK ETS also represents a significant sum dependent on carbon prices and allocations. This is why the ongoing joint work between the Finance Minister John O'Dowd and the DAERA Minister Andrew Muir is so important, particularly their efforts to secure improved access to the EU ETS Innovation Fund and relevant UK ETS funding streams. If we are contributing to these schemes, it is only right that the Executive is positioned to draw down funding to help meet our climate commitments under the Climate Change Act. And turning to the amendments, excluding the COVID period data from baseline calculations is a sensible step, as emissions during that period are artificially suppressed. Aligning UK benchmarks with EU benchmarks provides consistency and supports fair competition. And the phased reduction of free allocation for sectors covered by the Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism reflects the introduction of a UK CBAM from 2027, helping to prevent carbon leakage and create a level playing field. These are proportionate technical updates that maintain coherence within the scheme, and so for those reasons we will be supporting the motion.
Thank you, Aoife. So the question is, oh sorry, Minister, I nearly ploughed on without you. Go for it. But call the Minister for Agriculture and Environment and Rural Development to respond to the debate. Thank you.
Principal Deputy Speaker, I have a 15-minute winding speech now. No, I don't. I just want to thank everyone who's contributed to the debate. To summarise, the draft Greenhouse Gas Emissions Trading Scheme Amendment Order 2026 will implement 3 technical changes to UK ETS, specifically adjusting historical activity level to take account of disruption caused by COVID-19, updating benchmarks to continue to align to those adopted by the EU ETS for allocation period 2026 to 2030, and the phased reduction of free allocation for CBAM covered sectors. I want to thank the committee for their engagement in relation to this. It's important we're able to give certainty around this, and I commend this order to the House.
Thank you, Minister. So the question is that the draft Greenhouse Gas Emissions Trading Scheme Amendment Order 2026 be approved. All those in favour say aye. Contrary of any noes. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Members, the next item of business is a motion to approve a draft statutory rule. Clerk, could you please read the motion?
That the draft Energy Bill Relief Scheme and Energy Bills Discount Scheme (Amendment Regulations Northern Ireland 2026) be approved.
Thank you. I call the Minister for the Economy to move the motion. Thank you, Minister. The Business Committee has agreed that there should be no time limit on this debate, so I call on the Minister to open the debate on the motion. Minister.
Gormagat Prevlas Concordia, and today I'm seeking the Assembly's approval of the draft Energy Bill Relief Scheme and Energy Bill Discount Scheme Amendment Regulations Northern Ireland 2026. This statutory rule, made under the Energy Prices Act 2022, seeks to formally close both the Energy Bill Relief Scheme Northern Ireland Regulations 2022 and the Energy Bills Discount Scheme Northern Ireland Regulations 2023. These schemes were introduced by the British Government in response to the energy crisis. The purpose of this instrument is to bring us into line with the equivalent amendments already made in Britain, ensuring regulatory parity. The Department for Energy Security and Net Zero has already enacted similar scheme closures in Britain, including extending the relevant period to 26 months, which enables my department to amend these regulations and legislatively close the schemes. It's both appropriate and necessary that we implement the same approach here. Financially, there are no implications arising from this instrument. The schemes were always intended to be temporary, and their closure simply marks the end of the support period. In summary, this is a necessary measure following the enactment of similar regulations in Britain, and I would welcome the Assembly's support. Gormagat.
Thank you, Minister. I call Philip Brett, Chair of the Committee for the Economy.
Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, on behalf of the committee, I rise to support the business before the Assembly today. As the Minister has indicated, this rule will close the Energy Bill Relief Scheme and the Energy Bill Discount Scheme. These schemes were brought forward across the UK during COVID. The Energy Bill Relief Scheme effectively closed on the 1st of April 2023 and provided for discounts on the wholesale portion of energy bills for non-domestic users in the United Kingdom. The Energy Bill Discount Scheme replaced the Energy Bill Relief Scheme and offered similar benefits to businesses which closed on the 31st of March 2024. As the Minister has outlined, the Department has made clear that the original legislation created an obligation on suppliers to continue to provide discount while the regulations are in place, without the right to reclaim costs from the UK Government. As such, the committee was content to support the rule, and we wish to pay tribute to both the Minister and to their officials for their hard work and dedication on this issue.
Thank you, Philip. I call Padraig Delargy.
Margaret Prelas Concordia, and I thank the Minister for bringing this today, because at its core this bill is about ensuring that the insolvency framework here in the North remains modern, fair and aligned with best practice. Insolvency law may not always... Apologies. I'm going to be speaking on this tomorrow. So look,
you do it, Justin?
Yeah,
okay.
I am. I'm just going to welcome this. Thanks.
Okay, good to know. We know what you're going to say tomorrow. So, David Honeyford.
Cheers. I don't know what to say, but these regulations came at a time when they were absolutely needed for families and businesses. It was a time across the UK and in Northern Ireland where we faced bills were doubling and trebling, so it was absolutely essential for many small firms, manufacturers, hospitality and community organisations that were threatened that these came through. So these were necessary, and they were needed. They stabilised costs and they prevented closure. So we're welcome. We thank that, or welcome that these happened, and we're thankful for what they did. But one point I want to make, because a lot of people talk in this chamber about the price of renewables and the cost of that, and part of this is actually taxation that's been spent on fossil fuel generation to keep prices down, and it's an element that isn't always included in when we're looking at the cost of energy, but it's a point that needs to be made. And really suppose now as we move forward, we've got an opportunity to actually take energy to the next level here, to actually create a pillar within our economy that is viable for businesses to invest, to grow, alongside dual market access. And we look at taxation, we can start to build a system here that allows us to move forward and to grow our economy and protect people into our families into the long term. So that's something I would encourage the Minister, if we get on with the energy piece, to see this a master plan coming forward and elements coming forward that will enable our people to avail of the single market with the North-South interconnector, with all of that benefits that we would have, and to get moving with this. Support the motion and support the amendment. So thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, David. I call Diana Armstrong.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, and I too welcome these regulations amending the Energy Bill Relief Scheme and the Energy Bills Discount Scheme in Northern Ireland. They bring Northern Ireland into alignment with Great Britain, which is precisely where we should be. Consistency across the United Kingdom in the operation and conclusion of these schemes is important for clarity, stability and confidence in our energy market. These measures ensure that the support schemes are brought to a close properly, responsibly and fairly. They were never intended to be permanent fixtures within our energy system. They were emergency stabilisers introduced at a time of exceptional volatility in global energy markets. The UK Government acted through the Energy Prices Act 2022 to provide temporary and targeted intervention when households and businesses faced unprecedented pressures. That intervention was necessary and proportionate, and it served its purpose. However, in order for Northern Ireland to function effectively within the wider United Kingdom framework, legislative loose ends must be tied up and potential loopholes addressed, and these regulations do exactly that. As we conclude these emergency schemes, we must now turn our attention to long-term energy resilience. That means strengthening grid infrastructure, accelerating the development of renewables, supporting business competitiveness, and ensuring that households are better insulated from future global shocks. The Ulster Unionist Party has consistently supported targeted intervention in times of crisis, coupled with a responsible return to normal market operation once conditions stabilise. And these amendments reflect that principle, and I am pleased to support them. Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Diana. So I move over to the Minister for the Economy to conclude and wind up the motion. Thank you.
Privlas Cornia, and I want to thank members for their contributions today, and to thank the committee and the committee chair for their consideration of these regulations. As has been outlined, they were introduced in an emergency situation where costs of electricity and energy were going through the roof, and I think highlights that volatility associated with reliance on fossil fuels. And I think, as members have indicated across the chamber today, what we do want to see is secure, resilient, affordable energy for both households and businesses, and that's what we are working to deliver over the next number of months and years. As has been set out, these regulations close the temporary support schemes as intended, ensure parity with Britain, and I want to commend this motion to the House and thank members for their contributions.
Thank you, Minister. So the question is that the draft Energy Bill Relief Scheme and Energy Bills Discount Scheme Amendments Regulation Northern Ireland 2026 be approved. All those in favour say aye. Contrary of any noes? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The next item of business is the first stage of the Areas with Natural Constraints Payments Bill. I call on Declan McAleer to move the bill.
I beg to introduce the Areas of Natural Constraints Payments Bill.
A bill to require the Department of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs to make regulations under the Agriculture Act 2020 as to payments for areas with natural constraints.
So, Declan, that constitutes the bill's first stage, and now shall move on to be printed. Okay, congratulations. Members, could you take your ease before we start the next item of business? Thank you.
Members, the next item of business is a motion on tackling the rise in dangerous potholes on our roads. Clerk, please read the motion.
That this Assembly expresses concern at the increase in dangerous potholes following Storm Chandra and worsening winter surface conditions on our roads, is concerned with the increasing risk this poses to motorists, cyclists and pedestrians, believes the continued deterioration of the public road network has now reached a crisis point, notes with alarm that in 2025 an estimated 127,109 surface defects were recorded across Northern Ireland, including 97,897 potholes, condemns the long-standing and short-sighted Department for Infrastructure policy of only repairing the highest priority defects and even then doing only the minimum work necessary to remove any immediate safety risk. Further believes the Minister for Infrastructure has failed to address the roads crisis, expresses disappointment that the new draft road maintenance strategy lacks clear prioritisation and detailed costs and time-bound actions to deliver measurable improvements, and following the closure of the public consultation on the new draft strategy, calls on the Minister for Infrastructure to urgently bring forward an updated road maintenance strategy and detailed action plan that addresses these concerns.
Thank you, and I call Stephen Dunn to move the motion.
Move, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. As an amendment has been selected and is published in the Marshall list, the Business Committee has agreed that 15 minutes will be added to the total time for the debate. Please open the debate on the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Our roads network right across Northern Ireland has now reached crisis point. The poor and dangerous condition and many times shocking condition of our roads affects every corner of Northern Ireland. It is not confined to one constituency or indeed one council area. From city centres to country lanes, from commuter routes to residential developments, the deterioration is visible and worsening day by day. And that is certainly the case within my own constituency of North Down, and I know it is the case right across our country, and I'm sure many of my colleagues will reaffirm this throughout the debate. The pothole pandemic needs a cure, and this Minister does not seem to have one. Our constituents are paying the price in repair bills, damage, insurance excesses, in lost time, personal injuries, and it is simply unacceptable, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and cannot go on. They deserve better than this department for failure. The current Minister has blamed everything, blamed the weather, blamed the Tories, blamed the cuts, and the only thing they will not do is take responsibility and fix our roads. The amendment today claims that the draft's roads maintenance strategy sets out a clear vision. The reality is that the document is as clear as mud, and it does lack the ambition that is required. And the amendment here, brought forward by the Minister's party, Sinn Féin, today, says to the public, nothing to see here, which is certainly not the case on our roads network right across Northern Ireland, and that is why we cannot support it here in the House today. The recent storm Chandra and the winter freeze and the heavy rainfall has indeed left its mark, and we recognise that. In the last 3 months alone, almost 50,000 defects have been recorded on our roads, and that figure, even within the last week, I'm sure has been added to quite considerably. And that is indeed close to half the total for the whole previous year. But let us not pretend that this crisis just simply began a short number of weeks ago with one storm. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we had a significant storm, Storm Owen, just over a year ago, and we have had many more in the past, and no doubt we'll have many more in the future. But the weather has indeed exposed weaknesses that have been building up for years, right across our country and right across our roads network. Last year, over 127,000 surface defects were recorded across the country, with almost 100,000 of those being potholes. Mr. Deputy Speaker, that is not routine wear and tear, that is systematic deterioration and failure. For over a decade now we're in the 11th year, the 11th anniversary, the Department has been operating what it calls a limited maintenance service. It's limited in ambition, limited in intervention, and limited in outcomes, and very limited in delivery. Only the highest priority defects are repaired, and even then only the minimum necessary work is carried out to remove the immediate safety risk of potholes over 50 millimetres, and that has left its mark Not at this stage. No, there's an hour and 45 minutes for the debate, and there'll be a great opportunity for everybody from right across the House, and we look forward to hearing remarks from right across the House. Mr Deputy Speaker, 11 years of limited service inevitably produces limited results and ultimately failure, and we are now living with the consequences. It's the public outside that are living with the consequences, and they deserve better. The maintenance backlog has tripled in the last 5 years and now sits at over £3 billion, and the public liability claims alone for vehicle damage and personal injury have more than doubled since only a few years ago in the years 2019 and 20. Those figures come from the Department's own draft roads maintenance strategy, and they are a stark admission that the current model has failed and is failing again and again. Yes, we welcome the £7.85 million Winter Recovery Fund, which was announced recently by the Minister after a considerable lobbying, certainly on these benches, and that additional funding is welcome. But let us be honest, this cannot be simply another sticking plaster approach as we've seen to date. Temporary repairs that fail after the next heavy downpour or period of frost are of no use to anyone and only cost money, staff time and frustrate the general public. With a transport budget, Mr Deputy Speaker, of over £850 million, the lack of money alone cannot simply be an excuse. Yet £85 million is earmarked for schemes such as cycle lanes to nowhere in some cases, and I know my colleagues will highlight some cases within their constituencies where that has been the example to date. And if money is the issue, that funding should be rightly prioritised on maintaining our basic roads network that we have today. Poor quality repairs is something that the Minister and her department do really need to get to grips with. And the Minister continues to remind us that her department hasn't got enough money. But how can her department have no money to effectively deal with the issues facing our roads, but has no reservations in spending taxpayers' money for unwanted, unnecessary Irish language signage, for example, within Grand Central Station? And it is clear, unfortunately, where the priorities of this Sinn Féin Minister lie, and unfortunately to date they are not on fixing our roads. And it's more important than ever that the Minister properly resources her department to deal with the current crisis we face. It's not just an inconvenience issue, Mr Deputy Speaker, it is a real road safety issue. And the dangerous condition of our roads does indeed compromise the important road safety messaging from her department. For motorists, a pothole can mean a burst tyre, wrecked wheels, damaged suspension or alignment. However, for cyclists and indeed motorcyclists, it can mean much more, and often the consequences can be even more severe. A deep unmarked pothole has the potential to throw a rider into the path of oncoming traffic, and the potential consequences are indeed lethal. And it also links into other forms of active travel for pedestrians, including our older residents, with uneven surfaces and broken carriageways presenting a real risk of fall and personal injury. The Department subjects vehicles to rigorous roadworthiness tests on an annual basis, and they expect cars to meet high standards, quality standards and safety standards, but yet the roads they are driving on fail the very most basic of tests themselves. We must also address an important factor too that is often overlooked, and that is the significant role of utility companies and the mark and toll that they leave on our roads. Right across urban and rural Northern Ireland, we see repeated openings of carriageways for water, gas, electric, telecoms works, and while these works are necessary, often the quality of reinstatement leaves a lot to be desired and is substandard, and poor reinstatement leads to further break-up and ultimately surface failure. And I think from the Department there must be much stronger oversight and quality control, and the reinstatement standards must be improved. Follow-up inspections must be routine, robust and indeed meaningful. Despite a 2024 Audit Office report into road openings by utility companies, the very draft strategy that we're being hailed is going to be a game changer makes absolutely no mention of the role of utilities companies within its 18 pages. Mr Deputy Speaker, that is very disappointing indeed, but there is an opportunity for the Minister to address this going forward. And the utility companies should be held accountable and required to put it right at their expense rather than simply at the expense of the taxpayer. The draft road maintenance strategy speaks of governance structures and enhanced metrics, but it does lack ambition and what really matters, and that is a detailed action plan detailed costings and time-bound delivery. That's what the public want, and that's what the public rightly expect will be done, and that will be the measuring tool for improved roads. We also need to have an honest conversation about the balancing of budgets. When our core roads network is crumbling and we have so many potholes, 100,000 within a single year right across the country, it is legitimate to question, is the balance right, or has the pendulum swung too far? And I think that is something that does need to be considered within these important debates right across the country as well. The Department for Infrastructure, I recently discovered, has spent £5.4 million on external consultants alone as part of its active travel plan in the last 5 years, £4 million of which was spent within the last 2 financial years, and those are certainly more questions that need to be answered. We do need to see a major reset, and that is what has brought us forward here today to bring this important motion to the House. The Minister has an opportunity, which he has not taken to date, to get a grip of this issue, and we need to end the decade-long reliance on limited maintenance as simply the default position. We need to look at permanent, higher quality repairs, utilising technology, and also best practice from across the globe. We also need deliverable targets addressing the workforce pressures within the department, and strengthen the enforcement around utility reinstatement and improved inspections and rail accountability, and also restoring balance within the transport budget and getting the basics right. The public rightly expect safe roads. They expect, when a problem of this scale is identified, decisive action follows. The pothole pandemic will not fix itself, and we do need time for action. We do need time for action beyond warm words and short-term funds. Minister, fix our roads.
Thank you,
Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. I now call Carl Boylan to move the amendment. Thank you. You will have 10 minutes to propose the amendment and 5 minutes to wind. All other speakers will have 5 minutes. Please open the debate on the amendment.
I firstly want to welcome this motion, but not for the reasons that it was brought, because in bringing the motion as originally worded, the movers have demonstrated they are more interested in party politics than the pothole problem itself. When the Minister came to this chamber 2 weeks ago, she was clear, not only as a Minister, but as a constituency MLA for a rural area, that she is all too aware of the condition our roads are in. Not once did the Minister shirk her responsibilities on the issue, but instead laid out very clearly to this Assembly what she is doing to improve the condition of our roads. In short, we have tabled the amendment on the order paper to provide clarity and honesty to the debate, while also supporting the calls for urgent action, as each of us will all have examples in our own communities where roads are in a dire state. So let's be honest here. Will a motion in this Assembly today fix the potholes overnight? No, it won't. As I have said last Concordia, our amendment seeks to add some honesty to the debate. Our amendment, with the support from other parties in this chamber, would send a clear message to the public that we hear them and we are working to fix the problem. Because the draft road maintenance strategy published by the Minister acknowledges that we need a different approach. It acknowledges and commits to the increased use of technology to ensure we are targeting resources to where they're needed most, and to address the most high-risk surface defects. In addition to this, the Minister is clear on the need for additional funding and resourcing to enable her to carry out much-needed resurfacing schemes, as opposed to the patching of roads which are in poor condition. I've seen it. The member can put his name down, just like the previous member said. I've seen in my own constituency $590,000 for a road improvement scheme on the A29 Armagh Road, Katy, and also a £375,000 scheme on the Farnley Road, Madden, both brought forward by Minister Kimmins. In supporting our amendment, all the parties in this chamber can show that they're just not here for the blame game, but they want to work with the Minister to see additional funding going to roads, just as we've seen before Christmas, with an additional £30 million invested, £4 million of which was to target improving rural roads. Further to that, the additional investment of £7.85 million in the wake of Storm Chandra again highlights that the Minister is working to increase the funding she has available to her. So let us use this debate to send a signal that we all want to see the roads improve, rather than trying to pin the blame on one minister. Because, as I already said, the road problem will not be addressed overnight, in the same way it did not arrive overnight. We need increased investment to undo the years of underfunding of public services. We need the updated roads maintenance strategy and detailed action plan brought forward urgently. And we need to work together to find solutions. So I commend the Minister for her efforts, and I look forward to working with her and others to improve our roads going forward.
Thank you. And I call Andy McMurray.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Mr. Speaker, very often in this chamber during the course of the debate, a rumbustious debate, the Alliance Party get referenced as this or that, and none of it shall credit or repeat. One, however, is that we're simply a middle-of-the-road party, and well, Mr. Speaker, I dare say that many of us are middle of the road at the minute, given the state of them. However, it's hard to disagree, and it's hard to disagree the basic concept and the basic case this motion is making about the state of our roads. It is a major constituency issue for every member of this House. I have absolutely no doubt.
Of course, you refer to the middle of the road party. Where are you at with active travel? So I'm going to give you a brief example as a brief interjection. If you would love to replace the kitchen in your house, but your roof's leaking, which would you do first?
I know these are remarked, but I'll stick to the motion at hand when it comes to the state of the road. So, well, thank you, Mr. Buchanan. It's hard to disagree. It's not because there isn't money going towards the roads. In fact, there are huge sums being spent over every year on road maintenance, but this doesn't translate into better outcomes. One of every £5 in road maintenance is going into small-scale patching, and these repairs never last. Additionally, the department spends almost £33 million on public liability claims in the last 5 years, and the number of claims has doubled in this time. The original motion mentions the department's policy of limited service, only repairing the highest priority defects and only carrying out minimal patch job at that. This is not an efficient or effective way of maintaining or repairing roads. Repairs only the most severe defects means that the road surface is left to deteriorate instead of being repaired, which means the public see no discernible improvement. Indeed, I can't imagine this is a policy or strategy either the Minister or those carrying out the repairs would choose. The Minister will make the case that her predecessor, as her predecessor has also, that this is a result on force of hand due to underfunding by the British Government. But the Department for Infrastructure already receives the highest capital budget within the Executive. The DFI's opening capital budget this year was the greatest in the history of devolution. It is up to the Infrastructure Minister to manage her department within that very substantial funding envelope. If she needs more money to do so, it is up to her to make the necessary policy decisions. The fact of the matter remains that successive infrastructure ministers have indeed chosen this policy of limited service. They have chosen where to allocate their block grant within many different areas of their department. They know that none of these areas are funded to the requirement they need to make a tangible difference. Successive ministers have avoided decisions to make the fundamental changes that would have allowed them to maintain our roads to a better standard, to sort out our significant wastewater and flooding issues, to improve our public transport and to provide for active travel. The list goes on. How to spend money and how to raise money and what to fund are all fundamental policy decisions. I do welcome the new draft road maintenance strategy in principle. It proposes a much more efficient and effective way of carrying out road repairs than current practice. I am sure it represents best practice, but unless the Minister can provide the funding required to actually implement the draft maintenance strategy, then this strategy, like others, will fall short of delivery. And I believe that this is the reason why we're not seeing any costed and time-bound actions or targets as part of this draft roads maintenance strategy. Chair, Mr. Speaker, climate change is also leading to more frequent and extreme weather, and this will only increase the challenges for our infrastructure. Wetter winters, the wettest January in 194 years, and close to 200% of February's rain has already fallen, and we're only halfway through the month. And I know that the rain and wet has exacerbated the problem of road repairs. I do worry how the department will cope with these changes in our weather patterns. So I would ask the Minister what she intends to do differently to manage within her funding allocation in the future. Will the Minister do anything different in relation to the management of funding allocation in the future? What will successful measurement of this policy be measured in? How will the Minister fund better quality repairs while maintaining the current level of service? And what changes is the Minister proposing to enable this new policy implementation? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Call John Stewart.
Deputy Speaker, and I thank the proposers of this motion for bringing it forward today. It is obviously a very critical issue that affects every one of our constituents. Mr Deputy Speaker, our roads are in a diabolical state. That is not an over-exaggeration across the country. What we are debating here today is not minor wear and tear. It is not seasonal deterioration. It is not the usual spikes and complaints after bad weather. We are debating the cumulative failure of road asset management across Northern Ireland, a failure of strategy, of prioritisation and of long-term planning that has left our road network in a visible deteriorating state. Recent storm damage, of which there has many, did not create the problem, it merely exposed it. As the motion says, when over 127,000 surface defects are recorded in a single year, including 98,000 potholes, that is not simply a result of weather events. It is the product of a maintenance model that has been reactive for far too long, under-resourced for too long, and strategically unfocused for too long. Across Northern Ireland, Mr Deputy Speaker, and in my own constituency of East Antrim specifically, that I can talk to, the situation is stark. From rural routes connecting villages and farms to arterial routes carrying commuters into Carrickfergus and Larne, the condition of our surface roads is simply unacceptable. Residents are not raising cosmetic concerns. They are reporting damaged suspension, burst tyres, unsafe journeys and roads that feel totally neglected. Aside from the disruption and damage and the risk to public safety, it is also a huge burden on the public purse, with the millions that are already being spent on compensation every year. These defects are not statistics on a departmental briefing note. They are wheel-busting, axle-damaging craters. They are hazards for cyclists navigating uneven roads, and they are trip hazards for pedestrians, particularly older residents with mobility issues. Yet the Minister, Mr Deputy Speaker, continues to defend an approach that only intervenes at the highest priority level, and even then only the minimum standard required to remove the immediate liability. That is not stewardship of a multi-billion-pound public asset, it is crisis management. We would not run our health service, for example, by only treating emergencies and abandoning preventative care. We would not maintain public buildings by waiting for structural failure before acting. But this is effectively what is happening on our roads. Member. Yes.
Would the member agree with me that the current methodology of fixing these potholes really doesn't represent good value for money, because it seems to be throw a bucket of material in and hit it with the back of a shovel, and a week later the pothole reappears?
Thank the member for the intervention, and it comes as no shock that I absolutely do. It's penny wise and pound foolish. That is the model that we are pursuing at the minute. Throw it at temporary solution to get over to the next situation. It's reactive patching is not a strategy. It is a short-term fix that accelerates long-term decline. Every temporary repair that fails within months increases over life cycle costs. Every delayed resurfacing programme compounds the structural derogation of destruction of the network. The financial argument for planned preventative maintenance is overwhelming, yet is not being translated into policy. We also heard from the member as well about the increasing costs, for example, that are being sought, Mr Deputy Speaker, by people through insurance as well, and the impacts in that. These are the real experiences that are people affecting. We've heard as well about the draft roads maintenance strategy that has been talked about for quite some time, but it presents with a total lack of clarity and operational detail. For example, where are the 5-year resurfacing targets broken down by road classification? Where are the measurable reductions to repeat defect rates? Where is the transparent assessment of the maintenance backlog and the trajectory for reducing it? And where are the quarterly accountability metrics that will allow this Assembly to scrutinise any progress? The reality is they are all absent. Instead, we have broad language about resilience and sustainability, which none of us will necessarily disagree with, but without the costed action plan to deliver either of these. And we have talked, Mr Deputy Speaker, about the funding pressures, and no one disagrees with them. But the reality is this: the Department for Infrastructure has a £1.55 billion budget per year. So there can be costings and savings in that, but no one disputes the pressures that have been there and been there for some time. But leadership is demonstrated in how limited resources are structured, prioritised and then defended. Allowing assets to deteriorate to a point of structural failure does not save money, it defers cost and ultimately multiplies the costs. And we know rural communities are particularly exposed. In my constituency in East Antrim, agricultural traffic, school transport routes and key economic corridors are suffering. Businesses cannot operate effectively on fractured infrastructure, and emergency response times are being impacted. There are also, Mr Deputy Speaker, as I've already said, the hidden cost to the public. Motorists across Northern Ireland are being forced to claim vehicle damage through thousands or millions of pounds each year in compensation, and insurance premiums are rising accordingly as well, and we have some of the highest insurance rates for our car, for anyone in a car anywhere in these islands, and that's obviously having a massive impact. So what we need is a fully costed multi-year road strategy, a transparent quantification of maintenance backlog and annual reduction targets, a decisive shift from reactive patching to planned resurfacing with clear published performance metrics and a funding model in asset preservation, not short-term expediency. These are key issues and the Minister, Mr Deputy Speaker, needs to act as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Justin McNulty.
Las Concord, I welcome this motion. I thank the members who have brought it forward. Potholes are no more mere inconveniences. They are a daily hazard for people in Newry and Armagh and in the north more generally. In terms of numbers across Newry and Armagh, there are 6,281 reported potholes in both Armagh, Banbridge and Gavin and Newry, Mourne and Down. And in total across the north, there are 11,797. So, Minister, more than half of the potholes in the north are in your own constituency. What's going on? My office is inundated with calls from constituents who are fed up and furious at the state of our roads. They speak of burst tyres, cracked alloys, broken suspensions and dangerous avoidance when cars attempting to miss these craters have to swerve out into the carriageway, into the pathway of oncoming traffic, and that's extraordinarily dangerous. They describe roads that resemble the cratered surface of the far side of the moon. Crater after crater, pothole within potholes, temporary fixes that break out after the first sign of rain or frost. Last Wednesday, I posted on social media asking people to comment where the dangerous potholes are across my and the Minister's constituency of Newry and Armagh. By the next morning, there were 500 comments. And thank you everybody who took the time to engage with that post. 500 comments identifying more than 300 separate locations in Newry and Armagh. 300 hazards, 300 daily risks. That's not anecdotal frustration. That's overwhelming evidence of systematic and systemic failure. The depth of course, yeah.
Failure. Your party colleague was Infrastructure Minister for longer than Liz was, so what did she do about it?
Talking about being political, on that very point, thank you for bringing it up. Thank you for bringing it up. The bringer of the amendment, Mr Boylan from Newry and Armagh as well, asked our minister 228 questions on roads. In the current mandate with Sinn Féin ministers, how many questions has he asked? You can count them in two hands. Two hands. Who's being political? Who's being political? So, I've written to the Minister. I've lost my place now, sorry, forgive me. The depth of the potholes is only surpassed by the depth of frustration felt by our constituents in Newry and Armagh and across the north. This issue is one of public safety. It's about the mother driving her children to school, the shift worker commuting before dawn, the farmer transporting livestock, the cyclist navigating traffic. Every one of them deserves roads that are safe and fit for purpose. Road maintenance is not a luxury. It's the core function of government. When potholes are left to multiply, when repairs are made only a cosmetic rather than structural, when communities are told to be patient year after year, trust in public services erodes. People rightly ask, where are our taxes going? I've written to the Minister detailing each pothole located submitted by my office by that social media post, and thank you to everyone again for making those notes. Minister, you will join me, I hope you'll join me in thanking the hundreds of people who took the time to outline these dangerous potholes in an attempt to get the potholes filled and make the roads in our constituency safer. I recognise the scale of the challenge the Minister faces, but leadership means taking responsibility, and people need solutions. And it is farcical for our so-called Republican Infrastructure Minister to deflect blame indefinitely on the British government and the bad Tories while our roads continue to crumble beneath us. The recently announced £7.85 billion Winter Recovery Road Fund is very welcome, presents an opportunity, but it cannot become another headline without delivery. And the Sinn Féin amendment ignores the severity of the issue and merely pats the Minister and her party on the back for the worst potholes we've seen in a generation. No, we can't support that. This funding must translate into visible, durable resurfacing, not temporary patches that wash away by winter's end. Something must be done urgently to make our roads safer and easier to navigate. Motorists, cyclists, pedestrians do not want any more excuses from the Minister or her party. Do not want the potholes photographed. Do not want new technology mapping out where the potholes are. They want the Minister to send somebody out with a tin of yellow paint and fill the bloody potholes.
Okay, members, as question time begins at 2 p.m, I suggest that the Assembly takes its seat until then. This debate will continue. Members, this debate will continue following question time and the urgent orals, when the next member to speak will be Harry Harvey.
Okay, members, sittings resumed. Start with a list of questions to the Executive Officer, Peter McReynolds.
Number 1.
Minister.
The Northern Ireland Climate Commissioner Regulations 2025 were affirmed by this Assembly and made by the Executive Office on the 8th of April 2025. They came into force on the 9th of April then, on 2025. These regulations provide the legal authority for TEO to appoint a Climate Commissioner. Since then, officials have been undertaking work to establish the Commissioner's Office. This includes the preparatory work for the public appointment process to be run in accordance with the Commissioner for Public Appointments and the Code of Practice, which will lead to the appointment of the Commissioner. Supporting work has been progressing on the drafting of an appropriate business case and working through the approvals required by the Department of Finance. This also involves consideration of the most appropriate staff and structure for the office, identification of suitable office accommodation, and the arranging the key systems for human resources, IT, records, management and finance. An indicative budget of £3 million, £1 million per annum for 3 years to support the operation of the office has been included in the draft budget, which is currently out for consultation and will need executive consideration before being agreed.
Mr McReynolds.
I thank the First Minister for her response. First Minister, extreme heat as a direct consequence of climate change is predicted to result in 100 deaths a year in Northern Ireland. Flooding and heavy rainfall can have devastating consequences for farmers, families, businesses and coastal communities. With Northern Ireland producing more CO2 per year per person than China, do you share the view of the Deputy First Minister, who recently told the Executive Office Committee that a local climate change commissioner would not add any value?
I think we have a difference of opinion in relation to that, and obviously this is the will of this Assembly that we bring forward the establishment of the Climate Commissioner. As I said, we're going through all the processes, the business case, doing all the due diligence work, but I do think that the role of the Commissioner is going to be really, really important for us. We only have to take a look around us. The weather, even over since Christmas, the extreme rain that we're seeing, the weather events that we see that previously would have been described as like once in a lifetime or once in every 50 years are now a very regular occurrence. That's all a direct result of climate change. So we have to play our part and do something about it. So I think the sooner we can get the Commissioner in place, working with all the departments. I know there's lots of things going on across all of our departments, but I think the sooner we can get our Commissioner in place that can work in tandem with everybody and we actually can fulfil our responsibilities around climate change obligations, which I believe the vast majority of people here will do so and want to do so. And I think it's about having our just transition, our fair transition, and allowing people to actually play their part in climate, in particular our farmers. They've always said they're part of the solution, and I believe that's genuinely the case. So let's get to work with our Commissioner, and I was to say we'll be coming back to this House in terms of next stages whenever we have all the business case and everything else complete.
Murphy.
to thank the First Minister for her answers thus far. First Minister, you have mentioned something very, very important there in your response, just around just transition and I suppose the fairness of that just transition. What will that mean for farmers, families and workers?
Yeah, and I know as the member represents a rural constituency, this is something that certainly when engagements with farm families, like they do want to play their part and they will play their part, but they want to be part of that fairness and they want the support in which to adjust and actually transition to play their part. So I think that the ambitious target that we now have of net zero by 2050 is going to be challenging. We're slightly behind other jurisdictions in terms of where we've got, but I do believe that the pathway has been set, and I think the Commissioner will provide a unique opportunity for us to be able to target specifically sectors, to look at what can be done, how we can work with individual sectors. Some will be able to do more than others, and I think that's the approach that we need to see. But I think confronting what is a climate crisis, because I don't think anybody can deny that, it means reshaping our economy to create that more equal and that more sustainable society, and that's in effect, in essence, what the just transition is all about. And I think it has to be planned, and the Commissioner will allow us the ability to do so, to have those conversations with farmers, with citizens, with businesses, all who will have a role to play to make sure that it's implemented fairly, but also, actively also across the board. So I think, as I said, we're slightly behind other jurisdictions in terms of our level of emissions reductions and what we've achieved thus far. But I think working across this House, working across all sectors, then I think that we can reach those targets and do more.
Well, Brett. First Minister, at a time when our public services are crumbling, I think the vast majority of the public will be appalled that you want to spend £3 million on yet another quango. When I asked you this question, First Minister, at committee, you called me a climate change denier without any evidence to back up that claim. Could you now outline to the House what Northern Ireland's contribution to global emissions on an annual basis is, please?
Well, I know that the member took the opportunity to set that out very clearly in the committee, and I had no doubt that you were going to ask a similar question today. Look, I think instead of running away from the climate crisis, because we do have a crisis, we need to do something about it. And I think we need to find ways to work with our farmers, to work with our business industry leaders, to make sure that we can all play our part in doing right by climate. Because our public services will continue to be even further decimated the more we have to keep investing in our roads that are dug up because of extreme weather, snow, ice, and the impact that has on all of our roads. Climate is a real live impact that will have a real life impact on our public services. So I think we need to work together. I think on the climate crisis, I think that we need to do everything we can. We're protecting the future for our children and our grandchildren. We're protecting this world that we live in. But I think we can do that, and we should be able to do it in a joined-up way, working constructively with people, and do it in a just way, and a transition way that allows people to navigate the way from where they are to where they need to get to play their part.
That's very cool.
I have a concern that the executive have for too long operated in the interest of the big agri-food sector, and I hope that that's not going to continue. In terms of Climate Commissioner and the staffing structure, you mentioned the £3 million figure. How many staff will that include? And will the Commissioner have teeth to intervene and fine when necessary? And what happens if the Deputy First Minister doesn't agree to this Commissioner being established? What happens then? Thank you.
We'll take one problem at a time. I think that, look, we have to work our way through this. It's the will of this Assembly that we bring forward the legislation, and the Deputy First Minister may take her own position on this, but it is the will of this Assembly to bring it forward. We're going through the business process, we're going through all the due diligence at this moment in time. It's very clear that the members in the opposite bench don't agree with the approach that the rest of us have agreed to, but this is about us trying to play our part and actually protecting, as custodians of our place that we live in, to try and play our part in protecting it for future generations to come. So I think that the work that the Commissioner will be able to do in terms of they're able to provide advice, they're able to make recommendations to various departments in terms of the operation of the Act. They're going to be able to do research, which will also inform how we move forward. They're going to monitor and implement the climate action plans and sectoral policies. They have reports to publish, and I think that there is a lot to be done. In terms of the staffing of the office itself, we're working our way through the business case with the Department of Finance, and then we'll be able to say more about that. But obviously, budgets are going to be crucially important in terms of what we can do in the office. And as I said in the initial answer, we have looked at, as part of the 3-year budget, the allocation that we have asked for, and that's still to be decided by the end. But that will definitely have an impact in terms of what we can do. But suffice to say, the office needs to be value for money. It needs to pass the business test case, and we're actively working at an official level with the Department of Finance officials.
Dan Dodds.
Question number 2.
Sure.
The Armed Forces Covenant has not been formally adopted here.
Mrs. Dodds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The brevity of the answer and the style in which it's delivered explains a lot to many of our people. First Minister, will you explain to the innocent victims of IRA violence, many of whom still live with life-changing injuries, and the brave members of our armed forces who stood in the gap during a terrible terrorist campaign, why you can find endless ways to show respect to convicted IRA criminals, but cannot deliver on the most modest task of ensuring housing, job opportunities and support to our armed forces?
First Minister.
Well, as I said in the original answer, there is no agreement. This is a matter for the British Government. It is their policy and it's for them to protect their serving forces.
First Minister for her answer so far. First Minister is very aware of the fact that in my constituency in Derry, people's reality of the British Army is enshrined by the fact that 14 people were murdered on the streets of my city on Bloody Sunday and many more were injured. That has been the impact of the British Army in my city. Can the First Minister outline there for the fact that when the British government defended those soldiers in court with £4.3 million of public money, that is very clearly a role that they have taken on, and therefore this is the responsibility not of this Assembly but of the British Government.
Yeah, I mean, I concur. Unlike others, I don't look through it through one particular lens. I think that there were many tragedies and injustice in our past, and I think we all have a duty to acknowledge that. And in fact, it's the first stage to trying to heal and to try to recognise that people have different perspectives and different lived experiences and different narratives. And certainly for the people of the city that you represent, that is very much the case. And I have to say that I note with disgust actually the commentary that was made by the DUP leader in terms of telling the Bloody Sunday families to move on and stop their endless pursuit of others. I mean, that's just crass and it's insulting and it's provocative and it does nothing to serve the needs of victims and survivors, which is, I think, should be the business of everybody in this House. The member will know whenever I took up office, I said that I would never ask people to move on. I would ask them to move forward, and let's try and find ways to deal with the past in a way that allows families to get access to truth and justice. I want that for every single person. I want that for every family out there in society. And I still, despite the noise and I think disgusting language that we saw from, particularly from the DUP leader, I think that I still implore all political leaders to work together to find a way to properly deal with the past, to allow those families to get access to truth and justice and information, and allow them to look towards a brighter future. That's certainly my resolve, and I'll continue to work with those people who are in that same frame of mind.
Andy Allen.
Mr. Speaker, the First Minister has rightly called out abuse when it's been directed at politicians and other members of society. Will she join with me in calling out abuse when it's directed at members of the armed forces as being wrong, intolerable, and those behind it should face the consequences?
I don't want to see anybody being abused. I think there are realities in terms of our own past, in terms of what's happened here, the many tragedies and injustices, but I think that we all have our duty, particularly those of us that are elected, to be responsible in terms of our public utterances, to be very responsible in terms of what we hear and see around us. I certainly won't be found wanting in that regard. And I think all of us are experiencing quite a rise in terms of online abuse that we see, and disgraceful, disgusting commentary that is being directed towards all that has stepped forward into public office. I don't think that's tolerable for anybody in society, and I don't think it's equally tolerable for any of us that have actually chosen to step forward into public office and to take up a public role.
Paula Bradshaw.
And thank you, First Minister, for your answers so far on this issue. First Minister, you mentioned the phrase there, move forward together, and this Assembly did pass a motion on the Armed Forces Covenant, and it's my firm belief that if we are going to have peace and reconciliation in Northern Ireland, the North, whatever you want to call it, that has to include everybody, and it's very clear that members of the Armed Forces, whenever they served, they will, when they return to civic life, they will experience some level of discrimination and marginalisation. How do you square that circle, First Minister, if you're going to be the First Minister for all? Thank you.
And I've demonstrated from day one that I live up to my words, and when I said I'd be a First Minister for all, I think I've done that, and it's been laid bare for all to see. So my track record speaks for itself, and I'm very confident in that. However, the member will be aware of the conflict here and the fact that there were so many tragedies, so many injustices, the role of state forces here. I believe in equality for everybody, but I don't believe in preferential treatment, and that's the distinct difference. Mr. Riley will take this question.
Violence against women and girls is an issue that affects all of our communities, but we know that rural women and girls often face unique challenges. Often living far from services and having fewer support options can increase their vulnerability and make it harder for them to get help, protection and justice. Together with the DAERA Minister, we launched the community-led review on rural women and girls in October 2025. And this review is led by the RCA and the Rural Community Network and the NI Rural's, the Rural Women's Network, two organisations who are embedded in rural communities. And the aim of the review is to investigate gender-based violence against rural women and girls through lived experience, to fully understand the experiences and barriers facing women and girls, as well as the drivers of this violence, the abuse and the harm. And the review will develop practical, rural-sensitive recommendations to shape and improve future policy and practice. And the work is progressing well, and we will absolutely share the results with you when that has concluded.
Thank you, Junior Minister. That was obviously part of the Ending Violence Against Women and Girls delivery plan from 2024 to 26. So we're in the year which it expires. Can you please outline for me what work the Executive Office is undertaking for the next phase of the delivery plan?
Yes, absolutely. The second delivery plan, which will continue to focus on community investment, it will continue to focus on collaboration, it will continue to focus on campaigns, and that will be in line with the objectives of the strategic framework. And that approach will allow us to build on the momentum that we've already established through the first delivery plan. It will ensure continuity, it will be consolidating the good practices and lessons learned, and it will allow for the scaling of initiatives that have been proven effective. But that doesn't mean that we remain complacent. We obviously, this is a live strategy, and we have to move and adapt with that whenever we know what's working well, what may not be working well, and how we adapt to that. But the new delivery plan, it has been informed by feedback from delivery partners, and that has indicated that the current delivery models, particularly around the Change Fund, they seem to be working well. And we have also reflected any lessons learned from the first phase. The next delivery plan will be brought to the Executive very, very shortly, and again, as I say, we will keep members informed of that when it does.
Junior Minister, you've already outlined part of the question I had to Connie Egan. So in relation to the second delivery plan and the insight, could you give an update on engagements you've had that has shaped the thinking into the next phase, into the work to end the scourge of violence against women and girls within all our communities? Gormagat.
Absolutely, and I have outlined it, particularly in the previous answer, but I think if the strategy is to work, that it has to reflect on the real challenges and the real issues that are facing women and girls in our society. And that means actively listening directly to women and girls. It means actively listening to local service providers, to the community and voluntary organisations on the ground, and it also means co-designing the solutions rather than just imposing them on people. So that is making sure that funding, that the outreach models and service delivery are flexible enough and that they are capable to meet the needs of everybody.
Cameron.
Speaker, and I thank the Junior Minister for her answers so far, and I'm sure the Junior Minister would agree with me that the loss of even one single life is one too many. But dealing with the loss of a loved one is clearly an already excruciating experience for families and friends, but waiting periods within the legal system can and do amplify that hurt. What work is EVOG's strategy undertaking with the Department of Justice to address those concerns?
I thank the member for that question, because I think that just enforces that the violence against women and girls, the strategy it's not just a one department, it's a whole of government and a whole of society approach that we need to be taking, and it is extremely challenging. I absolutely concur with the comments that you've made. It's really extremely challenging for victims and families when they have to wait for long periods of time. Particularly when they're going through the justice system, whether that's convictions, and they've already been through a great deal, and even having the further delay, particularly when they go through the justice system, is only further impeding on that. But we will continue to work closely with the Department of Justice. I know they sit on the Oversight Board, and that feedback is really, really important, and also other departments as well. to make sure that we're putting systems in place and that we actually have the confidence of victims and survivors and the public as well.
Cara Hunter.
Junior Minister, can you outline what recent engagement your department has had with organisations such as Women's Aid to ensure that the strategy is having the intended impact on the ground, particularly looking to the North West, where gender-based violence is sadly so prevalent?
Yeah, absolutely, and I think I've touched on that in terms of that continued approach, particularly through the Oversight Board and particularly with other departmental colleagues, but as well it is so important that we're continually engaging with the partners who are delivering the services on the ground, because our commitment to end violence against women and girls is for absolutely everyone right across the society. So that safety, dignity, access to support, it just cannot depend on one particular delivery partner. So we will absolutely continue to work closely with communities, with the delivery partners, to make sure that we shape delivery and that every woman and girl, wherever she lives, is protected and is supported.
Sharon.
Let the whole question forward, please.
The Deputy First Minister and I launched the Office of AI and Digital on the 11th of June last year. The remit of the Office is to support the adoption of AI technologies across government to improve service delivery. The potential for AI is extraordinary. It can revolutionise how we work and study, it can drive economic growth and prosperity, and it can help transform our public services. There are a number of positive examples of AI deployment which are improving service delivery within TEO. For example, Microsoft Copilot has been used to support staff in enhancing personal productivity and streamlining administrative tasks such as preparation of routine briefing materials. The Office of AI and Digital is compiling a register on the deployment of AI technologies across NIC's departments to improve collaboration and also to avoid duplication. In terms of digital and data, the rollout of the Encompass programme represents a significant investment to improve service delivery through the creation of single digital care records for every citizen here, and the data underpinning Encompass will enable improved communications with patients and also continuity of care. However, as everyone knows, the adoption of AI does carry some risk, and the Office of AI and Digital has developed a draft AI strategy which will provide some guardrails for the ethical use of AI with human oversight as a fundamental principle. This is particularly important in the use of AI public sector transformation, as the potential of AI will never be realised without it having public trust.
Sharon.
Thank the First Minister for that answer.
Outlined there that there are some guardrails that you want to put in place to ensure that there isn't any negativity as a result of the use of AI. What concerns would you have regarding AI and, I suppose, fears within our community that it could potentially lead to the loss of jobs in the real term?
Yeah, I think increasingly this has become very topical of late, not least because people are fearful that at the end of the day AI will completely replace people in the workplace, and I think that's why we have to have our guardrails up, our guardrails around ethical procurement, our ethical frameworks are being ethically responsible. The benefits of AI has to be that it has to be socially beneficial, so that people have to feel difference from it and actually know that it is going to be different. It has to be aligned with human values, but very much grounded in the principles of trust and transparency and fairness. So I think the concerns that people have in terms of replacing people are obviously genuine concerns in terms of what it means for them in the future, but I think it's how we use it that's going to be important, and it's having a really strong framework in place that's going to be important. Like, how can we use AI to excel like repetitive tasks that happen right across public service, such like data entry or scheduling or things that routine analysis. And I think if you automate those tasks, then that frees up our teams to focus on what truly matters, which is more strategic thinking, complex problem solving and delivering high impact outcomes for citizens. But I think you can't take away from the fact that human judgment and the empathy that we feel as people whenever you're making decisions, that all has to be part and parcel of it. So there's no algorithm out there that can replace that instinct. So it's important that those things are baked into what we do. So it's about being responsible, it's about having the ethical procurement framework, but it is about taking the opportunity to allow us to be more agile in terms of how we transform and deliver our public services. But also we need to keep people right at the heart of what we do as well, so we don't lose trust from the public whenever it comes to their ability to access some digital services. And we know there's an issue with digital inclusion that needs to also be addressed.
As an regulation. Minister, those of us that are looking at this and looking at the potentials for this, like we have AI, we have AGI, and the potential for ASI, further down. And this is all developing at a very, very, very fast rate, and the potentials that can arise from it. So therefore, could I ask you, what specialist expert opinion have you engaged, has the department engaged, to make sure that government departments keep pace with, or at least try to keep pace with this, and also engage in monitoring and supervision to make sure that AI doesn't travel too far ahead or too fast ahead of what the normal expectations of society would be?
Just to concur with the member, I mean, that is part and parcel of our own strategy that we've been developing. We're very, very lucky that we have Helen McCarthy as the Chief Scientific and Technology Advisor. That was something that the executive never had before, but she is now fully in place and has been going to work and working with other stakeholders, like working with our universities, working with people in industry around the advances, because you're absolutely right. The technology is moving that fast, it can be frightening at times for people, and I understand that. I even see it myself when you're trying to keep up with some of the advances that we see. So the guardrails are necessary, the ethical element to it is necessary, and ensuring the public that they can have trust in it. So you need to be able to stand over data and things that are inputted into certain systems. So the goal here is to improve how we deliver public services, use AI for the betterment of the public, but also to have those very, very strong principles of fairness and responsibility and accountability and ethical responsibility in terms of what we do. So I can assure you that we work with all of our groups, and then also, I think, as I said earlier, particularly for rural dwellers, we need to make sure that there's inclusion. People have access to internet, people have access to be able to use some of the tools that are becoming increasingly available.
Colm Gillernew. Craig,
we have discussed budget issues at length with both the British Prime Minister, with the Secretary of State, with the Minister for Cabinet Office, recently at a meeting on the 22nd of January, and then alongside that discussions have been ongoing between Treasury and the Finance Minister for some time. We acknowledge the confirmation of the £400 million reserve claim, which obviously allows us the ability to be able to stabilise some public finances this year. However, it is important to recognise that this is refunding or repayable funding that we have achieved, and therefore will place additional pressure on future budgets. It's vital that we get to an agreed position on the multi-year budget as soon as possible, and as no minister would stand in this House and say anything other than this is an extremely challenging budget process that we are engaged in. It's very clear from day one, as all parties of this House recognise, that we have been underfunded, and the fact that we had a stabilisation fund that runs out this year puts us in a very, very difficult and precarious position in terms of being able to fund public services and meet all of our programme for government commitments. But that being said, the case continues to be made at every available avenue, and the draft budget's out for consultation now. It's now the job of all of us to try to get to a point where we have a 3-year budget. And also alongside that, because you have the dual run, we're trying to deal with the public services here, but we also continue to make the case for why we need transformation and reform funding and additional funding to allow us to actually deliver good public services.
Mr Gildernew.
Thank the First Minister for her answer. And while the efforts of the Finance Minister in particular, along with executive colleagues, securing access to a £400 million reserve claim is certainly welcome, does the First Minister agree with me that access to the reserve claim is in itself a clear statement that the British Government funding for the North is fundamentally inadequate? Minister. And what we really need is greater fiscal powers to make our own financial decisions?
Minister.
Yeah, I mean, I absolutely do agree. I mean, on day one, the business of this House was to say that we were being underfunded for well over a decade. Every single party in this chamber agreed with that. That remains the case. We have certainly made advances in terms of shoring up the case that we make for us to be funded according to the needs of the people here. But in the short period that we have been in office, in the last 2 years, the additional funding that's been secured by the Finance Minister on our executive's behalf, that's obviously something that's welcome, but it only doesn't touch the surface of what we need to do to transform our public services. And certainly myself and the Deputy First Minister made the Secretary of State very aware of the position that we find ourselves in our last engagement. We're making the case so strongly that we've had a stabilisation fund and that's about to fall off the edge, and then how are we going to transform public services if we're underfunded? How are we going to fix health and education and everything else that we want to do if we are underfunded? So I often hear people talk about the begging bowl analogy. I don't accept that. What we're asking for is what's right for people here. What we're asking for is right for the people that we represent. What we're asking for is appropriate support to address the many years of underfunding of this place, and ultimately, more fiscal levers in order for us to be able to do more things here, so we can invest in policy proposals and we can invest in public services.
Johnny Buckley.
First Minister, absolutely there is a need for an adequate budget, and every member in this House would support the need for an adequate budget. But in the general public, there is the perception of huge system mismanagement, with our roads in absolute chaos, hospital waiting lists still persistently high, and huge underinvestment in our school estate. What can we do? What can the First Minister do to reassure the public that every effort is being taken to ensure that there is not system mismanagement? And I look particularly at the Audit Office report, which showed £50 million a year in sickness leave payments in the civil service. What will the First Minister do to address that wastage to ensure it can go into frontline services?
I think there's no doubt that there is wastage in our system, and we're doing all we can to transform our public services. You only have to look at the state of the education budget and the fact that they have overspent so significantly, or the health budget, and that leaves the whole of the executive in a very difficult position. But there's no doubt that our public services are under huge pressure because of years of underinvestment. So our day one argument needs to remain our day one argument, that we need to fight for more public services to invest here. Alongside that, we need to do the transformation work, and I believe that we're all up for doing that transformation work. I think we can deliver public services better in a more efficient way, using a whole range of factors, whether it's transformation projects that actually try to reform, for example, how planning applications are dealt with, how we can see the improvements that we've seen across health with the rollout of Encompass. But then I think alongside that, we need to actually go right to the heart of wastage in our system, and I believe that that's also a big issue that we're all committed to addressing, and we can see a whole raft of proposals that have been taken forward from both at the Department of Finance level, at a Hawks level, in terms of the wastage in the system itself, when you look at absences and everything else that we have. But there are strategies now in place to deal with that, and I think you just not see the benefit of them for a bit more longer to come. But I do think that there are a number of things in train that will make a significant difference. But our day one argument should be everybody, come out of the words of everybody in this chamber. This place has been underfunded for over a decade. We're trying to pick up the pieces. The British government need to pay for the public services here that they have underinvested in for over a decade.
I move to topical questions, and I call Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First Minister, can I welcome the fact that you have said, I believe today, that you won't be attending the White House. Our party obviously has taken a clear position on that both this year. Our party leader said she will not be attending, and indeed in previous years when Trump was in the White House. But I do have to say, First Minister, that your party and Donald Trump do share a particular position, which is to be less than fulsome in your support for the people of Ukraine as they experience an onslaught from Putin's Russia. Can I ask, First Minister, given particularly that your department is responsible for Ukrainian refugees here, can you honestly stand over the vote of your colleagues in the European Parliament to stand alongside the German far right and Viktor Orban in denying humanitarian aid to the people of Ukraine?
Okay, that's nothing to do with the Executive Office, but I can say that yes, we do our very, very best here to support our Ukrainian refugees that are under our care, and I think the society here has been absolutely excellent in opening their doors and actually welcoming people in, and long may that continue. The policy positions adopted by my party are not relevant to the Executive Office per se, but I think we all increasingly should be a bit concerned, whilst all public services are really, really struggling, that the approach of the British government in particular is to, and international communities also, is to move towards the militarisation agenda as opposed to actually investing in people. I do have concern with that, and I do have issue with that.
First Minister, I get about 2 questions once a month, so I will ask you about issues that pertain to wider questions, including decisions made by your party, and it has nothing to do with the British government. It was a vote taken in the European Parliament by your colleagues. It included civil and humanitarian aid. I understand your colleagues are talking about defence spending. You don't have to endorse every part of that spending. Your party could, for example, have abstained. You chose not to. First Minister, your party chose not to. Whenever those of us who want a united and new Ireland back inside the European Union are going to be asking now and in the future for European solidarity, is it defensible for your party to stand against humanitarian aid to people in Ukraine?
Again, nothing to do with the Executive Office, but I think, yes, we can stand over very clearly our position, because of course nothing in life is black and white. Neither is positions adopted in the European Parliament, and sometimes you have to go with one part of a motion or another part. And I'm very confident that well, this has nothing to do with the Executive Office, but I'm very confident that our party position is our party position and we can stand over it.
Tony Ford.
Speaker, with delays on absolutely everything from the Maze Long Cache site to the A1 upgrades and the junctions there, can the First Minister give us an update on the value of the Strategic Investment Board?
Yeah, I can say to you that we're actively looking now at our investment strategy, and I think that's really important, including the role of SIB, because there was a review and we looked at that. And I think that what we want to do is, once we get by the 3-year budget setting process, that clearly will inform the investment strategy. And we ourselves are looking actively at the role of SIB, what it is that they do, how they do it, because we have to obviously put down a particular ask of them in terms of what they will do in their remit, and we'd be more than happy to share that with members.
Mr. Honeyford.
Thank you, and thank the First Minister for her answer. I sit in the PAC, and I remember them coming in, and I was really unclear as to actually what power they had at all. So, could you give us a timescale for that? You're talking about the sort of comprehensive review there. Can you give us a timescale to ensure we get value for money for the public?
Yeah, I agree. We have to get value for money, and I think over the role of SIB over the years has kind of morphed, and a lot more people who were initially in SIB are now in departments nearly on a longer term basis. That's something that both the DFM and I have been raising, because we want to be clear around what is our ask, what is our added value from SIB, particularly when it comes to the rolling out of our investment strategy. So I can say to you that whenever it comes to the role of SIB, we'll be very open about that in terms of what we've asked of them, because I think that's really, really important. But I can say to you, in terms of the strategy itself, the investment strategy itself, we're actively working our way through that, and a considerable amount of work has gone into it. But I think that some of the work that we've seen underlining the investment strategy is around 9 key kind of actions, enabling actions that actually will help us to do things better, so transform and invest in infrastructure alongside a number of other things. But I look forward to whenever we're back in this House actually debating the investment strategy, because I think that's something that we all want to see.
Deirdre Hoggy.
Thanks very much. First Minister, if you could outline just the decision that you've taken today in terms of the White House and St Patrick's Day and your reasons.
Yeah, I mean, thank you. I can have confirmed publicly that after some serious consideration, and I did give it very much serious consideration in terms of my attendance at the White House this year, because I do understand and recognise, as we all do, that there are very deep and historic bonds between Ireland and the United States. But I said the context in which I would make the decision would be based on the prevailing circumstance, and it's very clear what's happening in Palestine has not improved. And it's very clear that what we see unfold in front of our eyes, where families are still under attack, where the genocide still occurs, then for me that's the context in which I couldn't. So for me it was about taking a principled stand and not attending the White House on this occasion.
Ms Hoggy.
Thanks very much. And does the First Minister agree that all political leaders have a responsibility to stand against the inhumanity being displayed by Israel on the Palestinian people?
Yes, I do. I think it's an opportunity. I mean, we're a small voice, however, it's important that at times like this, I mean, this is the genocide of our generation, and whenever you reflect on all of that, you have to use your political platform and your voice to be on the right side of humanity, to be on the right side of history, and that's certainly why I have taken the decision that I have. And I think, whilst there's a ceasefire in name, there isn't a ceasefire in reality. I mean, that's very clear, the lived experience of the people of Palestine. When you see that homes are still being destroyed, that families are being killed, when you see the indiscriminate fire on a day and nightly basis, I just think that that's something that should alarm us all, and we all should be proactive in using our voice. As I said, I think that there are times in history when you have to stand on the right side of humanity, and for me, I will always be able to confidently say to my grandchildren that I stood on the right side of humanity.
John Burrows.
Your decision not to attend the White House St Patrick's Day on the basis of humanitarian grounds, somewhat at odds with your party's conduct in terms of visiting China. Why is it okay to shake the hand of Beijing but not visit the White House?
So, as the member will be aware, we've spoken quite often in this House in relation to our engagement with both Chinese officials here, or indeed whenever the Economy Minister recently visited China. We make it very clear about their human rights abuses. We always underline that in all of our visits. Both myself and the Deputy First Minister are on record in all of our meetings with Chinese officials that we're concerned about their human rights abuses, and they're very clear of our record in relation to that.
Burrows.
Mr. Speaker, really a non-answer, because you're still prepared to have the Economy Minister go to China, a regime that drips in blood, that crushes dissent, that is a humanitarian abuser, that oppresses Christians. You're happy to have a member of your party, senior member, shake the hand, the bloody hand of Beijing, but give false reasons why you won't attend the White House.
So my reasons for not attending the White House are very similar to last year. There is a genocide. A genocide. Something that is unique to our generation. And I think it's important that you stand on the right side of humanity on that issue. Unfortunately, many members in the benches opposite will be on the wrong side of this historical moment. But I've made my voice clear, and I'm taking a stand in terms of the role of the United States, in particular in terms of the international community, the fact that they have turned the other way, that they have failed. What I want to see in the Middle East is I want to see a two-state solution. Our society tells you that there's always a road out of conflict. Our society tells you that dialogue will get you to that point. I encourage the international community to do more, and I take a distinct approach to what we do in relation to Washington and what we do in relation to China in terms of trade and relationships. But I'm very confident that our Economy Minister is more than capable of raising all those human rights concerns that we all share.
Tom McCannon.
Mr. Speaker, Minister, the wonder for introducing legislation is closing fast. The Education Minister has put forward proposals to address the inequality of provision of a statutory body with equivalent powers for the controlled sector. This is currently sitting on your desk gathering dust. Do you commit then to progressing this issue, to address this inequality situation, and to accepting the request to meet with representatives from the controlled sector to discuss this very important issue?
Well, I'm quite sure that your colleagues aren't briefing out of the Executive, because that would be a breach of the confidentiality of the Executive. However, there are many papers sitting in the Executive waiting to be cleared. I can tell you there's very little on my end.
Mr. Buchanan.
Thank you. Not much of an answer, but whatever. The Communities Minister then has raised the important issue of tackling fraud and error in the benefits system. And we all know that those who fraud the system are stealing from those who genuinely need that support. Why then do you not support the Communities Minister in this important issue rather than preventing further action to address it?
Minister.
Again, more talking out of the Executive. We're working our way through all of the papers that we have. Some of these are very detailed policies. I was quite concerned in relation to some of your colleagues' proposals, because he seems to have a disproportionate emphasis on people who are struggling and need benefits, and going after them in the courts and naming them and shaming them. So that's my concern. But I can assure you, member, that I continue to work with all Executive colleagues, because I want to see our papers agreed. Unfortunately, some of the papers in the Executive have been stuck for over a year. Over a year, could you imagine? That's disgraceful. I want to progress our papers as quickly as we possibly can. I will work with other ministers in terms of being able to do so. I think that we have a short window left in this mandate, and where there are legislative proposals, I think we should be prioritising them and actually getting them agreed and back into the floor of this House for debate. And I think that will be a good spot, because I think we're going to spend the rest of this mandate debating many pieces of legislation which I think will be beneficial to people's lives.
Michael McAleer.
Could the Minister update the House on any engagements he's had with the insurance industry following the Infrastructure Minister's change of driver licensing? Thank you.
Yeah, again, this is not as TO, but I did join the Infrastructure Minister in a meeting we had with, I think, the Association of British Insurers, so it's like the umbrella body for all the insurance companies. And we raised with them a concern which I know many people in this House have the same concerns, and it's been raised with you all, no doubt, and that's the cost of insurance here. The cost of insurance is just so disproportionately high, and in particular for our young people, and some of the premiums that I know that young people are paying are just absolutely extortionate. So we took the opportunity to meet with the association, because obviously we've had, the infrastructure has announced our road safety improvement scheme, which is obviously, again, or road safety measures, which is again raising awareness around security or safety on the roads. And then you've had the graduated driving licences announcement last week. So I think a combination of these things should mean that our young drivers are safer on the road. And I wanted to make that case that these companies need to stop making such big profits off young people's backs and actually let them get on the road and let them get on the road at a premium that's actually fair and reasonable and not disproportionate, which is the case whenever you compare, I think, the rates in Scotland, in Wales and in England.
Mr. McAleer.
I'm going to thank the Minister for her response. Minister, on the topic of road safety, would she agree with me that the proposed increase in sentencing for drunk drivers as proposed in the Justice Minister's sentencing bill is welcome? Thank you.
Yeah, this is obviously a very emotive issue, particularly for anybody that has lost a loved one on the road, and unfortunately there are far too many. I think I very much welcome the fact that this has moved on to the next stage and that the Justice Minister will be bringing it into this House for debate. I think it's so important because I think the increased sentencing guidelines will actually really be a deterrent, and that you don't get a slap on the wrist for being the cause of someone losing their life. And I know that in your own backyard, the family of Enda Dolan were really strong campaigners, using their own tragedy and their own life experience actually to campaign for a change in the law that will actually be really meaningful. So I commend that family, and I'm sure you all know many other families that have been likewise campaigning, so I commend them all for getting to this point. But I think this is the outworking then of being local ministers, being able to be close to our communities, being able to listen to the changes that they want to see, and then we are able to bring that forward through legislation. So I look forward to it coming to the House for debate.
First Minister, you'll no doubt be aware of a statement issued last week by Geraldine Finucane expressing increased frustration at the handling of the Pat Finucane inquiry. Can I ask First Minister if you share my concern, indeed the concerns of the Finucane family, about the British Government's approach on this issue?
Yes, I absolutely do, and I'm very mindful of the family, given that it's just past the anniversary of Pat's death. 37 years campaigning for truth and justice, 37 years being let down at every turn by the British Government, 37 years of being made promises that were then reneged on. So I commend the family, and I urge the British Government to step forward to do the right thing. They committed to the inquiry, but have yet to agree the terms of reference. That's not acceptable, it's not good enough. So they need to get on with it and allow the family the ability to move forward. And I make that plea to the British Government today. Stop making the Finucane family wait. Do the right thing, develop the terms of reference, let the work get underway, and let the family get answers.
That concludes questions to the Executive Office. We now move to questions to the Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs. And I call Daniel McCrossan.
Mr. Speaker, question 1, please.
Minister.
Speaker, with your permission, I would like to group questions 1 and 8 together. The Planning Response Team is a single point of contact for planning consultations and environmental queries related to planning, and provides a single integrated response for each consultation across DAERA's areas of responsibility. Where an elected representative wishes to engage on a planning application, the Planning Response Team, as the coordinating team, will direct the query to the relevant consultee team or teams for a response. This is most effective as there are 8 consultee teams within DAERA, and an application may need a response from more than one team. The Planning Response Team can be contacted by email at planningresponse.team@daera-ni.gov.uk or via telephone on 028 90 569 604. The contact details are also available on the departmental website.
McCrossan.
Thank you, Minister. As you'll know, Minister, the response by NEA to elected representatives is entirely inadequate, in fact poor. A temporary decision was made by the Speaker in his former role as Minister to not respond to MLAs or agents' requests for information in the last mandate. Is it your intention to keep this in place moving forward?
Thank you, Daniel, for your question. As you know, that there is a Northern Ireland Environment Agency improvement plan underway to review communication and stakeholder engagement alongside other areas. As a first step within this NEA improvement plan, officials will implement a special exercise to provide an update on all consultations and waiting a response. This update will be provided to planners through the Northern Ireland Consultee Hub. The update will confirm receipt of the planning consultation, advise the case has been allocated to a case officer, and provide an indicative timeframe for response. The indicative response time for each development type will also be published on the DAERA website. I recognise that there's more to do in terms of NEA plan and response times. We have a performance plan in place, and I'll be visiting officials at their site in Lisburn in the coming weeks.
Wilson.
Minister, your department has a seat at the Planning Consultee Forum, and I'm wondering, our committee itself requested that the Consultee Forum address the committee. I'm concerned that there's a lack of joined-up approach in terms of planning consultees getting their consultees back to planning departments. Minister, as your department has a seat at the table, would you back us up in bringing that group to our committee that we can adequately address the concerns of applicants across Northern Ireland?
So I'm aware of your deliberations around this, and you're also aware that there was a review of the planning system in Northern Ireland with a particular focus on the role of statutory consultees, and that was in 2019 that review was undertaken, and one of the recommendations was the establishment of a cross-government planning forum of senior leaders. You're aware of what that forum does. It meets on a quarterly basis, includes representatives from civil service departments, public bodies, which have a key statutory consultee role as part of the planning process, council representatives and planning group staff. The Director of the Natural Environment Division within DAERA, Northern Ireland Environment Agency, is part of that forum. I will consider your request around this, just be very conscious of its particular remit and the role of Department of Infrastructure. But let's be clear, statutory consultee responses need to come back quicker, and we need to have a more effective planning system, and I'm committed to play my role in regards to that.
Aoife Finnegan.
Concordia, it's my understanding that advice has now issued following correspondence between the National Parks and the Wildlife Service and the Shared Environmental Services on cross-border impacts of agriculture litter and manure spreading on designated sites. Can the Minister confirm that the Environment Agency has considered it in relevant planning cases, and will he publish that advance as soon as possible in the interest of transparency?
Minister.
So I'm aware of the issue that you're outlining, and also where the role of shared environmental services play in regards to this. And I'm happy to take us away and write back to you, because I want to confirm the exact facts around it all. But I'm aware that there was a delay in getting that advice back, and we said shared environmental services to proceed in the absence of that. If that advice came back, I'm happy to write back to you and give you a bit more detail around that. This is a complex issue, but I know it's been an issue of concern for the farming community. Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I'd like to group questions 2 and 9 together. Rethinking our resources comprises 2 work streams that aim to help us in terms of decarbonisation of our economy, to improve the environment and, very importantly, to build a better, more circular economy. The first focused on specific waste and recycling reforms of interest to householders, councils and businesses. The second stream is the waste management strategy, which I launched recently, which will set the policy direction at a strategic level for waste management in Northern Ireland for the next 6 years. In 2024, my department consulted on a range of proposals to improve recycling and waste collections across households and businesses. The responses informed a draft departmental response, which contains recommendations for driving down the volume of residual waste and also improving the quality and quantity of material being collected for recycling, supporting local processing. Action is needed. We are seeing recycling rates stagnate. We are exporting waste to other countries instead of managing our own waste locally, and we are losing valuable economic resource, which could drive investment in local green jobs and support a local circular economy. I'm hearing at first hand that councils and businesses are seeking clear direction and clarity on our proposals, as they want to make investment decisions in their operations and want to know how these proposals will impact them. I've been seeking support from my executive colleagues to publish the departmental response since the summer of last year, to provide the clarity that councils and businesses require and assure householders that their efforts will boost a local reprocessing industry, creating new good green jobs and also enhancing our local circular economy. As was stated earlier, my draft waste management strategy was launched for consultation and closes on the 8th of April. I encourage everyone to respond and ensure that their views are heard.
John Blair.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for that reply. Further to that, can I ask the Minister how separate recycling streams can improve the quality of the recycled product as well as benefit the circular economy?
Thank you, John. It's of key importance that we improve the quality of recycling as well as the quantity. This will ensure that the resource value of the material collected is maximised. For example, local reprocessors have told us they are unable to take commingled glass because high-quality cullet is essential for efficient remelting. Contamination by ceramics, plastics and other particles reduces furnace efficiency, increases energy use and damages equipment. This means that our local businesses are having to import high-quality material while commingled collected glass is exported to other nations for cleaning and processing or downgrading to aggregate. This represents a missed opportunity for our local economy. Separate collections are beneficial as they lead to higher local reprocessing, and also this supports investment in terms of jobs in the reprocessing plants, manufacturing, and also reduces waste export volumes and associated emissions.
Minister, thanks, Mr. Speaker. Minister, called Rethinking Resources, and it relates to the circular economy. I'm afraid your department's been doing a lot of thinking, and it feels like it's going around in circles. People in Four Winds and Carryduff in my constituency have been told now for years by Lisburn and Castlereagh Council that they cannot get rid of these things called Kirby boxes, which blow all over the high ground in BT8 and ironically create more litter. The council tells them nothing can be done about that until the minister responds to the consultation that happened 2 years ago. Now you're announcing another consultation. What do you say, Minister, to my constituents in BT8 who are fed up waiting for consultation after consultation? They just want action.
Minister. So, as I outlined in the response, we're consulting on a waste strategy. I previously consulted on a recycling strategy. I sent the departmental response to my executive colleagues in the summer of last year. It's ready to go. I want to be able to issue that to councils, but it's with the executive and I can't publish it until I get agreement around that. And I share your frustration around this, because it's been sitting there for months. And it's really important that we help people recycle. We've done so much good work in Northern Ireland in terms of the level of recycling. Really good achievement, but we need to go further because we want to boost our local economy and we also want to deal with those environmental concerns as a result of waste, whether it's going to landfill or it's going for incineration. So that response and that proposed way forward in regards to recycling is there, it's ready to go, and I need executive agreement for it. Alongside that, there is positive developments. Most recently, if you see, for example, in terms of Belfast City Council, in terms of curbside glass collection, that's something my department has supported. It's good, it's popular, and it's important we embrace that.
Tom Buchanan.
Minister, farmers and businesses are being asked to modernise, decarbonise and invest. Yet as Minister, after months and years, we're still waiting on a consultation response being published. How is this credible leadership?
I think you should ask your own party.
Connie Egan.
Number 3, please.
Minister.
I have ambitious goals to protect our environment from plastic pollution, reduce unnecessary waste and promote sustainability. My department has already taken action with the introduction of legislation to ban single-use vapes and wet wipes containing plastic. My department is leading on work to bring forward the Plastic Pollution Plan for Northern Ireland. It is an overarching document with the aim of addressing and tackling the problem of plastic pollution in Northern Ireland. This plan will set the course for Northern Ireland to be part of the plastic solution and become a leader in driving necessary change. A public consultation ran from the 2nd of July of last year for 12 weeks, with responses from citizens and businesses. Feedback received will be incorporated into the final plan. The plan will collate the targets incorporated in existing policies and strategies and identify actions that will contribute to eliminating unnecessary plastic in Northern Ireland. My officials are working to bring forward regulations to transpose the EU Single-Use Plastics Directive into Northern Ireland domestic law, which will remove more commonly littered and unnecessary single-use plastic items from circulation. The primary objective of the Single-Use Plastic Directive is to protect our environment. Single-use plastics are a wasteful use of resources, being used only once before being discarded, impacting both our marine and natural environment. The introduction of these regulations will reduce the volume and impact of plastic products on our environment. Work is also continuing on the introduction of a deposit return scheme for single-use drinks containers, which will launch in Northern Ireland in October of next year.
Thank you, Minister. Could I ask you to please outline what programmes are being supported by the carrier bag levy?
Thank you, Connie. The carrier bag levy is an example of behavioural change, bringing about a positive impact for our environment, with the most recent statistics showing a decrease of almost 6 million bags per annum over a 2-year period. The revenue raised helps to support the Environment Fund, which has delivered a number of projects, including eco-schools, which engage with young people to further influence positive behaviours and enhance their appreciation of our environment. And I know both you and I have enjoyed meeting those eco-schools. Similarly, the levy also directly funds a lyric theatre eco-project, Wastebusters the Musical, currently touring schools across all council areas in Northern Ireland, educating and encouraging efforts to protect our resources. And I've attended the production of that in the next few weeks.
Michael Bain.
Given that plastic makes up 15 to 20% of a nappy, can I ask the Minister, further to my debate in January last year, can he provide an update on how he is going to divert nappies and absorbent hygiene products away from residual waste and ensure that valuable recyclable material is extracted and reused?
Thank you. And I think this is an important issue, and it's important that councils do all they can to find a way to reduce the amount of waste that's going either to landfill or for incineration. I know my officials have been engaging on this. One of the key issues here is about the role that councils can play in regards to this. Councils have an additional approximately £50 million from in terms of extended packaging responsibility money, so they can use that for improving their ways to recycle, and that's one of the ways that you have set out in terms of the ways to improve recycling and to reduce waste management is through what you've outlined, and officials will continue to engage, but ultimately this is for councils to take forward. It would be good if I could publish the response, the departmental response previously, which was set out the proposed way forward.
Jack Hall.
So do you agree with me about our approach to tackling plastic pollution is to prevent it from being produced and appearing on shop shelves in the first place? I mean, it's ridiculous. For example, you go into a shop, you buy bananas covered in plastic. It's absurd. So you maybe outline what work you're doing to work with, either to compel, to encourage producers and suppliers to stop using plastics, especially single-use ones. Thank you.
Yes, so there's a waste hierarchy, and one part of that is about reducing the amount of waste that we're producing. There's the extended packaging responsibility that's been brought in across the UK, and that's hopefully going to incentivise the reduction in the amount of packaging. But also there's a scheme coming in place in October of next year. It's been in place down south since February of 2024 in terms of deposit return scheme, which will encourage people to bring their bottles back, and we'll get money for that. That's proven to be very popular down south, also in other parts of Europe, and I believe that it will be popular here in the north as well. So there's lots we're doing around this. There's more that we should do, because we want to make sure that we're not missing the opportunities from a circular economy.
Mark Durkan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank the Minister for his answers, particularly the last one when he referred to the success of the deposit return scheme in the south. I know we're due to see it in October next year, I think the Minister says, but what conversations has he had with his counterpart on the south about how our scheme that's implemented here can harmonise with theirs?
So I've previously spoken to my counterpart about that. There's a desire from the DEFRA Secretary of State and myself to go down south to see the scheme in operation. One of the key focuses of the deposit return scheme in the UK is it has to be interoperable with the south. That's been quite a key thing that I've been advocating for, and I believe it will be. And to be honest, what we've seen in the south is a real role model for how we can take forward the scheme in the UK and including Northern Ireland. There's staff members from that scheme who then came across to the DRS scheme in the UK and have brought that knowledge around it. It's disappointing this hasn't been in place sooner. This is a result of the antics of the previous UK government around this issue, but this new government is committed towards it and we're rolling it out. And it's also good to see the operator for the deposit return scheme at an event last week with Retail and I engaging with local retailers on the issue.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Minister, it's good to hear you're making progress on tackling plastic pollution, but can you update this House and take this opportunity to enlighten us what progress you're making regarding the amount of raw sewage currently going into our waterways? I know that doesn't sit with you, but when farmers are always used as a scapegoat for Northern Ireland water, I'm interested to know what progress you've made in the 7 million tonnes of untreated sewage that's going into our waterways each year.
Not sure what plastic's got to do with sewage, but I'll leave it in your hands, Minister.
Yeah, plastic and sewage are a bit different, but I'm happy to answer your question in regards to this. What sits with me is in terms of regulation and enforcement around this. And there will be a paper going to the Executive in the next few weeks in terms of addressing that by-ball that's been put in place for NI Water since 2007, where they're unfairly given a very special dispensation compared to other polluters. I believe that needs to be addressed. There's other work in place, and I'll be outlining to that chamber in the time ahead. The ultimate responsibility for investment and the management of wastewater infrastructure sits with the Minister for Infrastructure. I believe we need to be brave around this. We need to address these issues, because not only is it causing harm to our environment, but it's affecting house building and economic development in Northern Ireland, and it's something I'm very acutely aware of. But alongside that, we are doing work in relation to plastic pollution, because a wider issue in terms of environment does need to be addressed.
Robert Clark.
Question number 4.
My department's 2025 to 2026 business plan includes a commitment to deliver 95% of payments for live farm-based schemes to be accurately and on time to eligible businesses. I am pleased to report that this commitment was not only achieved but exceeded. In 2025, 98% of payments under both the Farm Sustainability Transition Payment and the Beef Carbon Reduction Scheme were issued on the first day of payment, totalling over £260 million to farm businesses. Early decisions by the Executive on the final budget and associate allocations to departments will be needed to ensure we can maintain this record for 2026 to 2027, and my officials are working hard to prepare another timely delivery following final decisions to make up to the Executive's 26 to 27 budget.
Can I thank the Minister for the answer, and indeed welcome the answer in terms of the 98%. However, can I ask the Minister then, given that you're able to achieve a 98%, why you would set an annual target this year of 95%?
Minister.
We don't want... If you set a target, I'm happy to review that if you want around it all. I think it's important that we get these payments out on time. We want to thank staff for delivering that last year in terms of 98%. I would want to say one thing to the House. With only a draft budget, and a draft budget which was issued for consultation by the Finance Minister rather than an agreement by the Executive, and without a budget in place, I am seeking guidance from officials as to whether I can set entitlements and also do farm payments in the next financial year. And people need to be cognizant of the need to be able for us to work together to set a budget for the year ahead, so that I can assure the farming community of those payments.
Robbie Butler.
Speaker, thank the Minister for his answer, and like the member for South Antrim, well done on getting the percentage up, but we have to look at the raw statistics, so percentages sometimes can skew the real figures. How many farm payments applications were made in the year against the year before, Minister?
So he lifted me up and you put me down. I'll need to check those figures because I don't have them in front of me, and I can write back to you on that.
Andy Allen.
Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
The Northern Ireland Environment Agency's Environmental Crime Unit investigates and prosecutes serious waste crimes in Northern Ireland using its enforcement powers under the Waste and Contaminated Land Order 1997. Criminal prosecutions may include confiscation under the Proceeds of Crime Act 2002 to ensure offenders do not profit and to enforce the polluter pays principle. To strengthen its enforcement capability, the Environmental Crime Unit is recruiting specialist staff and investing in accredited training to embed best practice. The NEA also works closely with local councils through an established fly tipping protocol. A multi-agency approach remains central to tackling illegal waste activity. Northern Ireland Environment Agency collaborates with organisations including the Joint Unit on Waste Crime and the Organised Crime Task Force, ensuring a coordinated, proactive action across agencies. My department is also seeking to increase the maximum penalties associated with waste offences which impact the water environment. The Draft Fisheries and Water Environment Bill provides a legislative solution to ensure there are consistent penalties across a range of pieces of legislation, including the Waste and Contaminated Land Order 1997 and the Water Northern Ireland Order 1999, which is necessary to deliver penalties which are robust, fair and proportionate to the offences committed. This supports actions which have been committed to in the Lough Neagh Action Plan. The public consultation on policies for inclusion in the draft bill ended on the 6th of November last year. Officials incorporated the analysis into the policy memorandum, which was agreed by the Executive in late December last year.
Mr. Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and can I thank the Minister for his answer. I don't know, like myself, if other members are starting to see an increase in the amount of fly tipping and illegal dumping right across their constituencies, but it does seem to be on the upsurge. Minister, can you perhaps give an indication as to how much this practice is costing the public purse on an annual basis, and what you're doing to ensure that it is the criminals who pay for it and not the public?
So the figures you're asking for, I'll have to come back. We have to collate those between district councils and ourselves. But I know that there is a cost to waste crime in Northern Ireland, and the biggest example of that is potentially one of the largest illegal dumps in Europe at Maboy, just outside Derry, which could cost us between £100 and £700 million to remediate. and that's why it's important that we have strong environmental and governance in place so we don't have a repeat of that. And included as part of that is an independent environmental protection agency. There is a role for district councils in relation to fly tipping. I'm disappointed that 2 district councils have not signed up to the fly tipping protocol in Northern Ireland, and we continue to engage with them to encourage them to do that, because we all have a role to play around this, and waste crime should not pay. There's legislation in place, and it's important that we take learnings from the recent Northern Ireland Audit Office report around this to ensure that we have effective response to these issues.
Keith Buchanan.
Minister, a few years ago myself and NIA were made aware of an issue in my constituency of an illegal asbestos dump, basically a large hole open and asbestos and covered over. As to date, that asbestos is still there, and as to date there's been no prosecution. I'm not going to get obviously the detail of that, but is the environmental crime unit working? Because whenever an individual that you're dealing with moves on, it seems to follow the page, so there's no pass on from the case to the next officer.
So I'm happy to speak to you afterwards, or for you to correspond with me about the specific incident that you reference. There is resourcing challenges within my department. I've been open about that. We have over 800 vacancies within the department. That affects Northern Ireland Environment Agency as it does other parts of the department. But it's important, if there's particular concerns you've got, that we can engage in that, and whether we have to engage with Health and Safety Executive, I'm happy to do that.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just ask the Minister what powers are available to deal with fly tipping and illegal dumping.
There is a range of powers in legislation to deal with this, as I've outlined in my response. I think it's important. The most fundamental thing is for people to report this to us, whether it's District Council or the Northern Ireland Environment Agency, to enable prompt follow-up. Over the weekend, I've had people contact me on Facebook reporting through concerns in relation to water pollution, and I've asked them, have you reported it through? And they've said no. And it's important that people report things through promptly to enable investigation around it.
John Burrows.
Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I will take questions 6 and 7 together. Surveillance of bovine TB within the badger population in Northern Ireland is primarily collected through my department's Road Traffic Accident Survey. Over the past 5 years, the survey indicates TB prevalence in badgers to be at a steady rate of around 19%, rather than this being a new or emergent outbreak. In April last year, the TB stakeholder body I established on recommendation from our Chief Veterinary Officer produced a new blueprint for tackling bovine TB here. I was pleased to endorse the blueprint, which includes actions on the role played by wildlife as one of the 3 pillars of eradication alongside cattle and people measures. As part of the blueprint's implementation, my officials are preparing a new consultation on the full range of potential wildlife intervention options for launch in the spring. Once this concludes, I will be much better placed to make an informed decision on the best way to address the spread of TB between badgers and cattle. The Department is also working with our stakeholders to prioritise other blueprint actions, and as such I have instructed my officials to establish a TB transformation programme to oversee this work. In addition to that, I will be launching alongside my counterpart in the Republic of Ireland, the Minister of Agriculture, Food and Marine, Martin Hayden, an innovative cross-border regionalisation initiative supported by Shared Ireland funding to tackle TB.
Mr. Burrows.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, you're managing a TB crisis instead of leading the farming community out of it. There's a lot of jargon there, a lot of management speak, but there are solutions. When are you actually going to grip the situation, provide strong leadership and implement the solutions to get us out of this preventable cycle of herd closures and then people awaiting compensation?
So as I set out in the response, and I recognise this is a technical area, but it's important in terms of respecting the veterinary science around it all. The TB Partnerships Blueprint recognises that all factors that contribute to the spread and endurance of this terrible disease need to be tackled if we are to set Northern Ireland on a path towards eradication. That means the actions need to be taken across all 3 key priorities, which is people, cattle and wildlife. I'm committed to this. We've put additional funding towards it. We're doing a cross-border initiative around this. It's important when we're looking at wildlife interventions we do it right and we take learnings from the previous intervention which fell at judicial review.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, we share a constituent who very recently lost 50 dairy cows to TB. That has wiped £12,000 a month from a family dairy business, from his milk income, with years of breeding and genetics lost and serious mental stress and toll placed upon his family, and compensation only covers the very basic value of the animals. Minister, when will you bring forward decisive action to tackle what many farmers see now as simply out of control TB levels? The Irish Government recently announced 200 recruitment staff to tackle this. Minister, what are you going to do to tackle this issue once and for all?
Thank you, Stephen. I'm aware of the case that you outline, and whilst TB has an impact in my department, it weighs upon me in terms of the mental health impact it has in front of the farming community in Northern Ireland, and I'm very aware of the farmer that you cite and the impact that this is having upon him, his family business, and it's something that was unexpected, and it has a significant financial toll. And whilst we're continuing 100% compensation, it does not reflect the full cost of TB on the farm. We're seeking to take the action around this. I have a bid in for transformation funding so we can drive down the level of TB in Northern Ireland. I'm waiting for that to come to the Executive for agreement. We're looking forward to doing that consultation in terms of wildlife interventions alongside the people and cattle measures. What I would say in relation to the wildlife intervention is that was announced in the dying days of the last mandate, and then it was successfully judicially reviewed. We've got to take learnings about this, and we need to make sure we're doing something right.
Minister, in the JR that you referred to in 2022 was related solely to issues to do with the consultation process as opposed to the legality of a badger cull. What steps has your department taken to address these procedural failings that give rise to JR in the first place? Thank you.
Minister. So I'm very aware of the judicial review, and I've read the judgment in regards to that. And as you outline, my predecessor's proposed wildlife intervention was split into two parts as part of the judicial review, and the legislative basis needs to be addressed. There is currently no specific primary or secondary legislation in place that explicitly provides for the culling of badgers in Northern Ireland to address TB disease levels and spread. I get the urgency around this. We lost 2 years of this Assembly mandate. It's important we do it right. We'll consult upon this, and I will take the difficult decisions around it.
Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for the answers thus far. Can I ask the Minister to outline what progress has been made on the bovine TB cooperation pilot under the Shared Island Initiative?
Minister. As I've mentioned, Minister Hayden and I are due to launch very soon the new bovine TB eradication pilot in the North East Donegal and part of the area covered by Derry City and Strabane Council. The regionalisation pilot will serve as a proof of concept model, enabling us to trial, evaluate and refine interventions within this defined geographic area. The approach to TB regionalisation project will include implementing and monitoring measures across the three key themes of wildlife, cattle and people. Work in this important initiative is already underway. Wildlife set surveys commenced in January, with land access for this work secured across the vast majority of the designated area. 86% of local farmers have granted permission for access, which shows exceptionally strong cooperation and engagement from the farming community. The set survey work, which will last for a period of 12 weeks, will provide essential ecological information for wildlife intervention and TB breakdown management. I would ask members to note that this project is entirely separate from the work on wildlife intervention options and is not and should not be considered as a predicator for any future decision I may make on wildlife intervention policy.
Topicals, called Daniel McCrossan.
Thank you, Speaker. Minister, in a written answer to me, you stated that there are, as of the 3rd of February, 576 planning consultations outstanding with NIEA, of which 364 statutory planning consultations are overdue. What are you doing to reduce these figures, and do you believe that these backlogs are acceptable?
As officials outlined to the committee around this, there is a planning performance plan in place. It has been implemented. I'm going to the Northern Ireland Environment Agency offices in Lisburn to engage directly with officials in terms of the progress around this. It needs to be improved. I get that. We're working around this. We need resources. We need to get people in place to be able to do this. We need to be more agile in terms of how we do it, and it's a priority for me.
Mr. McCrossan.
Okay, Minister, it seems your department's fond of consultations and talking as opposed to actually taking meaningful action. In another written answer to me, you stated that there are 48 staff working in the NIEA Marine and Fisheries Unit and that there are currently 23 vacancies. Nearly a third of those posts are lying empty. Isn't the only way of reducing the backlog and the problems that this House raises with you in relation to NIEA resolving this issue by filling these posts? What are you doing about that problem?
So, Daniel, if I was able to fill those posts today, I would do it. But one of the issues is in terms of Northern Ireland Civil Service HR and being able to get people recruited and into post. And people in this House will be aware of the Northern Ireland Audit Office report around that. and the need for change in regards to this, and I will engage with the Finance Minister on an ongoing basis in regards to that. But putting people into post is a key issue. It's a key issue not just in my department, but across the Northern Ireland Civil Service for us to be able to have people in post. It takes too long to get people into post, and as a result we're having too many vacancies, and it's impacting on public service. So I get that. I know that the committee considered this issue, and officials came in and gave evidence around that. I think it's important that in all the times we engage in this, it's done respectfully, because these officials are working under a lot of strain in terms of the resources around. We need to do better, and I will continue to engage with them on it. But these are also civil servants who are working for the public.
Mr Speaker, with reference to the change in the Isle of Man immigration rules, which could in effect prevent local fishing boats from fishing within a 12 nautical mile radius of the Isle of Man, I note from the Minister's response to the Irish News, it appears he and his department knew nothing about this change before the 11th of February. Is this because there was no prior announcement by the Isle of Man government, no consultation, or were he and his officials simply oblivious to it?
So the first I came aware of this as Minister is when it was announced, and I'm very disappointed about that. I'm very concerned in regards to the move in terms of their immigration policy, which is now affecting Northern Ireland fishing vessels' access to Isle of Man waters. I am very disappointed by the prior lack of engagement around this, because it has the potential to have a significant and detrimental impact on Northern Ireland's fishing fleet. Fishing sector's producer organisations have already highlighted to me that this creates further uncertainty for vessel operators and is a threat to fleet viability and access to historic fishing areas. The issue is especially serious for Northern Ireland Fleet, which is heavily reliant on skilled non-UK crew and risks undermining established fishing activity that has operated lawfully for many years, and therefore seek an urgent engagement with the Isle of Man authorities to fully understand the rationale for these changes and to explore practical solutions that avoid this impact on Northern Ireland vessels.
Thank the Minister for his response, and he has recognised that this is a further blow to a sector which is already under huge pressure, and we could list for quite some time the pressures that they currently are under. Will the Minister advise whether or not he has also made contact with the UK Government in relation to this, and will he also work with the skippers within the sector, along with the producer organisations, to bring forward a strategy which works for the fishing sector and will create a sustainable sector moving forward?
So I followed this issue up again today with officials, because it's important we take action on this, and that will include engaging with the UK Government around this. I want to give members also an update in terms of the Fishery and Coastal Growth Fund, which was announced a number of months ago. As you're aware, we're not getting our fair share in regards to that. We're getting approximately 3% of that through Barnett, rather than the 10% that we're due. I've consistently raised this with the UK Government to ensure that we have the funding support there for our fishing community, and I raised that only just recently. It's important we have the support in place around this. There's a lot of this sits with the UK Government, and we'll continue to engage with them on this, and I want to engage with the sector around this move. I'm very disappointed at how the Isle of Man have done this.
The severe challenges facing farmers following a whole month of consecutive days of rainfall has left ground conditions unsuitable for the safe spreading of slurry across many parts of Northern Ireland. What is the Minister's analysis at this stage?
As a department, we continue to monitor the situation. I'm very conscious that we had the wettest January in about 149 years, and that is having an impact across Northern Ireland. Officials are continuing to engage with the Ulster Farmers Union in regards to this. The legal requirements remain, but we're very aware of the concerns. I've spoken to the President of the Ulster Farmers Union around this, and we continue to engage on this matter.
That you, Mr Speaker, and the Minister for his answer. Will the Minister grant flexibility to the farming community this year because of the rainfall to allow them to manage through this period of weather and also to manage their own land?
So I've been asked this, and there's two issues that I have to be very conscious of, is our legal obligations, particularly in relation to the environment, and also animal welfare. When people ask questions like you've asked of me, people don't actually then have the detail behind it of what exactly the ask is, and we will be awaiting that information.
David Brooks.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Minister, I've been part of a cross-party group of elected representatives in the representing the Craigie area. They're engaging with Ulster Rugby and residents of the Craigie estate around parking issues on match days. One possible solution that has been, I can see him smiling, wondering what he's got to do with this, but one possible solution that's been identified is defensive planting using trees. I wondered if he might identify what tree planting schemes, particularly in urban areas, are available that they might be able to access.
I'm happy for officials to engage with you on that and get more detail. It's a very creative question. We're happy to consider what we can do around that.
Mr. Brooks.
Thank you, and I would welcome the Minister engaging with Ulster Rugby, the Housing Executive and other agencies involved, and I appreciate his answering that. Perhaps he would have more information on schemes available to replace trees that have been fallen during the recent storms.
Mr.
Do offer a number of schemes. We have lost a lot of forest cover as a result of recent storms. That's the outworking of climate change, where we're having some more severe and more regular storms in Northern Ireland. Those schemes are in place, but alongside that, it's important we have a climate adaptation plan in Northern Ireland so we can build resilience to these issues.
Over Clark.
Minister, following on from a previous question, in the leafy suburbs of South Belfast, where they have problems with the bins, indeed, as your colleague will know, we have similar problems with the bins in South Antrim. And in one of your responses, Minister, you referred to the difficulties with waste and about the quality of that waste. But there is a solution in Northern Ireland, and I want to see if you'd put in record whether you will support a homegrown industry, that in the Hightown Quarry, where there is a proposal for probably in excess of 10 years now for an incineration, rather than landfilling this or indeed shipping it off the shores of Northern Ireland for someone else to burn it.
Minister.
As a member, are we aware that there is an active planning application, and I have to respect the process around this. My preference around this is to recycle and to reduce.
Mr. Clark.
So your preference may be to recycle and reuse, or whatever other analogy you wish to use. However, for the people of Warren Point and for the people who are living beside landfill sites, they have no option but to endure the stink, because none of those options actually work. So, Minister, you are the Minister for the Environment and Rural Affairs. Can you not grow a set here today and actually come out and actually make it very clear that you would support a solution here in Northern Ireland, that by the way of the incineration project in my constituency?
Minister.
I don't think that's appropriate language for this place.
Jerry Kelly.
Good morning, Could I ask the Minister, could you outline how the Nature Recovery Challenge Fund, including the Journey 2030 with the Belfast Hills Partnership Project, will contribute to the North's biodiversity commitments?
Minister.
Thank you, Jerry. So we've faced twin challenges here in relation to climate crisis, but also nature and biodiversity, and it's important we take action on both fronts because they're interrelated. So that's why we're out to consult. I know people are frustrated with consultations, but legally we're required to do them in terms of a nature recovery strategy for Northern Ireland. Alongside that, we have the fund that you've just outlined. I want to give thanks to the environmental non-governmental organisations for the role that they play in helping us turn around nature. I've been up in the Belfast Hills. I've seen the good work that's taken place, particularly in terms of linking through to those communities, and I want to commend everyone for the work that they do.
Mr. Kelly.
Going previous lesson there, I sucked Fraggle Guji Shaw. I thank the Minister for his answer up to now, and there is a lot of great work being done in the upper and Cave Hill, I know that as well. Can you provide assurances that the Belfast Hills will be both enhanced by this funding and safeguarded against further environmental damage, and outline perhaps some long-term protections to be put in place, and what engagement has happened with farmers and landowners?
Yeah, so the whole purpose of the funding and the support around this is to provide those protections going forward. I'm very aware, for example, in terms of the Belfast Hills, in terms of the vulnerability, in terms of wildfires in Northern Ireland. So better looking after our nature can be a way to be able to prevent that. What I'm happy to do, if there's an interest around this from yourself and from other North Belfast representatives, is to go up to the area with the organisations and see the work that's taking place and be able to profile it, because it's important we connect nature and biodiversity to all the communities in Northern Ireland, most especially North Belfast. Nuala McAllister told me to say that.
David Honeyford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I ask the Minister if he agree with me that Northern Ireland should not be an outlier within the UK as the only jurisdiction without an independent environmental protection agency?
Thank you, David. Northern Ireland is an outlier in the UK and Ireland not having an independent environmental protection agency. The case for that is clear. I commissioned an independent expert panel to look at the issue. They came back with a detailed report outlining the case and rationale, also in relation to the governance structure and also its function. It's there. And it is wrong that a previous commitment under New Decade New Approach has not been honoured in terms of setting up an independent environmental protection agency. The arguments against it are without rhyme and reason, and it's important that the UK Government steps up and reforms these institutions, because it's anti-democratic that one party can block proposals which this Assembly clearly endorsed in terms of November of last year.
Mr. Honeyford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answer. But can he then go a little bit further, and what actions can his department progress to improve environmental governance?
Minister.
So we will look through the recommendations that came back from the expert panel, see what we can progress, but a lot of them do relate to setting up an independent environmental protection agency, and that's why these institutions need to be reformed. It does seem to me that in terms of the Irish Sea border that one party complains vociferously about, they're happy to build another one in relation to the environment, brick by brick.
And the quality. All right, Harvey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Could I ask the Minister what he has been doing to ensure delays in the planning system as a result of delayed consultee responses from agencies within his department are actively being minimised? Thank you.
So as I've discussed earlier in terms of question time, we have a planning performance improvement plan in place from the Northern Ireland Environment Agency. It's important we deliver upon that. There is very, very aware in terms of the responses being provided that they're not being provided in an efficient and an effective manner, and it's important we turn that around. I'm continuing to engage with officials, and I know that they'll update the committee on this.
Mr. Harvey.
Thank you, Minister. Is the Minister considering what additional resources would be required by Rivers Agency to ensure statutory response targets can be met moving forward?
So I'm very conscious that Rivers Agency sits within the Department for Infrastructure, so all statutory consultees have got a role to play. In terms of our planning improvement plan, we have a number of strands, whether it's in terms of technical advice and guidance, caseload management, monitoring and reporting on performance, process and IT system, and also communication and stakeholder engagement. We're committed to playing our part.
All Chambers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, I wonder if you could give me an assessment of the current state of pollution in Belfast Lough.
The state of Belfast Lough continues to concern me. The fundamental issue around this is dealing with the sewage pollution that is occurring. I will bring in a paper to my executive colleagues in terms of stronger regulation enforcement around that sewage pollution, but there is also a role to play and for mature conversations to take place in terms of the investment that is required, not just in terms of Kinniger treatment plant, which is within our constituency, but more broadly in terms of Belfast Lough and beyond Northern Ireland. We must take action to address this, because otherwise we're facing a very, very bleak future for Belfast Lough.
Sir Chambers.
Thank you. Minister, we understand there is a recorded area of unacceptable pollution just outside the Belfast Harbour area, and that area is increasing. Is that the finding of your department? Is it continuing to increase that area of serious pollution?
Minister.
So the department undertakes a number of sampling, whether it's in terms of bathing water sites or other outlets. I'm happy to take analysis of that and write back to you in regards to our findings from recent analysis.
That brings to a conclusion. Questions? Point of order, Mr. Clark.
I apologise to the House the phrase I used in question time of the Minister. I believe it was inappropriate when I had said when I'd realised the quantum of what I had said. However, I am passionate about the subject, Minister, or Mr. Speaker. There's been no decision on this for years, and it does seem that there is a delay. So I do apologise for the term I used, but I would like to see the Department take an action to try and resolve this issue.
Thank you, Member, for the apology, and we try to ensure that there isn't earthy language in the chamber here, if at all possible. Point of order, Mr. O'Toole.
Wanted to briefly draw attention to the fact that during my First Minister's questions, the First Minister challenged me on asking a question which she said was outside the jurisdiction of the Executive Office and related to a party decision. She then went on to update and announce to the House what is in effect a party decision. I happen to agree with the latter party decision, but I just think it's worth putting on the record. I was challenging her on one thing which she said was illegitimate. She went on to make a party announcement. I think for the record that's important to say.
Well, the member will note that I didn't pull him on asking that question, and that's because essentially the ministers are here to respond to questions, and if we're going to keep it tightly defined just to everything that the department does all of the time, particularly when it's party leaders, then I think that it will diminish the ability of members to hold ministers to account. So, moving on, Diane Dodds has given notice of an urgent roll question to the Minister of Health. I remind members that if they would wish to ask supplementaries to continually rise in their place. Members should note that preliminary legal action has commenced on the matter, so I would ask the clerk to please read the question.
To ask the Minister of Health, following the publication of the CAS Assessment Report for Gender Identity Services, whether he will rule out Northern Ireland participating in the King's College London puberty blocker trial.
Mr. Speaker, thank you, and I would ask your indulgence. I would be most grateful for a short extension of the time permitted, given this is such an important and sensitive issue. Let me start by saying I fully appreciate the debate around gender is incredibly complex and indeed incredibly emotive. But regardless of how strongly individual views may be held, or the toxicity that sometimes surrounds it, when discussing this issue, whether it's in this chamber or anywhere else, it's imperative we approach the matter with the utmost care and consideration, and do so in a person and family-centred manner. I don't intend to rehearse the full history of the development of Northern Ireland's gender policy. Members will be aware that in April of 2024 came the landmark independent review of gender identity services for children and young people. Dr. Cass found that there was not good evidence that puberty blockers were safe or effective. Subsequently, in December 24, and further informed by recommendations of the Expert Commission for Human Medicines, I asked executive ministers to support the legislative proposals for Northern Ireland on the making of an indefinite order. That was a legal ban preventing new patients aged under 18 from beginning to take puberty blockers for the purposes of gender incongruence and or gender dysphoria under the care of private prescribers. I'm glad that request was agreed to, and by bringing us in line with the other regions across the UK, it prevented Northern Ireland potentially becoming a backdoor for prescriptions. Now, as part of those discussions, it was widely discussed and accepted, with no opposition from any other minister or executive party, Northern Ireland would also participate with the clinical trial. That is simply a matter of fact. Yet at least one party now seeks to distance itself from the decisions it fully supported, both in establishing the service over a decade ago and then more latterly in participating in the trial. In the period since that decision in late 24, members will also be aware I appointed Baroness Cass to review Northern Ireland's gender services. That report was published last week. I'm glad she's endorsed the position of Northern Ireland moving to a lifespan model. But to be clear, her report was an assessment of Northern Ireland's gender identity services compliance against her 2024 review. It was not whether Northern Ireland should or should not participate in the trial. Members will be aware that in recent days I've since confirmed I have decided to suspend Northern Ireland's agreement to participate in the UK-wide trial. That's primarily for two reasons. First, and most importantly, the trial is being challenged through a judicial review. And second, it was my political sense we were on the cusp of an issue developing into another executive row. Gender identity is too sensitive and too important an issue for me to wish to see those young people and the parents of those young people and the many others on both sides of the debate have the issue dragged through the courts or subjected to the lowest form of debate. As such, our participation is now paused and will remain paused. Should the trial ultimately be given the green light to proceed, I shall take the views of executive colleagues before any potential lifting of that pause. The welfare of all our young people must come first.
Mrs. Dodds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister. The one thing we do agree on, Minister, is that our children deserve and need our love, our support and our reassurance at a time in their lives when many are insecure and unsure. However, on Thursday, you and the Ulster Unionist Party were claiming that this experimentation on children with puberty blockers was not only necessary but central to securing Sinn Féin and Alliance support for the ban. On Friday evening, you then issued a further statement which implemented a pause on Northern Ireland's involvement in the puberty blocker trial. Now, as far as I know, no new evidence or no new clinical data emerged in that 24 hours. Minister, if the decision to be included in the King's College trial was unwise on Friday, why was it acceptable on Thursday when you and your party strongly defended it? And if it required DUP pressure and a formal intervention from the Education Minister, how can parents have confidence in your judgment or in the safeguards that you and your department apply to children? I would ask you, Minister, to do the right thing and withdraw Northern Ireland's most vulnerable children from this trial.
Minister. Well, first of all, Mr. Speaker, no Northern Ireland child is involved in the trials yet. When the issue came up, the idea of a trial was a concept. There was no actual detail to that. And the Ulster Unionist Party supported the principle of a clinical trial. Clinical trials have been around for a very long time. They are, by and large, extremely effective in terms of advancing medical and social care into the 21st century. But it became clear to me that the judicial review has chances of success. And as I said in my statement, I don't want to drag children and families unnecessarily into the courts and into a squabble which might descend into party political interests. And so I found it a difficult decision because I have sat with families and their young ones, and they want those puberty blockers because they believe that is in the best interests of their child, because they love their child and they want to do the best thing by them. But Dr. Cass and then the Commission on Human Medicines have made it clear that it is dangerous outside of a research or clinical setting to be allowing these children access to puberty blockers. So the member points out I have come on a journey, and the position the journey has taken me to is to pause our participation in that clinical trial pending the outcome of the judicial review.
Timothy Gaston.
Mr. Speaker, Minister, I have profound concerns that your department has been captured by outside forces such as the Rainbow Project, which you have failed to address, although I've asked you a number of questions on the matter. Do you recognise that children should never be guinea pigs for an ideology or experimental medicine?
I think the member's language is most unwelcome. Guinea pigs is very, very emotive. Clinical trials, as I said in answer to Mrs. Dodds, are well established. And I do not believe there is a single person involved at King's College who had been commissioned by the Department of Health and Social Care in London. I don't believe there's anybody in the department. I don't think there's anybody in the UK government. I don't think there's anybody in this House who is out to treat children as guinea pigs or to bring them to any harm. Now, the member and I disagree on many, many things, and that is fair enough. But more important to me than what the member thinks is being sensitive to these young people, to their families and to their communities.
Alan Killian.
Minister, given your previous commitments to addressing and tackling inequalities in health, what are you going to say to the children and young people, their families, their advocates, their GPs, CAMs, about you effectively discriminating against those children and young people and getting access to a clinical trial? I think this decision of yours, or maybe John Burrows, is absolutely disgraceful.
Well, I understand the strong feeling that the member has, and she's echoing the First Minister by calling it a disgraceful decision. All I can say to the member is that this was a decision that came to me And ultimately, it was not about discriminating against people. It wasn't about health inequalities. It was about protecting young people. And it seems to me that there is evidence, and we will have it aired in the judicial review, as to whether it was safe to conduct the clinical trial or not.
Donnelly.
Mr. Speaker. Just last week, the Minister's party described Hilary Cass as the UK's preeminent expert on these matters, and the Minister had so much confidence in her that he commissioned her to assess Northern Ireland's Gender Identity Service compliance against her original 2024 Cass Review. One of the key recommendations from the Cass Review was a clinical trial into the long-term effects of puberty blockers. Has the Minister now ditched his expert of choice because it was politically expedient to do so?
I have not done as the member suggests. Dr. Cass came for 3 days from memory, assessed our gender identity service and our plans for it going forward. The member will be aware that as part of all this, I made a promise to make a pretty significant investment in the gender identity service, some £806,000 initially. And that was because when I sat with those parents and some of the children, they made the point to me the only reason they were going to private providers was because the gender identity service existed in name only. There wasn't even a waiting list for new patients. New patients could not get into the service. And it was because of that that they felt they had no alternative. And because they loved their sons and their daughters, they were finding the money to go to private providers. But one of the briefings I got told me that one private provider is Spanish, but lives in Romania, and prescribes out of Singapore. There's no way that you consider that to be a safe way of prescribing something like a puberty blocker that Dr. Cass says is not safe except in a clinical setting. So she was talking about the principle of a clinical trial. It appears that the detail of this clinical trial, which has emerged since the agreement was made by the Executive in December of 2024, is open to question, and that question will be resolved one way or the other by the judicial review.
Alan Chambers.
Speaker, I certainly welcome the Minister's decision to suspend participation with the trial. Setting aside the obvious eagerness of one of our local parties to try to unsuccessfully distance themselves from this policy area and previous decisions on new funding confirmations, can the Minister give a commitment that he stands ready to engage with all parties, if necessary, to try to secure wider executive consensus on determining any future way forward? Thank you.
Minister.
Well, I cannot predetermine or make a guess at what the outcome of the judicial review will be, but I have made clear that should the judicial review give a green light to the King's College London clinical trial go ahead, that I will take that matter back to executive colleagues and take their views before coming to a view as to whether we should continue to support, as the Northern Ireland Assembly, participation in that trial.
So you've paused our involvement in this trial awaiting the outcome of a judicial review, and if there's some logic in that, it's at least to get a determination as to what the outcome should be. But if we follow the intent of the original question, it would undoubtedly lead to another judicial review, but from the other side. Isn't it time to stop using vulnerable people as a political football and allow the scientific and medical experts to complete their trial and let us be led by the science?
Well, I think at all times since taking up position, I have tried to rely on medical and clinical advice, and the member, I'm sure, has heard me say before, when Professor Rafa Bengoa came back, the best advice he gave me was, remember that you want to be really tight in your outcomes, but loosen how you get there, because you're not a nurse, a GP, a clinician, a surgeon, you're not a hospital administrator. So listen to the people who know best. Now, this is an incredibly sensitive, emotive, but also controversial area where there are different views. I am not using people, I am trying to protect people. Judicial review has become very important in my mind, and so I think it is worth taking that pause to see where that leads us. I don't accept that it necessarily, inevitably leads to a second judicial review, but we need to try and get to a reasonable consensus on what is best for these young people.
Alan Robertson.
I ask the Minister if his own department has made any assessment of the potential long-term physical harms, including impacts on bone density and fertility, arising from puberty blocker use in children?
Well, that is part of the reason, the rationale and the objective of the clinical trial by King's College in London.
Matthew O'Toole.
Mr. Speaker, Minister, can I ask two things? First of all, can you confirm that any children who would have participated in this trial from Northern Ireland would only have done so on the basis of their consent and that of their parents, number one? Number two, it would have been a tiny number of children. Number three, would he also confirm that there is an irony, because in effect what some members opposite are advocating is that children from Northern Ireland are excluded from a trial happening in checks notes, the rest of the United Kingdom, given that the same people obviously prevented us having devolved institutions for many years on the basis of differentiation between Northern Ireland and the rest of the United Kingdom. Could you address those points, please?
Well, first of all, I think to qualify, you would have had to have been known to the relevant authorities, as it were, for 2 years. You would have to give deemed consent. You'd have to give your consent and be seen to be capable, have the capacity to give your consent, and you would need the consent of at least one parent.
David Brooks.
Does the Minister believe that children can give informed consent to drugs which were removed from routine clinical use because of serious questions about their impact on brain development, bone density, fertility and mental health?
I believe, and I apologise to the member, I can't remember the exact names of the two people whose names were attached to that formula, but there is certainly an accepted formula within clinical trials in terms of determining whether a young person is fit to give their consent, yes.
Carl.
Sir, time and again, trans and non-binary people have been let down by you and also this executive, firstly by endorsing the puberty blocker plan, which was endorsed by all of them, and also by refusing to include people in this trial. And this decision is clearly, Minister, rooted in politics and ideology, and the wrong politics and the wrong ideology. Minister, you haven't mentioned a single reason, specific medical reason or safety concern about why young people cannot participate in these trials. Do you want to outline any?
Minister.
Those reasons will be outlined by the people who are bringing the judicial review against this clinical trial. The member can certainly criticise me. I'm not standing here feeling that I have done particularly well by the trans community, but that would be their perception of me, I would imagine. But what I'm saying and repeating is that my objective is to be not just sensitive to them, but to protect them. And you know, when people like Dr. Cass and when a body like the Commission on Human Medicine makes clear that this is a very dangerous area to be engaging in, then I have a duty and a responsibility that the member doesn't.
Pam Cameron.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and through the Speaker. Minister, you didn't consult the Executive before backing these trials. You dismissed widespread safeguarding concerns and only reversed course after my party intervened. Is this how major ethical decisions affecting children are now made, quietly, unilaterally, and reversed only when political pressure becomes impossible to ignore?
In December of 2024, the Executive unanimously backed my request that we join in the UK-wide indefinite ban on puberty blockers for new patients under 18 prescribed by private prescribers. There was no voice raised against the idea that we would then invest heavily at £806,000 in the Gender Identity Service. Likewise, there was no dissenting voice to the idea of joining the clinical trials. If I have made a mistake, it is in the fact that the minutes of that meeting only record agreement around the indefinite ban. So it is fair to say the Executive had not formally endorsed the other two ideas. And yes, that's on me.
Dan Forsyth.
Minister, if the legal case in relation to puberty blockers in England was central to pausing Northern Ireland's participation in this trial, why did you wait so long before you announced this?
Minister.
Well, the decision followed pretty shortly on the publication of Dr Cass's review of the Gender Identity Service here in Northern Ireland.
Sarah Loughlin.
Minister, I'm very disappointed that this has been paused. I listened really carefully to Dr Cass yesterday as she was being interviewed. It was very respectful and very inclusive. She expressed her disappointment at the adults to the right and to the left, but also those in the centre that have been silent on this issue, that they have done a disservice to our children. She said that this trial will be very highly monitored, and it is so necessary to get the scientific evidence and data, and that there is no evidence whatsoever that children would be in any danger in participating on this trial. That's from the expert, that's from those that are leading the trial. What makes you wiser than her?
Minister.
I don't claim to be wiser. I claim to think it is prudent to pause and wait on the result of the judicial review.
Brian Kingston.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And Minister, in the Cass review, the children who presented to gender services were described as having a history of trauma, bullying and systemic challenges, and many were known to ASD services. Why, Minister, did you see fit to include such vulnerable children in this experimental trial and to argue for their inclusion as late as Thursday of last week before your U-turn on Friday evening?
Well, those were not specific criteria for any young person to engage with King's College in London. And I would simply suggest to the member that if he reads Cass and what Cass had to say when she came here to review our Gender Identity Service, that the whole focus is moving away from medication or indeed body-altering surgery towards psychological interventions, and I think those interventions are exactly appropriate for people who have gone through the experiences that the member has just listed.
Jonathan Buckley.
The Minister will be very aware of my long-standing and deeply held concerns about the influence of gender ideology in Northern Ireland. That's even more acute whenever it affects young people. Minister, given that the biological reality is that sex is male and female and that puberty is a natural development process grounded in that reality, will the Minister accept that the enrolment of any child in a scheme now or in the future designed to tamper with that process is wrong, dangerous and lacking of any common sense?
I understand, and it's not a surprise to me that that's the member's ideological position. I think what is also normal and natural, and something he didn't mention, is that young people can sometimes feel confused, very confused, about who they are, about their body, about who they are supposed to be. And I am empathetic to that position.
Philip Brett.
And Minister, can I welcome your announcement? But Minister, given that you understand the gravity of the announcement that you made, why is it as MLAs we had to read about your decision on the front page of the Belfast newsletter and not in this House when an announcement should be made by the Minister?
Because it was a response to a direct query from a journalist at the newsletter.
That's the final question to the Minister of Health. We now move to an oral question to the Minister for Infrastructure. I remind members who wish to ask a supplementary question to rise, continue their places. The member who tabled the question will be called automatically to ask a supplementary. Clerk, please read the question.
To ask the Minister for Infrastructure, following confirmation that her department wrote to the Sinn Féin constituency office in Newry to request the removal of all illegal advertisements throughout Newry City, whether she has at any time declared a conflict of interest.
The billboard, which was adjacent to the Egyptian arch, was mounted on 5 posts, some of which appeared to be situated on my department's land. The other posts were on privately owned land. The unauthorised erection of advertising signs within the boundaries of the public road is an offence under Article 87 of the Roads Northern Ireland Order 1993. This article gives my department discretionary powers to either seek to have an advertisement removed or to remove it themselves if considered necessary. Given my department's ongoing resource limitations, priority is given to the removal of advertising where there is a clear road safety risk. When assessing the risks associated with billboards, the department evaluates various factors related to road safety, including potential obstructions to vehicles and pedestrians, impairment of sightlines and the likelihood of an errant vehicle colliding with the structure. In cases where unauthorised signage presents a clear safety hazard, its removal will be prioritised. However, when no immediate danger is identified, officials will collaborate closely with key stakeholders to determine an appropriate resolution. Hoardings are typically subject to a planning application, and any breaches of planning regulations are generally addressed under planning legislation, which in most cases falls within the jurisdiction of the relevant council. The billboard was considered to pose a low risk to road safety because it set back from the road on an embankment, it did not obstruct sightlines and was within a 30-mile-per-hour speed limit. The department does not hold any information about the ownership of the billboard. However, officials are aware that posters displaying the Sinn Féin party logo had been displayed on the billboard in the past, as well as other billboards. As the member is aware, my department wrote to some Sinn Féin elected representatives in Newry regarding the removal of unauthorised advertisements. This was routine operational correspondence undertaken by my officials, and as the remit of my department is extensive and a very large volume of correspondence is issued and received on a daily basis, it is not something that I had issued myself. It's my understanding that after these letters were sent, the billboard was removed. Another billboard was erected that's not a Sinn Féin billboard, and it's my understanding there's currently no billboard at the Egyptian arch. So, in respect of the member's question, I have not declared a conflict of interest, as this was an operational matter being dealt with by officials in line with their discretionary powers and in an impartial manner.
Peter Martin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Minister, when you were last in this chamber, you stated that there is no Sinn Féin billboard at Egyptian Arch. Why then did your own departmental officials write asking for it to be taken down to the Sinn Féin constituency office in Newry, then to your colleague, the Sinn Féin MP, it's close, Dara Hughes, who shares office space with you, and then even to your own constituency office manager, Councillor Mathers, and that's a fact that you didn't disclose to this chamber the last time you were there. Minister, I have to ask you the case. Is it one rule in Northern Ireland for planning enforcement for Sinn Féin and another rule for everyone else?
Yes.
Absolutely not. And I think if the member had got his timeline correct when we had the debate in this chamber, there was no Sinn Féin billboard in place, and he knows that. That is a fact. The correspondence that he alludes to was sent by departmental officials in November, and as I've said in my previous answer, the billboard that was there at the time was subsequently removed.
Minister, since we've just started a motion around potholes in the chamber earlier, do you agree that it is important that the limited resources the department has are spent with these issues which have a very real impact on people's everyday lives?
Absolutely, and I think, as I said, as part of the debate on this issue before, and I allow all members to have their say, so I think it's really rude that people try and shout over you. I think the people out there want us to deliver for them on issues that are important to them, and that's what I'm intending doing. We're having a debate today around the condition of our roads. I'm outlining the work that I've been doing in relation to delivering for people in terms of our roads, and I'll continue to focus on the issues that are actually important to people.
Much, Mr. Speaker. Minister, will you explain to the House why on the 18th of August 2023 a department official emailed Aidan Mathers at sinnfein.ie stating, as discussed, the Sinn Féin sign which was recently erected near the Egyptian Arch is on DFI property. Can you please arrange for this to be removed? And why, in a letter dated the 25th of November last year, it also went to Sinn Féin. Sinn Féin were written to, Sinn Féin were told it was illegal. Sinn Féin were asked to remove it. Yet the Sinn Féin-run department, which you lead, holds no response. Should people take the same attitude and the same approach to parking tickets that's issued by your department?
Minister.
Well, as I've stated in my previous answer, the two emails that went in November 2025 were sent to two of my party colleagues who are elected representatives in their capacity as elected representatives. They were sent by departmental officials in the local section office. Any correspondence that was sent in 2023 was at a time when this assembly was down, so I was not the minister, nor was there a minister in place at that time. So I can't speak to that or what discussions happened around that, because I wasn't involved in those discussions, if there were any. So it's impossible for me to answer a question that I don't know the answer to.
Andrew McMurray.
Thank you, Minister. Whatever regards to emails going here and emails going there, I mean, I'm struggling to keep up sometimes as well, regards to whether it's a Sinn Féin billboard or a billboard. Is the point of the matter, should it be that maybe just the foundations of the billboard are just removed from this particular site as the Minister responsible for overseeing planning?
Well, as I've said, I mean, there's, to my understanding, and I haven't been down there over the last few days, but there's no billboard in place at the minute. However, I think that there's this highlights the need for a proper discussion around regulation, because we have seen this is an issue across the board, that people in terms of advertising and flags and all of the things that we have regular debates. I'm not interested in getting into rows about flags and emblems and all of that, but I do think that this highlights the need for a proper discussion around regulation and how we deal with this appropriately.
Justin McNulty.
Minister, I'm confused. I'm very confused. I drove past the illegal Sinn Féin billboard this morning, and it's still there, plain to see. Minister, answers in this assembly from your predecessor, the then Sinn Féin minister, confirmed in writing that the illegal Sinn Féin billboard was on your Department for Infrastructure land, and that enforcement has been served to Sinn Féin to remove their illegal billboard. That was in 2024 from your Sinn Féin minister. Minister, can you confirm detail of what information you have received and from who to demonstrate that Sinn Féin's illegal billboard at the Egyptian Arch in Newry is no longer an illegal Sinn Féin billboard? And if not it's the illegal Sinn Féin billboard, whose billboard is it?
I haven't received any correspondence about any billboard and who owns it or who doesn't own it. There's nothing that has been sent to me. I don't know whether Justin wants to try and break the record for how many times you can see a legal Sinn Féin billboard in the one sentence, but clearly he hasn't driven past it, because my understanding is there's no billboard in place at this time and hasn't been. So I'd said it very clearly in the last day in this chamber. Whatever was there in the past has been removed. There was a different community billboard there around Christmas time about an issue that's very important to the people of Newry and Armagh, further afield, right across this globe. But I can speak to the information I have and my understanding of the situation.
John Burrows.
Speaker, we get down to the actual core issue here. It is about the rule of law and whether we are all subject to the same laws, the citizens who are forced to obey the laws that this place passes. Would you now support all Republican murals and billboards that are erected without planning permission to be taken down and removed? Yes or no?
So my first question back to the member is, is this just about Republicans? Is this just about Republicans? Because that's certainly the tone of the question. But what I have said, and what I will reiterate, is that I think this highlights the need for looking at proper regulation about how we manage all of these things. Not too long ago we were talking about illegal bonfires with hate messages put up and sectarian messages put on them. Let's have the conversation then, if that's what we're talking about, because it seems that this is all directed in one direction. I have stated categorically that the billboard that was previously mentioned is no longer in place. I can't talk about something that's in the past now when it's gone. We're now talking about the present, so let's look at the facts.
That's awesome.
Minister, you will be aware that Newry, Mourne and Down Council is investigating a breach of planning laws with regards to this illegal Sinn Féin advertising board at the Egyptian Arch in Newry. Minister, the Arch is a B+ listed structure since the 1st of December 1988. That's confirmed by HED, and with that will come, no doubt, a negative response from HED when they are consulted for their view as part of that planning process. Can the Minister inform the House Has a planning application been made to retain the illegally erected structure, and if so, by whom?
Well, as the member has rightly said, councils have primary responsibility for planning enforcement in their areas and therefore are best placed to determine if enforcement action is appropriate under the 2011 Planning Act, which provides a wide range of planning enforcement powers. So therefore, if the council considers that there has been a breach of planning control, it may take enforcement action. So if an investigation is underway, then let's see the outcome of that.
Melissa McHugh.
Concorla. Minister, you're well aware that there are political billboards and posters all over the north of Ireland. Is the same approach, which is to prioritise health and safety, applied to all?
Yes, absolutely, and rightly so. And as I've outlined in terms of what my officials, the process they have followed in relation to this specific one is applied to everything in terms of health and safety. So I have reiterated time and time again the process that is in place. Officials have taken action at an operational level, and rightly so. It should be impartial and should be done following the proper procedures that are in place.
Stephen Dunn.
Mr. People right across Northern Ireland are subject to very strict planning enforcement rules which are set out by your department. What would you say to these people, given the fact that it seems Sinn Féin can ignore planning enforcement and regulations, including very many small, hard-working local businesses right across the country?
As I've said previously, I think that we all should be looking at planning legislation and following it properly. Where there's enforcement action that can be taken, then the council can take that action, as the previous member has referenced.
Trevor Clark.
Speaker, in response to my colleague to my left, in your opening question, you talked about your responsibilities, whether you have an opportunity, whether you remove them yourselves, you asked others to remove them. You talked about the reasons that you would consider. You talked about sight lines and you talked about danger to the public. Why is that policy then not consistent right across Northern Ireland when your section officers go out routinely and take other different billboards, signages, advertisement off roundabouts and other public highways which have no issue to sight lines, no issue to road traffic, but they take them down in a routine manner? Or what, is it because you're the minister for this department that they're concerned that they're embarrassing you for taking down one that belongs to Sinn Féin?
Minister.
No, absolutely not. And as I've said very clearly, that policy should be applied consistently right across the board. So if there are examples of where that's not been applied consistently and they are taking down things that aren't meeting the criteria that I outlined, then provide those examples and I'll deal with them. Because if the member would let me finish, and I'd said in my previous answer, that was assessed and the department officials deemed it as being a low risk. I can only speak to the information I'm provided by the officials.
Does the Minister agree that we should have a much broader conversation about illegal displays, particularly about the annual toxic, hate-filled and illegal bonfires that blight our communities?
Minister.
Absolutely, and I think this again highlights the importance of that, so that there is a consistent approach taken across all of these issues. I mean, week in, week out, we're in here having debates about flags and bonfires. That's not what I want to be talking about or what my constituents want me to be talking about. They want me to be talking about what we're doing to improve our roads, how we're upgrading the wastewater infrastructure, what we're doing about our healthcare system, how we're improving education for our children. So I think that if we can cut that out and deal with the things that are important to the people that we all represent, then that's what we should be doing.
For your answer so far, Minister. Minister, when were you made aware that this was an illegal structure, and by whom?
Minister.
Well, I haven't been made aware of any direct assessment that it's illegal or not illegal, or what, as in terms of me. I'm aware that this has been raised here in this House. I've given the answer in terms of what has happened to date, what action officials have taken, and where it's at now, and the fact that there's no Sinn Féin billboard now, that this has moved on. In fact, I'm told there's nothing there at this present time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I see the Minister is rehearsing the typical Sinn Féin mantra of denial. There was never a billboard there. Minister, we all know it hasn't gone away, you know. Minister, if it really is not Sinn Féin's billboard, can you tell us who you paid for the advertising of it?
That's actually an allegation that you're insinuating I paid somebody to advertise, which is quite a damning thing, because if we're going to mess about and play politics, let's get serious and get the facts right.
Buckley.
It's like an addition of saying nothing.
We shouldn't be surprised that the Minister is so well versed on the timeline, given that her party put it up. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if it comes to light that there was maybe a pre-planning meeting in the Sinn Féin office to determine when to do it. Minister, the billboard had your party's logo on it. Of that, everybody here is categoric. Was it a Sinn Féin billboard when that logo was on it, or did you pay, or your party pay, for somebody to lease it?
As I have said very clearly, any correspondence that happened to date, since that was issued in November, the billboard that the member refers to has since been removed. Where we are at now, we're talking about something that's happened in the past. I mean, I don't know whether the member across thinks that I go around in my spare time putting up billboards, because that's certainly not something that's important to me. But, well, that's the thing. So, look, the member can cast whatever aspersions he wants. I've laid out very clear the facts around this situation. I've laid out very clear what action my department has taken in line with the procedures and process that have been there for some time, and that's where it's at.
Cathy Mason.
Minister, can you reiterate, some members still seem to be confused somehow. Do you agree that as this is an operational issue, it is important that it has been completely out of your hands? If you could hear me there, sorry.
Well, absolutely, because for all of the reasons that we have been widely discussed here, I think that it is important that officials at operational level have the powers and the authority to take appropriate action and can do so in the right manner. So that is why they have done what they've done without my input or without my engagement.
Pam Cameron.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, there's clearly an awful lot of confusion here today, and I'm very confused amongst everybody else. So whether this is a permanent illegal billboard or a pop-up illegal billboard, and the Minister has confirmed that this is no longer a Sinn Féin billboard. So would the Minister confirm, when did the billboard stop being a Sinn Féin billboard?
I'm not aware of dates or anything like that. I just know that when I passed it, it's gone, and that there's been a different billboard in place, and since then there's none in place now. So I can't give you exact dates because I have no input into that.
And Dillon.
But we put CCTV.
Minister, would you agree with me that while some people in this chamber are obsessed by billboards, and I could raise many a billboard, I can assure you, that's up in Mid-Ulster, and many a poster that has genuinely offended many families.
Order.
Works both ways,
Order.
Jonathan. Works both ways.
Order. The member to be heard.
Works both ways. I think you need to be conscious of that. And whilst people are in this chamber crying about a billboard, there are people at home who are in genuine and real strife around the cost of living, and that is what we need to be addressing within this chamber. And I think some of the leaders in other parties actually said that's what they wanted to address in this chamber.
Minister.
Absolutely agree, and I think time and time again we show the people what is important to some people in this chamber. Certainly that's not where my focus is, and I'll continue to ensure that we do the best for the people we represent.
Jan Forsyth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, I ask to establish clarity. Did Sinn Féin's Councillor Mathers, Darragh Hughes, the Sinn Féin MP for Newry and Armagh, or anyone from Sinn Féin's Newry and Armagh branch make you personally aware that they'd been contacted by the Department of Infrastructure, your department, to request that this billboard be removed, and if so, when?
Minister.
Well, as I've said, there's correspondence issued from my department. I am aware that correspondence is issued, and since then the billboard has been removed. I don't know what more you want me to say in relation to that.
Matthew Hill.
Mr. Speaker, Minister, this is a surreal and unedifying spectacle today. I'm afraid some of the answers from you are genuinely a bit bewildering. Can I say this? I think lots of members opposite are deflecting. There are huge challenges, including my constituency, with loyalist flags and posters that go up. The problem is the conversation that Colin Gildernew talked about all flags and symbols, including party-sponsored posters. All of that conversation is completely undermined when parties, including yours, because we all have a part in this, do things like put up posters and then effectively deny their existence and play weird semantic games. So will you please accept responsibility for the fact that this is your party's poster in your constituency and you're the minister who has at least some statutory responsibility? Because if we all took our own responsibility for the things we have some responsibility for, I think this society would be in a much better place around symbols.
Minister.
Well, I haven't denied the existence at any point. What I've said is that at the point in time when we had the previous debate in this chamber, and at this point in time, there is no Sinn Féin billboard erected. Those are the facts, but I absolutely agree with you. I think that this has highlighted how some people can cherry pick what is an issue for them, but I think that we have to have a grown up and a sensible conversation about what's important to the people that we all represent and how we deal with this on the whole.
Brooks.
Mr. Speaker, and I think the public watching will find it equally inconceivable that the Minister did not have anything from her department before her, as they did whenever the First Minister said she did not see Michael McMonigal in the Great Hall. But I'm going to reiterate my colleague's question. Did your office manager, Councillor Mathers, inform you that your department had written to him regarding the billboard? And if so, when? When, Minister?
As I have said, I am aware that that correspondence issued because it was issued by my department.
Philip Brett.
Mr. Speaker, and I just want to assure the member for Mid-Ulster, no one in this chamber is crying. We're standing up for the rule of law, and I would encourage Sinn Féin to sometimes stand up for the rule of law. Minister, you have now for the first time admitted that a Sinn Féin billboard did exist. Would you like to take this opportunity to apologise for once again your party breaking the law?
Minister.
I think that it was very evident that at some point there was a billboard there. There was I don't know, no, but I mean, seriously, I've never said that there wasn't a billboard. What I have said, since this became an issue that was brought to my attention, we had a discussion in this chamber, and at that time there was no Sinn Féin billboard there.
Durkin.
This is about more than a mere billboard, despite the Minister and her colleagues' attempts to downplay the importance of it. It's about public confidence in politics and public services and the need for transparency and accountability and the equal application of the law to everyone. Would the Minister agree that these things are of fundamental importance?
I'm not suggesting that where there are issues like this that they aren't important, but what I am saying is we are now talking about something that was in the past. The billboard was removed subsequent to correspondence being issued. That is a fact. What we are now talking about is something from the past. I can only speak to the information and the understanding that I have, which is why I've also said that I do think that this highlights the need for that broader discussion around how we properly regulate and how we deal with issues, so that we're not in this chamber every other week talking about single item issues that really don't impact the people that we represent, that are sitting on a waiting list, that are trying to put food on their table and that are trying to get their child a place in a special educational school.
Brian Kingston.
Minister, this is about the fundamental principle that those who make the laws should keep the law. To clarify, have we made any progress? Are you now accepting that there was an illegal Sinn Féin billboard at the Egyptian Arch? And if so, when did it stop to be a Sinn Féin billboard?
As I have previously said, there was correspondence issued by my department in November, and since then, whatever billboards were there previous were removed.
Mr. Speaker, I think most of the public looking on will find this particularly unedifying. I live not that far from the billboard in question. In fact, I pass it as I go down to Daisy Hill Hospital in Newry, as do other members of the community. So on Saturday, the billboard was alive and well and up at the Egyptian Arch. It didn't have a poster on it, but certainly the structure was there. Minister, you've spent probably a record amount of time in this Assembly chamber in saying nothing, denying everything and having no knowledge of anything. Did you get a briefing from your officials before you came here? And if so, would you make that briefing available to the rest of the members of this House so that we can actually see what your officials told you about the illegal Sinn Féin billboard?
Minister.
So, as the member will know, having been a previous minister, of course, I engage with my officials before every appearance in this chamber to ensure that I have the facts at hand. So, As I did prior to the previous discussion on this issue, I've engaged with officials to get the accurate timeline, what correspondence was issued, and where things stand at this present time.
That brings to a conclusion questions on the urgent rule. Moving back to the debate on potholes, and I call Mr. Harry Harvey.
And thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I attach my name to the motion on the order paper this afternoon to highlight what could arguably be the single biggest
Order, members, would you leave quietly, please?
The single biggest issue affecting the people of Northern Ireland as a collective. Health is important, but not everyone has required a doctor since 2026 began. Equally so, not everyone has engaged with our education system in that time, or has had experience of other areas of government. But every one of us have had to use the roads. There are few issues that unite this chamber or the general public, but the maintenance crisis evident across our crumbling road network is one of them. The figures reportedly already in this debate by party colleagues and others lay bare the magnitude of this scandal. 49,000 defects recorded in the last 3 months. Members, that figure is a scandal. Equally scandalous are the financial sums of money being handed out on vehicle and personal injury claims. 700,000 was the bill to the public purse in one district section area alone across 24-25. Our roads are crumbling around us. We're swerving to avoid potholes the size of craters, but what is the Minister's priority? Cycle lanes to nowhere and political vanity projects that benefit no one's daily lives. No doubt the Minister will reiterate that our department hasn't enough money, but with a budget of 850 million and yet another injection of 8 million of a winter recovery road fund, the Minister cannot credibly plead poverty. The public aren't stupid. If you can't fix potholes from a budget of 850 million, then you aren't prioritising potholes. If you aren't prioritising potholes, you aren't listening to the public. The public don't want climate change target excuses. They want delivery, and delivery is in the gift of this Sinn Féin Minister. It is the Minister who makes the decisions on where the money is spent, and it's long since times he started spending some of it on our roads. There's undoubtedly any amount of areas ripe for change which would tangibly benefit attempts to rectify the current situation. Patch maintenance that doesn't last any time before the surface is crumbling again points to poor materials being used by contractors. Skeleton staffing levels in some geographical areas at a service delivery level within the department need urgent attention, and the implementation of new technologies in use internationally for road maintenance are all areas that should be considered. There's an opportunity to reshape how we do road maintenance in its entirety, driving up productivity overall, quality, and managing resource effectively for the long term. Unfortunately, the problems within the Department for Infrastructure are growing by the day. The roads crisis is deepening and urgently requires decisive leadership and deliver. Minister, this is an emergency which requires action by you. So let's not dilly and delay. Let's not talk about 10-year plans. Let's get it sorted and try and do it now. Thank you.
Diana Armstrong.
Very much, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for being in the Chamber today. I do rise to support the motion which highlights the serious and worsening issues of potholes which disproportionately affects those living in rural areas like my own. While road maintenance is a concern across Northern Ireland, the impact is felt most acutely on rural roads. These roads already contend with poor visibility, limited or no street lighting, and inadequate markings, and potholes, as we've heard today, cause substantial risk for cyclists and indeed anyone using our rural road network. But today I also wish to call out the imbalance in investment onto rural roads. Take, for instance, from 2022 to the present, 3.8 million has been spent on resurfacing a road that stretches 2 miles in Belfast, compared to 1.6 million spent on the A4 from Enniskillen to Ballygawley. We see schemes like Cornamuck upgrade on the A32, a blue light road, that has been paused. The Enniskillen A4 Southern Bypass, again paused. And the recently resurfaced Lockshore Road in Enniskillen, outside Enniskillen, costing £414,000, has now seen the collapse of the same road. And this calls and reiterates what Mr Harvey was saying about poor materials, the work that's being done, how we need to make sure that road resurfacing is done, that once it's done, it's there in place. And these roads all need rural attention, need urgent attention. However, turning to potholes, there is one particular stretch of road I do wish to draw attention to in Fermanagh and South Tyrone. It is the Cavan Road, which links the hamlet of Bush to Killyman and Dungannon. And my office has received numerous reports of extensive potholes and recurring surface defects along this route. These are not minor surface blemishes. They are deep, persistent, and in some cases unavoidable due to the width of the carriageway. Constituents have described swerving to avoid damage, only to risk meeting oncoming traffic on what is an already tight stretch of road. And the damage being caused to vehicles is deeply concerning. A constituent contacted our office to report seeing several cars pulled in with hazard lights on after sustaining damage to wheels and tyres on the same stretch. And what is particularly frustrating for residents is that this is not a new problem and it's not exclusive to the Cavan Road. Temporary patching is carried out, but the same defects appear year after year, and that suggests a structural weakness in the road surface itself. There must be a thorough assessment of persistent problem areas within our road network, especially where potholes re-emerge repeatedly. We require a long-term strategic approach that invests in proper resurfacing and strengthening of rural roads so they can withstand the volume and weight of traffic they now carry. Traffic levels have increased, agricultural machinery is heavier, and rural routes are often used through roads. Infrastructure must reflect that reality. For many in rural communities, there is no viable alternative to private transport. Public transport is not readily accessible, and in parts of the west of the province, there has been little meaningful expansion in recent years. People rely on their cars for work, education, healthcare and daily life, and they are entitled to expect that the roads in the rural areas are safe and fit for purpose. Poor quality road repairs have been mentioned by Mr Dunn, and we also need reassurance that repairs are inspected and signed off. There's one pothole I drive past that, since being repaired, is now like a humpback bridge. While I welcome the £7.85 million funding being brought forward to address the road surfaces, the Department for Infrastructure must bring forward a clear, balanced and workable strategy. The current reactive approach is not delivering for rural communities. We need prioritisation based on long-term durability, not short-term patchwork. Rural ratepayers and taxpayers deserve the same standard of infrastructure and safety as those in our towns and cities. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Mark Durgan.
Mr Deputy Speaker, across the north our roads are failing. Potholes aren't just inconvenient, they're a visible symptom of crumbling public services that we can all see and that we can all feel. Sometimes it seems like DFI don't repair potholes anymore, they just move them around so motorists can't memorise them. And after years of temporary patches and repeated repairs, it's no exaggeration to say that road service is in danger of becoming more like a road circus. Frontline workers are doing their jobs under difficult conditions. Rain, frost, gales, heavy traffic. They deserve support and appreciation, not blame. The problem lies with the system, underfunded, reactive and failing to plan. DFI continues to rely heavily on monitoring rounds to top up the road's maintenance budget, and that restricts its ability to invest in proper strategic resurfacing. This approach is costly, inefficient and unsafe. It leaves roads vulnerable, fails to prevent further deterioration and increases the risk to road users. We also can't ignore the impact of 5 years without a functioning executive that it has had on the roads, and that's something that the proposers of this motion and the Minister's Party should reflect on. During that time, strategic planning was stalled, funding cycles were delayed, roads were left to deteriorate while repairs remain patchwork. And there were no monitoring rounds to top up that flat budget that the department was getting for roads maintenance. Potholes aren't just an annoyance, they're a risk to life. Cyclists and motorcyclists in particular run the risk of being thrown from their vehicles. Drivers swerve dangerously, pedestrians face uneven pavements, emergency vehicles navigate roads that compromise their safety and the safety of those on board. The Northern Ireland Audit Office has already warned that inspection and enforcement of road reinstatements is weak. Utility companies come along and dig up roads, we've heard that, but standards aren't enforced, repairs fail, and the public pays the price, and sometimes they pay it twice. Over the past 5 years, we've heard that nearly 20,000 claims for pothole damage have been made. More than £20.6 million has been paid in compensation, rising to over £32 million, including legal costs. And that's a figure that's going up every single year. And while a motorist might be lucky enough to recoup some of the cost of the repairs that their vehicle needs, that goes no way to making up for the inconvenience that many of them suffer. People rely on their cars for their livelihood, and others, more so, rely on their cars just for day-to-day life. On the Strand Road in Derry, there's been roughly 400 recorded repairs in 5 years, yet no central record of the cost of those repairs exists. 400 repairs with no accounting. And as recently as last year, I was still being told that that carriageway should be grand until 2035. I welcome the Minister's announcement recently that resurfacing of that road is to be carried out in the very near future. But that again is just symptomatic of roads right across my constituency and across the north. I made the point before in here that the roads in Donegal used to be the butt of us Derry drivers' jokes, but now the shoe's very much on the other foot. And now, I'm not suggesting that in a new Ireland that the streets will be paved with gold, but at least they will be paved. The department is bringing forward a new road maintenance strategy. We welcome that. It sets out structured, evidence-based approach to prioritising repairs, investing in durable resurfacing and targeting high-risk routes. We've called for that for a long time. It's important to ensure...
Will the member take an intervention?
Yeah.
Thank you for taking an intervention. Taxi drivers in Derry are repeatedly telling us that the potholes are damaging their tyres, their suspensions, their income, not just their vehicles. Does the member agree that this is a practical, everyday consequence of underinvestment in our roads and infrastructure?
I thank the member for her intervention. I had made the point that the impact that potholes could have on those who rely on our roads to make their living, and obviously the more that someone is on our roads, the more exposed they are to that risk of damage and danger. Now, as we move into a new promised multi-year budget, I ask, will DFI be sufficiently empowered to implement this strategy fully, or will it continue to rely on monitoring rounds to top up the budget? Will it even be able to rely on monitoring rounds to do so? We need proper inspection and quality assurance to ensure repairs last, coordinated works to protect newly resurfaced roads, transparent cost tracking so the public can see exactly where and how their money is being spent, and sustained multi-year investment to make the road maintenance strategy a reality. Preventative maintenance is common sense. It saves lives and it saves money. We must move from patchwork to proper planning, from reaction to prevention, and from frustration to accountability. As I've said, our crumbling roads are a symptom of our crumbling public services, and it's time we treated them as such, decisively, visibly, and without excuses.
Call Timothy Gaston.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. And this motion is very timely when it comes to the Chamber, as our road network is in the worst condition it has ever been during my lifetime. If this were any other department, the Sinn Féin benches would be bustling, they'd be leading the charge to fight back and calling out the Minister for failing road users across Northern Ireland. But no, This amendment that they brought forward today is another classic example of protecting their minister at all costs. It's time that this copy and paste blame the Brits minister faced up to the fundamental problems that exist within her department and did something about it. Years of prioritising active travel and environmental schemes over basic maintenance is the biggest factor in today's crumbling network. Happy to give way.
UFB, and I made the reference before in this House about Cookstown's getting a footpath to nowhere. I think now that phrase everybody's using it, but it was mine, so I'll take the rights to that. It's for £130,000. Literally 100 metres away, you can't drive in the roundabout. There's something wrong.
And the member illustrates something in Mid-Ulster, and I'm quite sure he could go around every constituency in Northern Ireland and illustrate something similar. That's the problem. That's the absurdity of the policies that we are facing. Active travel over basic maintenance. You know, ridiculous. Leaving maintenance to the end of the allocations within the department shows me a department with the wrong priorities. Years of operating with a limited maintenance service has meant that unless the defect meets the threshold, it cannot be fixed until it passes that ridiculous threshold. Throwing sporadic pots of money here and there will improve the situation in the short term, but unless a change in policy direction is enacted, we will continue this piecemeal approach, an approach that delivers crumbling patchwork quilts rather than the required large overlays many of our roads require. I often wonder why a bloated civil service, top-heavy civil service indeed, continues down the road of outsourcing patching work to subcontractors when surely better value for money and better quality would be achieved by employing staff directly instead of continuing to be at the mercy of others. If the department continues on the route of outsourcing, then it must move to a position where, when patching a road, all defects are required to be repaired, rather than wasting money by constantly revisiting roads multiple times once another log is put on the portal, and time again, contractors coming back to do a patch there, a patch there. How does that pay? This policy, coupled with paying contractors to temporarily repair potholes and then return at a later date to carry out a permanent repair, is bad financial management. Another issue that I want to raise is the excessive red tape and secrecy that exists when claiming for damage caused by potholes due to our crumbling roads. I want to give two real-life cases. Number one, the Northampton constituent hit a pothole on the 3rd of February 2024 on the Hollywood Road in Newtownards. Due to the severity of the damage caused to multiple vehicles, the police were called and had to maintain a presence until the appropriate warning signage was put in place to warn other drivers. DFI turned down that constituent's claim and to this day hides behind an exemption clause in the Environmental Information Regulations 2004 as to why their claim was refused. I urge the Minister who's here to give direction that when MLAs and constituents request basic information on why their claim was turned down or whether any other individual was successful in claiming compensation relating to the same pothole, well, that information should be released. And another number two that I want to highlight, just last week I had a constituent in with me who hit a crater on the old Frosses Road outside Clough Mills that was submerged in water on the 16th of November 2025. Photos were taken of the pothole and the serious damage caused to the vehicle, but yet this was also turned down. DFI outrageously claimed that as the road was inspected on the 23rd of June 2025 and no actionable defects were recorded, that they are not liable. Surely the department cannot be allowed to dissolve or absolve itself of liability on the basis of a check that was carried out 5 months earlier. Minister, it's simply not good enough. We have no policy in place for slumps in rural roads. A poor interactive portal that when somebody goes to log a call, they don't even get an email back to say that that's been accepted or that an engineer's on its route or this is the outcome of that. The list can go on and on and on and on. It's time that this Minister got to grips with her department and stopped blaming others, because there's much work to do within DFI.
Jerry Carroll.
Deputy Speaker, in West Belfast, like other constituencies, communities, working class communities are bearing the brunt of this infrastructural collapse. Places like Dunmurray, Lake Glen, St James's, Falls Road and many other areas I've raised before in the House and through the interesting DFI website, shall we say. And regularly I hear reports about burst tyres, like members, damaged suspensions and repair bills people simply can't afford during a cost of living crisis. I missed the start of the debate, so I'm not sure if this was recorded, but Belfast in 2025 saw a 38% increase in the number of potholes from 2024 to 2025, and people are obviously paying. Yeah.
Just for the member, I'd like to know that Belfast is actually the best in the north for potholes recorded, so you're one of the lucky ones.
Extra minute.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I don't know if it means the best for the most amount of potholes or the best for repairing, but it's hard to see from here. Okay, yeah, okay. I've recently got glasses, so many of these for that. But anyway, a lot of potholes obviously in Belfast has gone up in the area, and people are paying twice. Once Deputy Speaker through the rates and also through compensation claims, and these topped I think around 700,000 in North Belfast alone, which is obviously huge. It's obviously a public finance issue, but also I'd say, and it's more than an inconvenience, it's a public safety crisis. And we've seen funeral processions obviously in the news recently, unable to reach Roselawn, families forced to walk to the crematorium because roads are impassable. And that same day, I think 12 cars were stranded on the Ballygowan Road. It's completely dangerous and unsafe for so many people. And also, which isn't mentioned in this debate, Deputy Speaker, when you talk about and think about cyclists, motorcyclists, people who wheel as well, so that's prams and wheelchairs and rollators and other sort of devices, and these aren't just potholes, they are potential death traps. Meanwhile, the department does take a stick and plaster. I agree with the previous member. It's taken a stick and plaster approach, and as noted in the text, 97,000 potholes reported last year, only 2/3 fixed, and in Belfast that figure has dropped to 44%. To the member for South Armagh, maybe listen to that point. And the Minister announced a 30 million package, obviously for road resurfacing, but you've admitted, Minister, I think you need 1.6 billion to bring the roads up to standard, so clearly the sums don't add up. And in my own constituency, we've had £135,000 announced for the resurfacing scheme for the old golf course road. Obviously to be welcome, but I think it's just a drop in the ocean. I also note with concern, Deputy Speaker, that in my own constituency, Netherlands Park and Summerhill is currently on the priority resurfacing programme. You'd think, given the fact that it's on the priority list, it would be dealt with in a timely manner, but we've been told these works won't be carried out this year, but possibly next year. A cynic might say March 2027, but I'll leave that up to the others to say whether that's the date or another date will take place. And our road network was built for a different era. Heavy goods vehicles and higher traffic loads are destroying surfaces that were designed decades ago. Rather than endless resurfacing, we need sustainable transport infrastructure, and I want to defend active travel in the truest meaning of the word. Proper cycling lanes, protected pedestrian routes and free and frequent public transport that does reduce car dependency. The draft road maintenance strategy mentions sustainable maintenance but offers no vision at all for reducing the vehicle traffic that is causing this damage, not to mention cars getting bigger and people being told they have to buy bigger cars by marketing companies and car companies as well. So I think we need a radical rethink, Deputy Speaker, of how we move people and goods, and this motion demands clear prioritisation and time-bound costed actions, and that's the bare minimum. Working class communities in West Belfast and across the north deserve roads that don't wreck their cars and endanger their lives. I don't think we're demanding the stars here. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes the list of speakers. I now call on the Minister for Infrastructure to respond. Minister, you have up to 15 minutes.
And I welcome this discussion on the condition of the road network here in the north, one that we have spoke about many times, particularly in recent weeks. in relation to the high numbers of potholes that are recorded and the increase in expenditure and public liability claims, specifically over the last 5 years. I also note the concerns of members in relation to the longer-term impact of the Department's limited service for road maintenance, one that I also have serious concerns in relation to, and one that I'm actively working to try and change. I strongly agree that the maintenance of the road network is crucial for road safety for all users, whether travelling in a vehicle, on a bike, on foot. Investing in the maintenance of our roads is also critical to the movement of goods and the growth of our economy, and also ensuring that our communities are connected. I'm very well aware of the frustrations and at times the significant inconvenience that is caused in relation to the condition of our roads. And people and communities rely on the road network to do business, to go to work, to go to school and to connect with one another. Road safety is an extremely high priority for my department, and members will be aware of the work that we have been doing in relation to this. And we're committed to working proactively to make our roads safer and to address the needs of all road users. I'm all too aware of the impact of recent storms and cold weather, and it has had an impact across the road network, and it's an issue that I'm taking very seriously. Whilst my officials have worked very hard to maintain the road network to the best of their ability, they have nonetheless been forced to concentrate on only the highest priority road repairs, and have had to introduce the limited service approach to road maintenance that you mentioned. And I think one of the members had outlined that this has been in place for over 10 years. I think it was brought in place 2015 under the then UUP Minister Danny Kennedy, and subsequently the DUP Minister Michelle McIlveen. So this is an issue that has impacted every party across this House who have taken on the role of this ministry. It's not something that is new, but it is absolutely something that I'm trying to change, because we all recognise that it isn't working for people out there. As a result of this approach, we have seen a continued deterioration in our infrastructure, with large numbers of potholes and other defects developing across the road network, especially after periods of particularly cold or wet weather. It's undoubtedly the winter period has taken a severe toll on the road network. I am not saying that is the only issue here, but it is those are the facts. It has been exacerbated by many years of underfunding. As has been mentioned, nearly 50,000 defects in the last 3 months alone have been reported, which is close to half the total for the whole of the previous year. Potholes and other surface defects on the roads are more likely to happen at this time of year, because when it rains, water enters the small cracks and freeze-thaw cycles expand and break apart the surface, and that is what we have seen over the last couple of months. Heavy and prolonged rain damages the underlying layers, reducing a road's load-bearing capacity, leading to potholes, rutting and surface deformation. Flooding can also erode sub-base materials, damage embankments and block drainage systems, creating long-term water damage. So overall, adverse weather speeds up both surface wear and structural fatigue, increasing our maintenance needs and reducing the lifespan of the road, and that is what we have seen particularly in recent times. This winter period, we've already seen significant rainfall aligned to the changing weather patterns that we're becoming used to. In January alone, we've seen the extremes beginning with below average temperatures, which resulted in snow, moving into record rainfall, and most recently Storm Chandra, which contributed to new January rainfall records for the north, which I've previously stated are the highest on record from records began. This motion draws attention to the detrimental consequences of more than a decade of underfunding in our road network, and I am committed to delivering essential improvements through the implementation of my department's road maintenance strategy that I believe will benefit our citizens, our communities and the wider economy. A new approach that will focus our limited resources on safety and value for money. So when members across the benches tell me to get to grips, to take action, that is what I'm doing. That's why I've developed this strategy, because we recognise that what has been done to date isn't working, and we have to think outside the box. We have to do things differently within the limits of the budget that we have. I've set out my department's investment needs as part of future budget exercises, and will continue to engage with my executive colleagues on the investment required in our infrastructure to maximise benefit to our communities and generate economic growth. And much has been said about the amount that is required to properly maintain our entire road network. I think the Barton report states in around £1.6 billion. That's almost double the capital budget that I have for this year. So how do we square that circle, folks? How do we ensure that we're maximising what we have when the money simply isn't there? My department, like other departments, has been operating in a very difficult financial environment due to underfunding and austerity by the British Government. And the member for Newry and Armagh, Justin McNulty, made a joke about the fact of the big bad British Government, which comes as no surprise as his party colleagues continue to cosy up to the British Government on the green benches in Westminster. But let me be clear. No British government has ever or will ever serve the interests of the people here. So I certainly will not give them cover for the lack of investment and the lack of care that this executive and the people that I represent continues to feel the impact of. It was also asked about where does our road tax go. Our road tax goes to Westminster. It doesn't come to this executive, who then decide what cut we should get. So I think that's an important point for everyone to remember, that if our road tax was actually directed here, maybe we could do more with it. The estimated value of the shortfall in funding between what was needed to maintain the network and what was actually available to be spent between 2014 and 2024 is approximately £1 billion. So it's readily apparent the difference in quality that should be expected when such a significant shortfall in maintenance spending occurs. The Executive agreed the 2025-26 budget, and the best use has been made of this funding to target road resurfacing. This financial year, I initially allocated £68 million to capital structural maintenance, which includes resurfacing and surface dressing. And delivering on my commitment to do all I can to make our roads better, I was able to reprioritise funding within my department. This, along with the outcome of the December monitoring round, meant that I was able to announce additional funding of more than £30 million towards improving our roads here, including an additional £4 million funding allocated to Roads Recovery Fund to continue to address the poor condition of our rural road network. And Diana Armstrong highlighted the issues that impact particularly rural areas, and as I cover a large rural area myself, I am extremely cognizant of this, which is why I have made a concerted effort to maximise the funding that I'm able to direct to the Roads Recovery Fund for those reasons. And the member mentioned the Lockshore Road in Enniskillen, and she will know that I've previously responded to her question in relation about the very complex issues affecting that particular road, with the structure of the road and the elements and the other issues that impact that. So I hope the member will be reassured that the department are consistently assessing and monitoring that to find a long-term solution. However, as the answer alludes to, it's not that simple and straightforward, unfortunately. In addition to the £30 million I've mentioned, I recently allocated, as members have spoke about, an additional £7.85 million funding to help mitigate the impacts of that recent winter, the recent winter weather conditions that we have seen, and how that has affected our road network. This will be used and is currently being used to deliver an enhanced structural maintenance programme, including large-scale patching and resurfacing targeted at those areas of greatest need across the north, and this work has already commenced. Whilst the budget for 25-26 remains challenging, my department continues to prioritise key essential services, ensuring delivery of the highest priority resurfacing, roadside stability and drainage projects. I've set out my department's investment needs as part of future budget exercises and will continue to engage with executive colleagues to maximise the investment required for our infrastructure. It will be challenging to address the years of underfunding. However, I am committed to improving our roads here, which I have shown through my continued efforts to secure additional funding within the year and through the development of the new road maintenance strategy, because I do believe that this is an opportunity for us to change how we do things. As members will know, and some members had asked around action plan and all of that, it's very high level at this stage because we've just closed the public consultation, as is done with any strategy or piece of work that departments carry out. So as we analyse the responses to the consultation, that will shape what will come next when we finalise that strategy, and hopefully we can see a real difference in terms of the impact of 10 years of limited service and underfunding. On the 2nd of December, I launched the public consultation on this strategy, and the main objectives of the strategy are to improve the overall condition of the road network and enhance safety and quality. All of the things we have talked about here today, and that are important to us all. And that will be implemented through the delivery of a targeted programme of intelligent maintenance investment and a sustainable maintenance regime. As members will know, the consultation ended at the end of last month, and initial indications have shown a positive response. But we are continuing to take a detailed look at the responses provided and will publish a consultation report and aim to finalise the strategy in due course. I've also committed to invest in £1.3 million in the provision of a groundbreaking full digital survey of the North's entire road network. And members did say about the importance of using digital technology and innovation to make smarter, more effective and more efficient decisions. And that is why we are progressing that aspect of it. This data provided by the new digital stocktake will assist in targeting resources for routine maintenance activities, such as patching, to ensure the best utilisation of scarce resources. So it's not just about looking at what are the key issues now, it's actually about recognising what will be problematic in the time ahead and how we can potentially get ahead of that to prevent the situation that we're seeing right across the north now. While the quality of repairs is currently monitored as part of routine highway inspections, the new digital survey will be a major advance in the assessment of the condition and durability of repairs on the network, as well as the performance of reinstatements associated with utility openings. And I know this is a bugbear for probably all of us in terms of when we get a road resurfaced or it's in good condition and they are opened by various companies and the reinstatement isn't the quality we would expect. So again, this is another issue we are attempting to tackle in relation to the digital survey and the new draft, or the new road maintenance strategy. So I do remain committed to prioritising road maintenance, improving repair quality and ensuring a safer, more resilient road network, and implementing the new strategy going forward that I feel will be invaluable in meeting this objective. However, it is important to recognise that these measures on their own will not address the consequences of years of underinvestment, which is why it's important that I work with all executive colleagues to ensure appropriate investment is allocated to improve the quality of our road network and contribute to the delivery of the priorities set out in our agreed programme for government. The relentless pressures on public sector funding have led to significant workforce constraints and operational difficulties, which have adversely affected the management and maintenance of the transport network and contributed to our maintenance backlog. To seek to address these challenges, my officials have been taking forward a transformation programme to reshape how we deliver our transport and road operation and maintenance functions, as the funding and workforce challenges are not expected to ease anytime soon. We're therefore taking a realistic view of the workforce we expect to have in the future, and the work aims to ensure that we can sustainably and competently deliver our responsibilities in the years ahead. And the new strategy is a key part of this wider work. In closing, Last Concordia, I'd like to thank the members for bringing this motion to the House and for their contributions to the debate again this afternoon. And I once again reiterate that the value of our infrastructure, and in particular our road network, cannot be overstated. Long-term underinvestment of our roads is impacting on its integrity, leading to steady deterioration, particularly in our rural roads. And this is not what the public or I or my department wants to see. So I continue to work with everyone who is willing to work with me to develop a new road maintenance strategy and to work hard to address the impact of years of underinvestment in road maintenance. So I thank members for the opportunity to speak on this motion, and I look forward to seeing real change in the time ahead, because that is what I'll continue to strive for. Garma.
Thank you, Minister, for that response. I now call Minister McHugh to wind on the amendment. You have up to 5 minutes.
I'm pleased to support the amendment we have placed on the order paper to today's motion, because it does provide clarity and honesty to the debate as articulated by my colleague. This motion reflects the reality that every MLA and every road user recognises. The condition of our roads has deteriorated to the point that they pose a risk to motorcyclists, to pedestrians and motorists. The motion is right to highlight the impact of Storm Chandra and the harsh winter we have endured. It is also right to note the sheer scale of the problem. In 2025, over 127,000 surface defects were recorded across the north, including almost 98,000 potholes. This is not a minor issue. It's a network under serious strain, and communities in every constituency are feeling it. However, this problem did not appear overnight, and it will not be fixed overnight. Years of underinvestment, combined with increasingly severe weather, have left our roads more vulnerable to the rapid deterioration. Storm Chandra and the recent winter conditions have made that painfully clear. It's in this context that I want to acknowledge the work being done by the Minister for Infrastructure and the DFI staff. The amended motion also fairly recognises the practical steps that have been taken. The $300 million secured in December 2025 and the further $7.85 million for targeted road maintenance in response to Storm Chandra show that the Infrastructure Minister and the Minister of Finance are working proactively to increase the resources available to tackle the worst of the damage. That funding will not solve everything, but it will make roads safer and allow urgent works and resurfacing to proceed where they are most needed. In 2015, when Michelle McElveen was the Minister of Infrastructure, because of financial pressures, the Department operated a limited maintenance service. I also welcome the draft road maintenance strategy consultation, which accepts that we need a different approach, one that is more targeted, more sustainable, and makes better use of technology and data to direct limited resources to the highest risk defects. But it cannot stop at a draft, and that is why it is right to call for an updated strategy and a detailed action plan to be brought forward urgently once the consultation closes. Finally, this should not be a blame game, and I agree with my colleague Cahill that the movers of the motion have demonstrated that they're more interested in party politics than the pothole problem. The state of our roads affects every constituency. If we are serious about turning this around, then all parties need to support additional sustained funding for DFI and a long-term plan to rebuild the resilience of the network. And I also would like to just share with people as well too that one night a number of years back I had left the Glebe to travel to my home in Castleberg, and I went across what is known as the Fern Hill. It's a hill or a ridge that separates the Derg Valley from the Vind Valley. The road was the width of my car. The width of my car. It was newly tarred and stoned. And the following day, when a person had raised a constituency issue with me with regards to the roads, I told them that. And they said, if they can do that to a mountain road, why will they not do it to our main roads? And I said, the difference is that road was in the Republic. Maybe there's a lesson there for all of us.
Thank you. And I call on Peter Martin to conclude and wind the debate on the motion. You have up to 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I will speak to the motion and then wind and try and summarise the debate as best I can. We've all had front seats of the growing crisis within the Department of Infrastructure regarding our road network, and the Department should be a cornerstone for economic growth and connectivity in Northern Ireland, but it's hamstrung by a level of administrative inertia and a lack of strategic clarity when it comes to the state of our roads and potholes. The only winners in this battle are the tyre repair centres across Northern Ireland and those fitting new front suspensions. From Bangor to Ballymena, from 5 Mile Town to Fintona, families, commuters, farmers, delivery drivers, small business owners are all paying the price. Tyres are being shredded and suspension systems are being damaged. It is also worth noting, and I'm very glad to mention the member to my left, the member for West Belfast. He did cite motorcyclists and cyclists in general who are put at, and I think the first person to mention that, who are put at particular risk from these potholes. And if we hit a pothole in our car can get quite seriously damaged. But if a motorcyclist hits one at 40 miles an hour or cyclist hits one at 30, they can get really, really seriously injured. So I was grateful for that member highlighting it. I was going to myself. Yes, I will, sir.
Would you have any concern as well is that quite often in this House the term active travel is kind of misrepresented. It's presumed that there's a huge increase in the spend on active travel, but actually the concern is that it's actually used to spend quite a lot of general spending on roads, which people could in theory cycle on, which doesn't actually meet the definition of active travel. I'm sure he knows what I'm talking about. Would he have concern about that as well? Thank you.
I thank the member for West Belfast. My understanding is that the legislative priority for active travel is 10% of the overall budget. The Minister would probably know the answer to that, and the member beside her is nodding at me. So that is money that should be spent on active travel. My understanding is that it's been spent in a range of ways. I think that's correct, because active travel does mean that the elderly can use footpaths, and some our footpaths are quite badly damaged. I suppose we're focusing on roads today. I do not believe that the Minister can, however, continue to cite chronic underfunding, and very often she does blame the British Treasury for a lack of that. My understanding from Sam McBride is she used that phrase 132 times in answers to Assembly questions. But however, the fact remains that the 25-26 DFI budget is the largest that DFI has ever had. And in fact, according to the think tank Pivotal, it has risen, this is the DFI budget, by over 60% in the last 8 years. And the only department in this Executive or Assembly that has risen more is the Department of Health. I will. To the Minister.
Just for accuracy, I think the member would agree with me that given the impact on our road network through underfunding for many years, the cost of actually rectifying that has also risen. So whilst it may appear on paper that figures show the budget has increased, we also have the challenges with our wastewater, which comes out of capital funding, and all of the other things that the member and his party are very quick to say we should have the funding for all of those things.
I want to thank the Minister for her intervention. She's not going to take me into wastewater, but I would say that wastewater is not a responsibility that I, as the Chair of Infrastructure, have an imperative to solve. That is an imperative for the Minister to solve because she is the Minister. But I would, and I'll give her this, there are a number of challenges within DFI that require capital funding, but that is her responsibility because she is the DFI Minister. However, in one of your most recent press releases, Minister, and it was cited here today, you did mention about the freezing temperatures and the additional damage that had caused over this period of winter. When I did look at the weather, seasonal weather over that period, this December was the warmest Northern Ireland has ever had in the last 29 years, and it was generally accepted that we've had the mildest winter for a considerable period of time. And for me, that goes to the heart of the issue at hand, which is the effectiveness and efficiency within this department. And it's worth pausing for a second. I think I just about have time to mention that. Those are two words that I hear a lot in this Assembly, effectiveness and efficiency. They mean different things. Efficiency is doing things right, and effectiveness is doing the right things. When we apply those words to the situation that we're looking at today, efficiency is repairing these potholes or repairing our roads in an effective manner, an efficient manner, a manner that's going to last for some time. Whilst effectiveness is doing the right things, it's picking the things that are important and following through with capital investment, and that is an issue for the Minister because she gets to make those strategic decisions. We have questions around how long a temporary fix might last. When will a permanent repair go in after a temporary fix? And the Minister touched on it, but I didn't quite follow exactly what she said, and I'm sure the committee will write to her in this regard. But what is the inspection regime for contractors who go in to do fixes, and how does the department quality assure them? I'm aware that that happens with some of the contractors that go in to put in cabling along our footpaths, but certainly that's something I believe that the committee will be picking up on. It's worth hearing from the public in this chamber today, and recently the BBC ran a piece and I had a look at it, and I want to just read out two views from the members of the public. One called Wilson Beggs, who said that calling a road where he lives a road is simply stretching the imagination, but no one seems interested in doing anything about this. Another member of the public, John Smith, said that he had lost 2 tyres after hitting a pothole. 1 week after replacing them, he hit another pothole, and he said he just doesn't feel safe driving on the roads at this point in time. It's incredibly frustrating. These are real-life statements that I believe are very representative of the views of the people who might be listening to this debate across Northern Ireland. And contrary to some previous speakers, I completely reject the idea that this is some sort of party political point-scoring exercise. Perhaps if the potholes were situated in just unionist areas or just nationalist areas, I would have some level of sympathy with the argument presented by the other side of the House. But every member in this chamber knows that's not the case. These potholes are everywhere. It's the job of this Assembly to hold the person responsible to account for them. That's what we're doing today, and that is the Minister. These potholes affect everyone, regardless of political opinion, and it's our job to hold the Minister to account for that issue, and my party in this motion will continue to do that. I want to give myself 3 minutes just to sum up on some of the arguments here to give everyone their dues. My colleague Stephen Dunn said the constituents deserve better than failure in potholes, and cited repeated failures of the Minister. Cathal Boylan said that by supporting our amendment, and he means his amendment, it will demonstrate that members of this chamber are not going to play party politics. Andrew McMurray, with perhaps the quote of the day, and I'm not going to get this right, Andrew, often accused of being a middle-of-the-road party, said it would be a brave man or woman who even went onto our roads today. John Stewart was very critical of, it said that there was a critical failure of road assets, and these are not cosmetic concerns, and millions are being paid out by the department on insurance costs. Justin McNulty said potholes are a daily hazard in Newry and Armagh, and constituents are frankly fed up and furious about it. My colleague Harry Harvey said that the Minister cannot plead poverty any longer, and the public want fixes but not excuses. Diana Armstrong said that this affects rural constituencies even more. I would tend to agree with her. I was in Market Hill at the weekend, and some of the roads around Market Hill were frankly appalling. And she highlighted some roads in her own constituency which were worthy of note. Mark Durkin said that repairs fail and the public end up paying the price, sometimes financially and certainly with the inconvenience caused to them. Timothy Gasson said that leaving maintenance to the end of the allocation cycle was ridiculous, and pots of money will not solve this problem long term. Jerry Carroll cited the amount of potholes in his constituency and highlighted the funeral corteges which could not make Roselawn because of the potholes and the damage that were being caused to them. The Minister strongly agreed with, I would imagine, all the concerns that she's heard today, and said that the road network is crucial and that there is currently concentration on the most urgent repairs, but she would like to get out of that cycle. Yep, that will do for summing up, and I just brought that in time, but I would certainly urge everyone to support our motion today. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
And thank you. So, members, the question is that the amendment standing in the names of Cathal Boylan, Alicia McHugh, Sinead Ennis and Philip McGuigan be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. Members who think the noes have it? The noes have it. Thank you. Therefore, members, the question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Could members take their ease for a change at the table before we move to the next item?
The next item of business is a motion on assessing mental health data. Clerk, could you please read the motion?
That this Assembly recognises the urgent need for accurate and consistent mental health data to support effective planning, delivery and accountability of mental health, addiction and suicide prevention services across health and social care trusts. Expresses concern that the absence of a centralised data system and the fragmented approach to data management across trusts have created major gaps in understanding, service capacity, demand and outcomes, including information on bed availability, planned versus actual spending, referral numbers, people in contact with support services, and performance against waiting time targets. Notes that such information is routinely published in other jurisdictions. Believes that the data deficit undermines the effectiveness of the Mental Health Strategy 2021 to 2031 and transparency across the system, and calls on the Minister of Health to prioritise the creation of a single standardised mental health data system with regular public reporting across all trusts to underpin evidence-based decision-making and improve outcomes for the population.
Orla Flynn to move the motion. Orla?
Moved.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. All other speakers will have 5 minutes. Orla, please open the debate on the motion.
I move the motion starting in the name of myself and my colleagues Philip McGuigan and Linda Dillon. This motion is about something very simple but absolutely fundamental. It's about whether we can see clearly what is happening in our mental health services. If we cannot see the pressures in the system, we cannot relieve them. If we cannot measure performance, we cannot improve it. And if we cannot track the need, then we cannot meet it. The motion calls on the Minister to prioritise a single standardised mental health data system with routine public reporting across all health and social care trusts so that we can finally understand the waiting times, the workforce gaps, service demand, bed capacity, referrals, outcomes, and whether investment is actually reaching patients. This is not a technical request, it's a basic requirement for safe, accountable services. Members across this chamber will be aware that mental health services are facing enormous pressures. In the North, 290 people died by suicide last year. Suicide remains the leading cause of death for men under 50. Mental ill health prevalence is among the highest in these islands. Over 17,500 people, and this is back in December 2023, were waiting for a first mental health appointment and thousands are waiting on psychological therapies. And we're actually unaware of the number in terms of those waiting lists right across the board in the current day. And recently, in a question that I submitted to the Minister, and I know people will be aware of this anyway, but the trusts are sort of in the position that even when they're recording the data, that they're recording it with low confidence because the way the system's currently set up. So despite the numbers that we know are waiting and the numbers that aren't reflected in those figures, we still can't produce a current regional waiting list total, and that should shock every member of this House. As legislators, we cannot scrutinise services that we cannot see. We can't assess value for money without outcomes, and we can't reduce inequalities if it's not measured. And without transparent data, postcode inequalities and access to mental health care will remain hidden and unaddressed. Oversight bodies have repeatedly warned about this. The Public Accounts Committee described mental health data as extremely poor, and the Office for Statistics Regulation identified major gaps. Assembly questions confirmed the unreliable reporting during the Encompass transition, and the Minister in his update might be able to hopefully give us some information how Encompass might be able to help with this once it's bedded in properly. But since 2021, public bodies have all warned about serious weaknesses in mental health data, yet those core problems remain. Members may also be surprised to learn that there currently is no statutory requirement to publish mental health performance data here in the North, and that would be unthinkable in most other areas of healthcare. There's also no routine public reporting of waiting times or activity across many core services, including adult mental health, psychological therapies, counselling, eating disorder services and wider community provision. At present, there is no interactive dashboard, no routine monthly reporting, no trust-by-trust comparison and no clear visibility of capacity or demand. What makes this even more concerning is that we actually have strong policy frameworks in the mental health strategy and in the Protect Life 2 suicide prevention strategy. We have clear commitments to parity of esteem, early intervention and improved outcomes, but how do we know if the strategies are working? Almost 5 years into the mental health strategy, we still don't have a published outcomes framework, and I know that might seem I mean, when we're in the scenario where, you know, the mental health strategy can't even receive, you know, a good proportion of its funding. It might be silly talking about how can we try and monitor the outcomes of it, but I do think it is important that any investment that we are putting into the strategies or into mental health as a whole, that we are able to try and assess what outcomes we're getting from that investment. The deliverability review confirmed that most actions in the strategy are paused or constrained, and that monitoring progress remains limited. Without consistent data, we can't track delivery. Without measurement, the strategy becomes aspiration rather than transformation. The mental health strategy cannot be delivered in the dark. This is not about capability. In England, Scotland and Wales, governments publish routine mental health service data covering waiting times, activity, workforce, access and performance. England has a public mental health data hub updated regularly. Here in the north, we don't have any equivalent as yet. We can't compare trusts, we can't track trends or monitor pressures in real time. That lack of visibility undermines planning, accountability and reform. And this is not about technical capability. The same department delivered one of the most sophisticated public health dashboards that we've ever seen during COVID-19. It provided real-time, transparent and accessible information to the public. The context is stark. Mental ill health costs our society $3.4 billion every year. Mental health receives around 7% of the health budget, the lowest share across these islands. Around 80% of the strategy's actions are paused due to funding constraints. Workforce shortages are severe, CAMHS waiting lists remain unacceptable, and young people are reaching services later and in greater distress. That is the reality behind this motion. I want to make clear that the failure here is not with staff. Mental health workers across trusts, community organisations, charities and voluntary groups do extraordinary work under immense pressure. They carry risk daily, support families in crisis, fill gaps left by systematic undercapacity, and they save lives. I thank clinicians, community organisations, suicide prevention groups, family support services, peer workers and people with lived experience. I also acknowledge organisations such as New Script for Mental Health, the Royal College of Psychiatrists and many others who have persistently highlighted the need for better data, investment and reform. They are sustaining a system that is stretched far beyond what is reasonable. This motion is not about spreadsheets, it's about safety. And without accurate data, we can't plan workforce, allocate resources, identify unmet need, target prevention and deliver the strategy or ensure equality of access. We also cannot know whether change is happening. We face one of the highest burdens of mental ill health in these islands. We have strong strategies, clear commitments and dedicated staff and communities, but without reliable data, we cannot see whether those commitments are being delivered. If we do not measure the system, we cannot fix the system. So I ask members to support this motion so we can bring transparency, accountability and real improvement to mental health services here in the North.
Thank you very much indeed. I call Alan Robinson. Alan.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Very content to support the motion today. The Northern Ireland Audit Office report on mental health services in Northern Ireland, published in May 2023, highlighted how good data underpins effective services. The report identified weaknesses in the data landscape right across health. As far back as 2018, the Commissioner for Children and Young People Still Waiting report identified gaps in operational data, particularly in relation to young people and children. In 2021, the Office for Statistics Regulation reviewed mental health statistics in Northern Ireland and reached a summary conclusion that there is limited data leading to information gaps which does not provide a complete picture of mental health care. Particularly, there is an incomplete picture of data relating to outcomes and effectiveness of treatments. It is difficult to fully assess whether services are improving people's mental health, and without outcome measures, you cannot properly evaluate what works. And without that evaluation, it is difficult to be assured that services represent value for money. Trying to manage reform without being able to see clearly is incredibly difficult, and only provides a partial understanding of important aspects of mental health, nor can it offer the opportunity to determine value for money for services. The Office for Statistics Regulation said that Northern Ireland needs a standardised data set across all mental health settings, supported by clear regional guidance. It also suggested that the Department should consider developing a dedicated mental health data strategy. Across Northern Ireland, we have the highest rates of mental health problems and demand for mental health. Staff are under serious, unrelenting pressure. Health surveys indicate that around 1/5 of adults show probable mental health problems, with 1 in 8 children and young people meeting the criteria for depression and anxiety. It is therefore vital that the health service here has the best tools to plan for the future and for it to have the very best data-driven evidence to support and understand how effective public services are. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Alan. I call on Danny Donnelly. Danny.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mental health remains one of the greatest health issues affecting Northern Ireland, impacting the most vulnerable in our society. Its cost in 2024 was conservatively estimated at $3.4 billion annually from a PAC report. The findings also pointed to the unacceptable state of mental health data in Northern Ireland, finding that data is limited and overwhelmingly focused on activity rather than on impact, and that there is variation across trusts. It is disjointed and inconsistent. It is heard even where data exists, access to it is extremely challenging. Most concerning of all, the committee highlighted that the Department developed the 10-year $1.2 billion mental health strategy despite having little data on outcomes, no strategic data on workforce need, and limited data on the voluntary and community sector. If you cannot measure what works, what does not work, where demand is rising or where gaps exist, then reform becomes guesswork. The Minister talks about transformation, prevention and early intervention, but without reliable, standardised and transparent data, we cannot accurately grasp the need or whether any of it is actually delivering. If we look at the 2023 study by the Simon Community in DePaul, they found that 68% of people experiencing homelessness have a diagnosed mental health condition, compared to 19% of the general population. Crucially, 84% received that diagnosis before becoming homeless. That tells us something vital. When we fail to intervene effectively in mental health, the consequences spill into housing, justice, education and beyond. Crisis is always more expensive than prevention. Take eating disorders as another example. The routine data that we collect reflects those diagnosed in hospital settings with conditions such as anorexia or bulimia. Conditions such as binge eating disorder are not considered in the data and do not have clearly defined service pathways, despite being one of the most common eating disorders in the UK. If we are not measuring prevalence properly and there are no clear pathways, then we are not intervening early. And when we fail to intervene early, we are storing up greater costs and poorer outcomes down the line. An untreated patient does not disappear. Their condition is likely to worsen. They may develop depression, they may develop obesity or diabetes or a myriad of other conditions. They may require more intensive mental health support later, alongside costly physical health care. The cost does not vanish, it compounds. What appears to be short-term financial restraint becomes long-term financial pressure, and this pattern continues to repeat across the system. We've heard evidence at the Health Committee that the culture within the department often appears focused on managing immediate financial pressure rather than designing services around long-term efficiency and outcomes. When the data is incomplete, services are easier to defer, and if the data is fragmented, reform is fragmented. Thanks to the New Script for Mental Health, who have pointed out that while we're almost 5 years into the mental health strategy, there is still no outcomes framework, and that the department has previously cited the rollout of the Encompass system as the reason for delay. However, as we know, Encompass was completed in May 2025, and the Department of Health's deadline has now passed. The long overdue progress on this is welcome, but systems are only useful if they ask the right questions. Now, this is not a technical debate about data, it's about the strategic need to better understand how to reform our failing systems. If we do not collect meaningful data, we cannot demonstrate need. If we cannot demonstrate need, we do not commission services. And if we do not commission services, we create avoidable costs, both personally to the patient and financially to our health system. If we are serious about improving outcomes, reducing long-term costs and restoring public confidence, then accurate, consistent and transparent data must be treated as essential infrastructure. As highlighted by the new script for mental health, without transparent data, MLAs cannot scrutinise performance, public funds cannot be assessed for value against outcomes, inequalities cannot be addressed if they are not being measured, and strategies cannot succeed without accountability. Until we can properly measure the problem, we cannot credibly claim to be addressing or solving it. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much indeed, Danny. I call on Alan Chambers. Alan.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I welcome the chance to contribute to this debate, which goes to the heart of how we deliver safe, accountable and effective mental health services. No one in this House doubts the scale of need across mental health, addictions and suicide prevention. In every constituency, families rely on these services at their most vulnerable moments. If we are to meet that need responsibly, then decisions must be grounded in clear and consistent evidence. This motion addresses a simple but entirely reasonable point. We cannot build a modern mental health system on incomplete or inconsistent information. Historically, data across our trusts has developed in a fragmented way. Different systems and different reporting structures have all made it quite difficult to assemble a regional picture of demand and what exactly has been delivered on the ground. That has not been through neglect. It reflects a system that evolved over many years without the benefit of unified digital infrastructure. It's often an entirely reasonable complaint that for a place as small as Northern Ireland, that the structure and the delivery of healthcare has been overcomplicated. 5 trusts, each previously working similar to one another, but with some important and distinct differences, has resulted in a pretty uneven picture in terms of mental health data. Gaps in information, whether around bed availability, waiting times, referral pathways, or performance against target, make strategic planning more difficult. Not only as MLAs, but as local citizens and potential service users, we need to know how long services take to access, how resources are being used, and whether outcomes are improving. At the same time, we must be realistic. Creating a single standardised system is not as simple as merging a couple of spreadsheets, or even worse, publishing figures prematurely, or something that mightn't be entirely correct, would risk undermining trust rather than strengthening it. Standardised data across all trusts, regularly reported and clearly explained, will support better workforce planning, earlier intervention and more effective targeting of resources. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this motion ultimately calls for something sensible and reasonable, a coherent, region-wide approach to mental health data that underpins evidence-based decision-making and strengthens accountability. If we get this right, the benefits will extend beyond statistics. Accurate data will enable better planning, clearer oversight, and more informed public debate. Most importantly, it will support a system that responds more effectively to those who depend upon it. Our goal must not be better reports for their own sake, but better outcomes for people. That is why I am very happy today to support this motion. Reliable, standardised and transparent data is hugely important in moving forward. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much indeed, Alan. I call on Colin McGrath. Colin.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. And it's amazing that just not even getting to the summation, but already we can hear the theme being repeated, that this is something that is simple, that it's basic, that it's fundamental, that it is sensible, reasonable, things that we need to get right. And I contribute to that by supporting the motion and saying that it is a simple concept, that we actually need to know what is happening in our mental health system to be able to effectively respond to it. And as MLAs, all of us on a weekly basis will deal with constituents who are waiting for assessments or waiting for therapies or waiting on CAMHS appointment or for crisis support. And we know that repetitive piece of information that comes back
How long will I wait? Where am I on the list? What happens to me next? And too often we just simply can't answer any of those questions with any certainty. And as we understand that 38% of adults here have reported concerns about their mental health in the last year, that's nearly a third of our population that are going to be in the category of becoming those that may need some sort of help or assistance from our system. So this would beg the question that if mental health concerns are so prevalent, why do we not have a standardised approach to the mental health support? And when I look at my own constituency of South Down, I can see incredible, remarkable organisations such as Life Changes Changing Lives, the Pop-Up Art, the My, the Whale, among others, who provide that support to people in the most challenging and difficult moments of their lives. And I'm sure that all MLAs here will be able to have organisations in their constituencies that provide that support. One that struck me was in a conversation with the staff at the Well, where they put me in contact with the people over in England that are dealing with the preventable deaths tracker. And why I actually found that of interest was because it was going into a place where there wasn't research or there wasn't figures that were readily available. They were going into the coroner's court and they were trying to extract from coroner reports sort of patterns that there might be in terms of mental health issues and then trying to flag that up to the system. And I suppose if something was of note to me from that was if we rely too much on Encompass, then we're just going down the hospital-based health service to look for information. And I suppose the thing is that's not the only place that we need to shine a light. There are lots of other places that we could go to. The police, for example, who will deal with people in mental health episodes. They may have records of people that are dealing with mental health, but they may not be known to somewhere like the Encompass system. Or if we look to the judicial system, they may also have information. And as I've mentioned with the preventional death tracker, that's into the coroner courts. So there's lots and lots and lots of places where people with mental health problems will present. And it's about maybe trying to bring that information together so that we can start to see patterns. And then if we can see the patterns, then we can start to provide the service response where it is needed most. And I suppose the problem is that if we're not looking for that information, then we're not going to know it, and then we're not going to be responding to it. So there's lots of ways to approach this, and I think that we need to look beyond just Encompass, although it is a good place to get some of that information. And as has been referenced by members previously, there has been the establishment of the mental health strategy. It's that 10-year plan. We know that many, many years into it, there's only about 13% of the outcomes that were funded, and yet we're halfway at the halfway mark of that process. So it seems a bit strange. It seems like we're doing things back to front or upside down if we haven't mapped all of the data together, and yet we're trying to come up with a strategy, and then we're not even funding that strategy. It does feel like we are approaching the issue of mental health in the wrong way. But the spirit, I think, of this motion today is to say there's lots and lots of data. Let's go out and grab that data, let's put it together, let's see the story that it tells us, and then let's see if we can match to that data, to those needs within our community. If we can match it with finance, it means that we will help to address it, because if we're doing that, then we're helping people, but we're helping the people that need our help the most. So delighted to support this motion, and hope that others will as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Colin. I call on Linda Dillon. Linda.
And Corlia, thank you. So I suppose, and it has already been said, this motion is actually not an abstract debate about data systems or IT infrastructure. It is about whether we as an Assembly and Minister, your department is serious about improving mental health services, or whether we're content to continue making policy in a vacuum of reliable data. And I agree with what Colin McGrath has said around, there are many, many places that data can be captured, but we certainly should be starting with Encompass. It costs 360 million. I think we should be starting there. I think it is a very important place to start. At present, we don't have a clear, consistent or transparent picture of mental health services across our health and social care trusts, and that should include all of those organisations. Our trusts should understand what is in their trust area, whether it is trust run or not. I think that is extremely important. They absolutely should have that data, and that is another problem. They do not collect that information and do not make it easily available to those who need services. We can't reliably answer basic questions about how many people are waiting for assessment or therapy, how long they're waiting, where the gaps in provision lie, whether spending matches what was planned, or whether services are actually improving outcomes for people. In too many cases, we simply do not know, and that should concern everybody in this chamber. Without accurate and comparable data, we cannot plan services properly. Without transparent data, we cannot hold the system to account. Other jurisdictions routinely publish this information. Here, families, service users and even MLAs too often are left relying on freedom of information requests, partial snapshots or outdated figures. And that is not how a modern, accountable health system should operate. This data deficit has real consequences. It means unmet need can remain hidden. It means inequalities between trust areas can go unchallenged. It means decisions about service redesign and investment are made without a full picture of demand, capacity and effectiveness. Frontline staff continue to work under immense pressure, but the system around them lacks the basic tools needed to support strategic planning and accountability. And accountability is really important, particularly for us as a committee. We all know the Minister is operating under severe budgetary constraints. Resources are tight, pressures are enormous, and difficult choices have to be made every single day. But that is precisely why this motion matters. When funding is limited, it becomes even more important that every pound spent where it will make the greatest difference. Good data is not a luxury in a tight financial climate, it is an absolute necessity. Without accurate information on demand, capacity and outcomes, scarce resources risk being directed to the wrong places. Inefficiencies go unchallenged, and those with the greatest need can be the very people to be overlooked. The call for a single standardised mental health data system with regular public reporting across all trusts is not radical, it is basic good governance. If we are serious about parity of esteem between mental and physical health, then mental health data must be treated with the same seriousness, visibility and rigour. If we are serious about suicide prevention, early intervention and tackling waiting lists, then we must be prepared to measure what is happening, where it's happening, for whom and by whom. This motion should be seen as constructive. It is not about criticism for its own sake, but about strengthening the foundations on which policy decisions are made. Transparency builds trust, evidence improves outcomes, and accountability is essential if reform is to mean anything at all. And for all of those reasons, we have brought this motion to the House today, and I want to pay particular tribute to Orlea Flynn, who has done an immense amount of work in this area, who works very, very closely with many, many organisations to understand what can make the greatest difference. And it is for that reason that I have this information, because Orlea makes sure that we know what's happening within mental health services. She makes sure we know where the problems are and what we can potentially do to resolve them.
Thank you, Linda. I call on Kate Nicholl. Kate.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And a lot of people have said it's not about data, it's about the services. I actually want to talk a little bit about the data. I really welcome the motion, and I think it identifies a problem that has held Northern Ireland back for so long, which is that we can't improve mental health services without accurate, consistent and accessible mental health data. And right now we simply don't have it. I chair the all-party group on policy and public data, and I have a real interest in how we improve our collection, use and link to the information we have. And the Secretariat support is provided by the Administrative Data Research Centre. And I'm going to be really honest, when I first was approached about this group, I thought it sounded so boring. And then I attended the first meeting, and anyone who listens to Dr. Aidy Maguire talk about data and how we are so data rich in Northern Ireland, it's captured from the minute we're born to the minute we die. But because each department ultimately is a kind of a silo, we don't share the information. And we could be producing the best policy solutions to all the most pressing issues we have in society if we used these larger data sets responsibly. And when it comes to mental health, we're not short of data on mental health, we are short of access to it. there's rich data sitting within each trust on referrals, bed occupancy, crisis presentations, waiting lists, community support, addiction services, spend versus demand. But because that information is held in silos, you can't see the full picture. And actually, this morning we had a meeting of the all-party group on policy and public data, and we were looking specifically at homelessness. And as with all these issues, they're intersectional. Like, it's not just one thing. There's so many other elements, and Colin touched on that, when you're looking at prisons, and there's so many different factors that come into play. And so we need to look at the full data. But one of the researchers made a really good point. He said, this motion is really good, and it allows an insight into how we as policymakers view things. There is an issue with waiting lists. We need the data so we can address that. But actually, as a research community, when they look at data, it's not just about the here and now and what the problem is. It's the why and the root causes of it, and so how we can actually create policy solutions for the future as well with these larger sets. And I really would love all of you to join this all-party group, because it is so interesting. Some of the concerns, there were some concerns about creating a single standardized mental health data system because Encompass will be transformative eventually, but as the PAC report said, even if the solution is in 5 to 10 years' time, it can't help us today because it won't capture the large volume of work delivered by the community and voluntary sector, so waiting for Encompass alone is not realistic and it's not responsible. In the meantime, we can do more things that we have. We can be more creative in how we link up. And we heard from someone who works in the trust, and there's been really innovative work with the prison service. And it's proof that progress is possible when we choose to use the tools that we already have. So the question isn't about whether we need a perfect system, it's whether we are willing to use the imperfect but valuable data that we already hold to improve lives now. One question that keeps coming up, and I've put in questions to the Minister, and it's wonderful that he's here today, is around the secondary use of data legislation. And I think there was indication that that would be introduced to the Assembly in early 2026, which is now. And some people have said that without the legislation, without clear legal permission for linking and using health data, no new system, no matter how sophisticated, will ever be able to deliver what we need. So if there's an opportunity to get an update on that, that would be wonderful. Data is about quality. It's not just about waiting times. It's not about, as Danny said, about activities, but about outcomes. And this Assembly should absolutely be ambitious, but we should also be practical. We need to develop long-term integrated data system, and it's not just with health, it's with all the different departments. I think there's so much work that we need to be doing and can be doing, especially when finances are so constrained. How we better work together to share this information, to design long-term policy solutions is so important. So really welcome this motion, and I think mental health services deserve better data, the staff deserve it, but most importantly patients and families deserve it. And ultimately data is about transparency and accountability, and how we make that more accessible is always going to be important. Thank you.
Thank you, Kate, and I call on Diane Dodds. Diane.
Thank you, and thank you, Deputy Speaker, and apologies that I wasn't in my place at the beginning of the debate. I think, as the last speaker has said, the issue around data is really important, not just for the outcomes that it might improve for people, but also about the services we provide, both now and in the future, and whether or not those services, whether we can assess if those services are providing, for example, value for money. Do they do what they're supposed to do? And what are the really positive or negative impacts on patients of that? So the issue in this debate is really, really very important. And I was looking at this for the debate and came across the fact that the Office for Statistics Regulation in 2021 highlighted significant limitations in mental health data in Northern Ireland, with the scarcity of robust data leading to significant gaps, again back to the point that was previously made. And it particularly highlighted this in relation to mental health services, and the fact that the Department and Social Care Trust cannot determine whether services are value for money or if they improve patients' lives and have good outcomes if we don't have an appropriate data set to actually measure it against. In 2023, the Northern Ireland Audit Office also reported on this and concluded that there were significant limitations in relation to mental health data. The Public Accounts Committee reported in 2024, so this is not a new issue, but what is persistent in all of these is the lack of real progress in trying to join together the dots and make the data available, whether that's from the department or from the trusts. Encompass, of course, will help us to do some of that, but only if we can significantly interrogate the data and that the outcomes of that are transparent and available. Yes, I will, of course.
As a fellow Health Committee member, are you concerned about the lack of data that we've been able to interrogate coming from Encompass so far?
Thank you. I think that's a really pertinent question to this debate, because often when we get, I don't know, cancer waiting lists or something, there's always exemptions. There's always a problem that Encompass hasn't been able to actually fulfil its purpose. I hope that when it settles, it will, but I think that that is really important. I know, Minister, that sort of halfway through this mental health strategy, we still don't have the outcomes framework that was promised. And I think that it is really important that we make some progress towards that following this debate. I also wanted to mention and draw attention to the NHS Mental Health Data Hub and Mental Health Dashboard that is prevalent in England as a way of providing services about mental health in a more open and transparent and understandable way. And I think that that might be something that we should be considering in order to provide the data that we actually need. I understand also that the Scottish Government is taking forward some work in relation to this particular issue as well. And I can see no reason why, when we have Encompass and the ability to do some of these things, that we should not be able to produce a dashboard that gives us up-to-date information in relation to mental health. But, you know, at the end of the day, all of this is about the choices that, as Health Minister, that you make. And in Northern Ireland, I still think, despite a population that has very poor mental health and many issues in relation to mental health, and a minister who, to be fair, has said that he prioritises mental health, we only spend 7% of our budget on mental health. And that means that our wards in our hospitals are consistently over-occupied. I did put down a question about this recently, and the Royal College of Psychiatrists recommends an upper limit for occupancy beds of 85%. And in a question that I got returned, we had occupancy of up to 123%. And there's a reason for the space that's required, and that is because we tend to have poorer outcomes the more pressured the ward actually is. So I hope, Minister, that we can make progress towards a better set of data in relation to mental health. I think it will be good, not just for patients and for people who suffer from mental health, for their trust in the system, but it will be good also in helping us decide what services work, what services provide value for money, and what we should continue into the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Diane. Members, as business on the order paper is not expected to be disposed of by 6 p.m. in accordance with the Standing Order 10.3, I will allow business to continue till after 1900 or until the business is completed, if earlier. Thank you very much indeed. Minister, over to you, and you have up to 15 minutes.
Deputy Speaker, thank you, and thank you to the movers of the motion. Data, of course, has to be the fundamental here, the foundation, if we're going to deliver consistent, standardised regional services. It's the key to planning best services, targeting resources, monitoring safety, measuring outcomes, learning what truly helps. And indeed, without it, there is a real risk that people will design services for the benefit of the system rather than for the benefit of the individuals, and that simply cannot stand. So let me be candid about where we are today. Trust-level information is drawn, as members have noted, from the new Encompass workflows. And I think members are expressing a frustration that Encompass is taking a long time to bed in and move to truly validated statistical reporting. But in parallel to that, we've got the Public Health Agency. They receive quarterly aggregated returns from the community and voluntary sector in terms of mental health, addictions, suicide prevention services. Now, these are really useful for understanding the demand, understanding waiting times and indicative outcomes. But they're not patient-level data sets, so they cannot yet unlock fully standardised pathway-level analysis right across the region. Alongside those resources, we use some specialist data sets, annual suicide stats from NISRA, the PSNI on sudden death notifications to support real-time surveillance. Mr McGrath mentioned the PSNI. Of course, as they move to right care, right person, they will not be dealing as often with patients with mental health issues, and therefore the reporting of data may correspondingly withdraw. There's also the self-harm registry covering ED attendances for self-harm and suicidal ideation, and the substance misuse database and impact measurement tool for addiction-related monitoring. Each adds value. None on their own provides the complete, integrated picture that clinicians, planners and the public deserve, as indeed you as members are rightly calling for. Now, during Encompass rollout, temporary discrepancies have arisen. As historic data is cleansed, workflows are aligned and staff are retrained. That's normal in a transformation of this scale. Some trusts have, understandably, reported lower confidence in certain waiting time and activity metrics during this early phase. And that's why governance has been strengthened and validation intensified while we stabilise the new reporting logic. As members have noted, the Assembly's Public Accounts Committee has been forthright about the historic quality of mental health data and the need for urgent improvement, and I do welcome that scrutiny. It helps to focus attention on what matters, consistent activity measures, clinically meaningful outcomes, and transparency, so the public can see what is improving and where there is still work to do. Public confidence is key here. And the Department's responses make clear a single, standardised data set and regular public reporting are the direction of travel. The PIC's specific expectations also align with our own priorities to use outcomes to improve services, benchmark consistently across the Trust, and publish mental health data regularly once validated. So it's not about creating league tables, it's about creating a shared language that reflects quality, safety and effectiveness, which in turn helps teams learn from each other and helps us see where to invest for the greatest impact. The cornerstone of improvement, as I say, is Encompass, our unified electronic health and care record. Its region-wide rollout concluded on the 8th of May of 2025. We're now in a structured 2-year stabilisation and optimisation phase. And again, I recognise members may think 2 years is a long time. I'm not a techie. I think it's a long time. Encompass replaces dozens of legacy systems with consistent coded workflows across mental health, CAMS, addictions, crisis and dementia services. And as it matures, Encompass will provide real-time, comparable regional data for planning, for public reporting and for accountability. This is the biggest digital modernisation our health and social care system has undertaken ever, because it covers both health and social care, and it has been incredibly ambitious. Kate Nicholl mentions the fact that no system can operate effectively if we don't have the proper use and access to secondary use of data. And yes, we do need to correct an error from previous legislation, and it remains my intention to introduce and have passed into legislation that secondary use in this mandate. To turn a single record into meaningful data, we need a single set of rules, and the Regional Reporting Group, which was established in 2024, brings together all 5 geographic trusts, the SPPG, Digital Health and Care NI, and Encompass, reporting specialists, all to standardise definitions, align workflows, and test report logic. Task and finish groups are fixing the hard problems: waiting time definitions, post-discharge follow-up, referral routing, activity reporting, and bed occupancy. This is the patient-detailed work that translates an IT platform into a repository for reliable, comparable statistics. And I'm particularly pleased that, as envisaged under the mental health strategy, a mental health outcomes framework has not only been developed, but is being embedded within Encompass. It focuses on 3 linked questions: quantity, how much did we do? Quality, how well did we do it? And effect, is anybody better off? These measures bring together activity, experience, and clinical impact in a way that clinicians recognise and service users value. Implementing outcomes measurement is a long-term commitment. It requires engagement, training, and practice development, but it also enables teams to see improvement, reduce variation, and address long waits in a disciplined way. A key objective has also been to understand our waiting times. Encompass reports are now being used to extract monthly mental health waiting time data in line with System Oversight Measures, or SOMs, with each trust validating its figures against regionally agreed definitions and deadlines. It is, by design, management information during this validation period, but the direction of travel is right. One of the clearest lessons of the last 2 years is that referral quality matters. The CAMS referral audit identified duplication, incomplete clinical information, and inconsistent thresholds right across the trust. And those aren't just abstract issues. They affect children, they affect families waiting for help. The audit is now being used to standardise pathways, to improve coding, and to target training for referrers so that referrals are timely, complete, and clinically appropriate right from the outset. This is practical frontline improvement that will make a difference to access and to patient experience. In the near future, there will be a range of improvements, for example, validated waiting time reporting. Each trust is validating mental health waiting time data extracted from Encompass, aligned with SOM definitions and timelines. As confidence rises, we will transition from internal management information to regular public reporting that is comparable across the region. Another example is filling legacy gaps. Report logic is being developed in Encompass with SPPG and Trust to address historic gaps in demand and capacity indicators. For example, referrals and activity in non-inpatient services. Once developed, these will go through extensive validation before they're used in decisions and in public reports. And thirdly, pathway-level outcomes. With the mental health outcomes framework embedded, teams will have a clearer view of activity, of experience, and of clinical change for service users. This will support better triage, more timely psychological therapies, and insight into what works for whom. Members rightly ask, why not publish everything now? Well, the answer actually is straightforward. Publication confers public authority, and with that must come public trust. It must be based on validated data that is consistent across the trust and correctly interpreted. During stabilisation, we're deliberately treating Encompass outputs as management information while we complete validation and align workflows. It's not about hiding, it's about ensuring that what we publish is reliable and does not mislead service users or policy makers. Once validated milestones are met, routine publication will follow, and the system will be better for it. I give way to the member.
Thank you, Minister, and thank you, Deputy Speaker. Just to ask the Minister on that, we were promised that Encompass was going to be data heavy, and it was going to be all bells and whistles of the data that would be available to be able to improve services. Can you give us a timeline for when that data will be available, will be able to be used, and will be publicly produced?
Well, as I said to the member earlier, they want a 2-year timeline from final implementation, which was the last two trusts who came on the 8th of May of 2025. I repeat, and I do ask this of colleagues who work in digital, Why does it take so long to get to that point? I was at an internal conference not that long ago, and somebody made the point, and Compass is like something we have designed to take us to the moon, but at the moment we're only using it for a short break in Spain. Now that is probably unfair, but it makes a pretty solid, memorable point. There is a lot more that can be done out of Encompass, and like you, I am eager to see us get there sooner than we're planning. But having said all that, I do want to pay tribute to the people who are making this happen, the frontline clinicians and the teams who are adapting to new workflows and coding standards while continuing to deliver care to people under real pressure. Trust Informatics, SPPG analysts and Encompass specialists who are working together, reconcile definitions, fix report logic and test outputs trust by trust have my thanks. Also community and voluntary partners who provide essential therapies and support and who submit returns that inform the regional picture. And public health and statistics colleagues, especially in NISRA, whose careful stewardship of suicide statistics ensures the highest standards for a uniquely sensitive data set. The work is meticulous, it's not always visible, but it is essential, and I want to acknowledge it publicly.
Constructive point. Lots of what we've said, and it's just a bit of a fear that I have, is looking back the way at what we've done. Let's put together all the information of how we've achieved something. Is somebody interrogating information to look for patterns to be able to preempt and provide some interventions that may prevent people from getting worse in their conditions and then costing more down the line and causing them more harm?
Excuse me. Yes, I believe they are forward-looking. The Digital and Care unit down in Linhall Street, if you go down and visit them, they have big screens just full of data, which I don't understand because it's like numbers and letters. But they're able to say, for example, there's a pattern up in the Greater Ballymena area with regard to a certain condition. So, Encompass, Epic, all this digital stuff, the real value of it over time is going to be in understanding public health initiatives where patterns are emerging and getting in there with early interventions. And when will that happen? Well, for my money, it will happen as soon as possible, but it is starting to happen because that unit, I have seen them at work, and it's actually very impressive. I don't know if the committee have ever considered paying them a visit, but you might want to do so. So I want to talk about the mental health strategy because it promised transformation. Transformation without measurement, well, that's just an aspiration, isn't it? It's not an accountable way to go forward. So we want better targeting, knowing where waits are longest and outcomes weakest, so that we can direct our therapies, our crisis response, and our specialist capacity where it's going to get the most impact. We want earlier intervention. Consistent referral and triage data allows us to see where early health services reduce pressures and scale those models. And we need workforce planning. Standardised activity and outcome data inform skill mix and training needs across the Trust and indeed our community partners. And finally, public accountability. As I say, regular, reliable publication of mental health data supports the strategy's promise of transparency, not to point fingers, but to build trust, and you do that through an evidence base. So, Deputy Speaker, let me close as I began. With thanks and with a commitment to partnership, to our staff, our community partners, our analysts, our statisticians, thank you all for your patience and your persistence. To members across this House, thank you for the scrutiny that keeps the department focused. We are not where we want to be yet, but the path is clear: a unified record, standard definitions, validated reporting, and outcomes that mean something to the people we serve, alongside publications that build public trust. That's how we will turn data into decisions, turn decisions into better outcomes, and turn better outcomes into lives changed for the better.
Thank you, Minister. I call on Philip McGuigan to wind in the debate. And Philip, you've got up to 10 minutes.
This is an easy debate to wind on. There's been an awful lot of there's been unanimous agreement. I think the only point of disharmony is whether it's data or data. For my part, without causing any controversy, I'm going to opt for data. Alan Chambers in his contribution talked about the asks within the motion of being sensible and reasonable, and I think that just about covers it. The motion addresses a fundamental weakness in trying to deal with the North's mental health crisis: the absence of accurate, consistent and centralised data at a time when the level of need could not be greater. Could not be clearer. Across CAMS, community mental health teams, addiction services and suicide prevention pathways, demand continues to rise faster than the system can respond. I was struck by Orlia Flynn, and I concur with my colleague Linda in terms of praising Orlia for pushing this issue and highlighting this issue and promoting this issue and asking questions, sometimes uncomfortable, on this issue. But I was struck when she mentioned the fact that there were 290 deaths by suicide last year. I mean, that's an unbelievable, shocking statistic. So while we talk today about this important information, and it wasn't lost because everybody said it in their contributions, the importance of this is how we use data to transform our health services and improve the lives of the people that we represent. And in some cases, hopefully with those 290 moving forward, that we actually save the lives of the people that we represent. The mental health strategy, as the Minister has pointed out, what was meant to provide a decade-long transformation progress has been constrained by underfunding relative to the original commitments, and the consequences are plain to see in the services and outcomes across the North. Against the backdrop, poor data isn't a technicality, it is a structural barrier to good care. At present, key information across trusts is fragmented, inconsistent and in some areas unavailable, and the gaps make it harder to understand demand, plan capacity or evaluate outcomes. That's neither fair to service users and their families, nor to staff who deliver care, often in challenging and outdated facilities. The mental health strategy itself recognised the importance of data and outcomes as a core enabler, but our system still lacks a single standardised platform with regular public reporting. I'm interested to hear the Minister. I mean, we all know the potential of Encompass. We await to see its full potential, but I'm heartened to hear the potential that it could have coming from the Minister. Disappointed that we will have to wait a period of time to see that. As others have said, other jurisdictions on these islands already publish regular comparable mental health data. And that transparency supports service planning, accountability and public trust. There's no reason the public in the North should expect less. Poor mental health provision, as we know, doesn't stay within a silo of the health service. When early intervention is unavailable and waiting lists grow, pressure is displaced onto our schools, managing rising anxiety and self-harm, onto our emergency departments where people in crisis present because no alternative exists, and onto the PSNI and across the justice system, dealing with the consequences rather than causes.
Yep. Thank the member for taking an intervention. And we've mentioned PSNI and justice system, and I understand the point that may have been made earlier about capturing the data, and if it's PSNI intervening, then it's not captured. It actually is. It's just captured at the wrong point, because PSNI inevitably will end up bringing those individuals probably to emergency departments, but that's not where they should be. It should be dealt with within the community.
Yeah, I thank the member for her intervention. She makes a very valid point. So, I mean, all of this is core to the mental health strategy's stated aim and to public accountability. There's also great value in exploring where mental health data should and could be gathered and aligned on an all-Ireland basis. Mental health challenges don't recognise borders. Harmonised metrics, data sharing would improve comparability, strengthen early warning for suicide clusters and self-harm trends, and support, importantly, research and funding bids. And the member mentioned, the Minister actually concurred in terms of the secondary use of data that Kate Nicholl mentioned, and that's something I have asked, and it's something that I think would be important on an all-Ireland basis, that we can actually improve our economy using greater research and access greater funding with that ability to use secondary use of data. The South already has well-established public reporting. Pairing this with data from here would enable better cross-border insight, especially for border communities, and shared risk factors like rural isolation and youth mental health. All island alignment would also unlock, as I said, research and innovation. Larger data sets and more robust evaluations of what works in prevention, crisis response and recovery will mean greater learning. And I mean, Kate Nicholl approaches most of the contributions here with a smile. She was particularly happy today. I think this was a subject that she really enjoys talking about. But it is a vital, important subject, and as I say, something that we can use to our benefit, not only in terms of patient outcomes, but with regard to greater research, etc., etc. So, just in terms of moving towards a conclusion, I mean, the Minister thanked the clinicians, and I mean, I think that's clearly right and appropriate to do, that we need to thank the clinicians who are in difficult circumstances providing a service and doing their best in difficult circumstances. In my own constituency, I know, for example, that they are helped by outstanding community organisations who are stepping up every day and providing support to mental health sufferers and their families. I want to put on record my appreciation to Solace and Ballycastle, who I met with last week. An excellent example of a community-based charitable organisation providing mental health and emotional well-being for the people of Ballycastle, the Glens, Ballymoney area and further afield. That organisation provides positive support to over 5,000 users every year and should be commended. Also to Turning Point, who operate a mental health crisis hub in Ballymena, provide drop-in support, counselling, suicide prevention services, and is a lifeline for many individuals and families. I also want to pay a particular credit to Compass Advocacy Network based at Leslagan Farm, just outside Ballymoney. Again, this provides support and services for people with learning disability, autism and mental health needs. And Aware NI, who operate within North Antrim as well, are worthy of mention. In conclusion, Lascan Collier, the motion is about giving our clinicians, planners and communities the tools to succeed. I think the Minister described it well. You know, he talked about having a system and services that aren't just there for the benefit of the system, but need to be there for the patient, and that's what we're talking about today, so that services can be planned, delivered, evaluated to the standard people that we represent expect, and that are there elsewhere within the healthcare system.
Ladies and gentlemen, the question is that the motion standing in the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Ladies and gentlemen, item 6 in the order paper is the adjournment. The question is that the Assembly do now adjourn. The Assembly is adjourned. Thank you very much indeed, team.
Assembly Chamber. Sound.